And welcome back to Worldwide Exchange. We are following a global IT outage related to a security update from cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike that's impacting millions around the world. A number of companies. We see flights grounded, media companies impacted, a number of other companies in various industries impacted as well. One of the areas being apparently impacted is the financial industry right now. According to Bloomberg, some JP Morgan employees are saying they cannot log into their computers right now. This morning we're making calls. We're trying to figure out how that may or may not be impacting the big bank or even its Chase branches. You have to remember, Chase is a very large bank here in the United States with more than 5,000 branches in the U.S., according to its website. Karen, I want to come back over to you. I know you're following some financial news there in Europe as well.
Indeed, Frank. Let me start with the London Stock Exchange. LSEG, a spokesperson, has issued a statement saying we're currently experiencing a third-party technical issue which is impacting some of our services. There is no impact to securities trading on the London Stock Exchange. We're working resolving this issue as soon as possible. We'll continue to provide updates to our customers. The fact that trading is okay, that is welcome. Don't forget, it's been a massive week on markets. We did see initially at the start, though, some of the signals we were getting on the exchanges weren't exactly ticking open. So there was an issue there. In terms of the companies we've spoken to, UBS, no comment. Allianz, they're currently experiencing a major outage that's impacting employees' ability to log into their computers. It impacts multiple companies besides Allianz, specifically affecting the Windows login. In terms of Visa, they have also said, and this is a spokesperson, there's no indication of any impact on Visa's ability to process payments from this issue. They're operating normally, but they are aware of reports that people have been unable to make payments, and they're working with their financial institution clients to understand the impact on services to cardholders and merchants. So there is something playing out when it comes to card services. BNP Paribas IT systems are not impacted. We've reached out to the likes of HSBC, Barclays, Lloyds, Nationwide, NatWest, Standard Chartered. We're still waiting for comment from some of these companies. Euronext, one of the exchanges, they're not aware of the current Microsoft outage. It's not impacting trading across their venues, but they're monitoring it. Metro Bank, don't forget, this is one of the smaller banks here in the UK. They're having problems with phone lines and some payment services due to the outage. So it is quite mixed in terms of the impact, Frank.
Yeah, right now we're looking at a board with bank stocks over there in Europe in the red across the board with the exception of very notable exception of Barclays. Karen, great reporting all morning long. I want to lean into something else you've been talking about all morning long, the knock-on effects of some of these outages. You mentioned issues with the cards. I know the trains there, if you want to take, we call it the subway here, but if you want to take, I believe you call it the tube there, you want to take the tube, you actually use your card. So we're starting to see some of those domino effects in other industries and just to regular people's ways of life. There in Europe especially, I believe you're a bit more contactless than we are here. How do you see this impacting people throughout the day?
Absolutely. We've gone cashless pretty much as a society. COVID really accelerating those trends. So a lot of people don't carry cash around anymore. And I'm not just talking about young people, the millennials. I'm talking about across different demographics because everything is so contactless, but also peopleless. As we talk about a lot of systems, there's not a lot of staffing in some of the facilities. If you talk about transport, railways, for instance, so there's not exactly someone that can help you out either. So what we're seeing, though, is in terms of the tube system, that seems to be mostly working as per usual. So that's not necessarily an issue. But in terms of payment issues, if you go to use a service and if they are experiencing merchant cardholder issues, then the ability to transact very much gets disrupted. So Arjun and I have been talking this morning about having some sort of resilience here. I think what we're seeing is very much a big wake-up moment when it comes to technology. It's something we've been talking about a lot.
You know, Karen, I mean, I agree with you so much. During my time in London, I realized how many supermarkets are primarily self-checkout or just, you know, you use your card just at the end. It's like you walk out with the bag. I forget what that's called, but like an Amazon Go store and things like that. Yeah. Such an important part of shopping there over in Europe and over there in London. Thank you. Arjun, I want to come back over to you. We are hearing from Microsoft this morning about this outage and also how it's impacting its Azure service.
Yeah, that's right. It's saying it's seeing some issues to its Azure service at the moment across various different parts, whether that's Teams and other apps. It says, we have been made aware of an issue impacting virtual machines running Windows client and Windows servers running the CrowdStrike Falcon agent, which may encounter what they call a bug check, or for colloquial terms, blue screen of death. So this is blue error screen many are seeing on their Windows devices and get stuck in a restarting state. They're recommending users, if they're able to restore a backup from before the issues took place as well. They're saying we can confirm the affected update has been pulled back by CrowdStrike. Customers that are continuing to experience issues should reach out to CrowdStrike for additional assistance. And also, Frank, literally just in the past few seconds, we've had the CEO of CrowdStrike, George Kurtz, on X putting out a statement saying that the company is actively working with customers impacted by a defect found in a single content update for Windows hosts. Mac and Linux hosts are not impacted. This is not a security incident or cyber attack, the CEO says. The issue has been identified, isolated, and a fix has been deployed. He adds, we refer customers to the support portal for the latest updates and will continue to provide complete and continuous updates on our websites. Here, George Kurtz adds, we further recommend organizations ensure they're communicating with CrowdStrike representatives through the official channels, and he says their team is mobilized to ensure the security and stability of CrowdStrike customers. Back to you, Frank.
Arjun, thank you very much. Also, we're getting some news from our Dan Murphy. Just sent it to me just now. He says Etihad Airways and also Emirates Airways both say that they're aware of this global IT disruption, but their flights have not been disrupted at all right now. So again, we're looking around at airports all around the world being disrupted. We're seeing ground halts. Just a short time ago, we were showing a flight map showing some of those disruptions, but 2 airlines, at least in the Middle East, say that they are able to operate and take off with flights right now. Again, looking at the flight tracker map here, those yellow ones showing all those flights that are being disrupted right now. A reminder, we're following a global IT outage related to an update from CrowdStrike, a cybersecurity company. Arjun just laying out its CEO on X right now, telling companies to stay in contact with the company and look for updates and other fixes. We'll be right back after this break here on Worldwide Exchange. PTPI. All right, welcome back to Worldwide Exchange. Following breaking news this morning, we're following a global IT outage related to an update from cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike. Planes being grounded right now, a number of companies in the media space, other industries being impacted. Right now, we are hearing from the CrowdStrike CEO via X. He says in a X post in part, CrowdStrike is actively working with customers impacted by a defect found in a single content update for Windows hosts. Mac and Linux customers are not impacted. This is not a security incident or a cyber attack. He says the issue has been identified, isolated, and a fix has been deployed. We refer customers to the support portal. The latest updates will continue to provide complete and continuous updates on our websites. He goes on to say that he is continuing to communicate with CrowdStrike customers. Right now, looking at CrowdStrike shares down just about 18.5%. Microsoft also with an IT issue, shares down more than 2%. We want to show you what's going on in some of the airports around the world right now. Taking a look, we do have cameras at a number of East Coast airports. This right here, this is the New Delhi airport. You can see dozens of people, at least in this shot, standing by, looking at their phones, waiting for flights with their bags. We're going to show you the Berlin airport in Europe as well. I believe you're going to see a similar situation right now. A lot of people trying to figure out what to do next. Again, a ground stop at a number of airports all around the world. We're going to actually look at an East Coast airport right now. This is Newark Airport, not too far outside the New York City area. Right here in this shot, you can really see just the massive amount of people who are waiting to try to figure out what's going on. It looks like hundreds of people in this shot alone right now. And also in the New York City area, this is LaGuardia Airport right here. You can see people lining up at kiosks, trying to figure out what the next step is. Again, a ground stop at so many airports all around the world. American Airlines, as you can see on the screen here, lifting its ground stop. Our Phil LeBeau, the first to report that a number of American airline flights are able to take off. It looks like most American airline flights are now able to take off. Again, a developing situation, a global IT situation right now caused by an update from cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike. Karen and RJ, I want to come back over to you. What's the latest that you're seeing over there in Europe related to this situation? We are seeing some encouraging signs, but again, a number of systems that are so critical to so many people's lives out right now.
Absolutely. We're seeing it across in airlines. I was saying when it comes to the different airports, so that's where the problem has been. Heathrow seems to be okay, but some of the airlines are impacted because of the destinations they're flying to. For instance, the United States, I could see delays to a Miami flight, but others were seemingly on time. But in terms of Gatwick, there have been problems there this morning. That's another big airport. And just to contextualize, it is school holidays now. So a string of other schools that were not on school holidays now there. So this is one of the busiest days of the year so far and one of the busiest weekends. And let's face it, consumers still want to travel. So we're seeing that impact in terms of financial services. Some of the banks are reporting payments problems, and the ability to transact is hugely important here because we're mostly a cashless society. A lot of businesses don't take cash anymore. So if they have a problem with their merchant, then this is a problem to doing business today. In terms of what it means more broadly for the markets, I wanted to get into this because I think we're all closely watching CrowdStrike. And Arj and I at so many technology events, Frank, and you know what you're seeing, this is a stock that's run up so aggressively with the other AI stocks, up 117% over the past year. We are setting up for reputational damage today and also consequences on the stock to the downside. But it also puts in focus cybersecurity firms. Don't forget earlier this week we were talking about Google parent making a bid to buy Wiz for $23 billion. Does it increase the valuation of some of the cybersecurity companies? Because this is a must-have now, isn't it, Raj?
Well, there'll be others, investors now looking at some of the other names in the sector, and you've seen some of those rise in pre-market trade as CrowdStrike gets hammered. So it'd be interesting to see the post-mortem for this. How much damage has there been to CrowdStrike? Are businesses now across the globe looking for alternatives, and does that mean some of the other cyber stocks will be winners as a result, Frank?
Yeah, absolutely. We're just hearing from the CrowdStrike CEO, as you mentioned, Arjun, posting that he's working with customers right now, and they are working on a fix right now. First and foremost, thank you both for your great reporting. Thank you for your insight on what's going on in the European markets and over there in Europe, and also thank you to our Phil LeBeau. Before we go, we want to take one last look at futures right now in the red across the board here in the U.S., very similar to what we're seeing in Europe. Looks like the Dow would open just about 100 points lower, the S&P down fractionally, the NASDAQ down about 0.25%. That is going to do it for us. Again, following a global IT outage, we're going to toss things over to Squawk Box for the very latest.
Good morning and welcome to what could be a very unusual edition of Squawk Box this morning. Millions of people around the globe are waking up to a massive, massive computer outage. Even us, right here on Squawk, affecting Microsoft systems and cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike. Some flights have been grounded as a result of all of this. Hospitals and 911 call centers have been affected, and some live TV broadcasts were knocked offline. We are going to be a little bit without some graphics and charts that you'd normally see, and we're going to bring you updates as we get them this morning. Meantime, former President Trump speaking at the Republican National Convention last night, detailing the assassination attempt and outlining his vision for a second term as president. We're going to bring you highlights straight ahead. Plus, pressure mounting on President Biden to step aside in the presidential race. Multiple reports saying he has begun to accept the idea that he might not be able to win in November. We're going to discuss it all. It is Friday, July 19th, 2024, and Squawk Box begins right now.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Squawk Box right here on CNBC. We are live from the NASDAQ market site in Times Square. I'm Becky Quick along with Andrew Ross Sorkin. Joe is out today, but boy, if you are just waking up, this is something to kind of sit up and pay attention to. This is having impacts around the world, and it's all sorts of major industries where you're seeing problems with this. We'll go into detail in just a moment on this. But it's something that started overnight in Australia and kind of rolled around the globe. We have seen some impacts from a lot of different places in the markets. Right now, you do see some red arrows. What's happening in both the Dow down by about 85 points, NASDAQ off by 38. The S&P 500 down by 4. Treasury markets at this point, if you want to take a look, you're going to see that right now it looks like the Treasury yields, actually, you can see at the bottom of your screen, 447 is where you see the 2-year, 420 is the 10-year, but all of this kind of waiting to see what happens with the big story that's on the global IT outage. Andrew, why don't you take over with this now, because this is the big issue right here. We can't really talk about the markets or anything else without talking about this first.
Let's talk about what is going on here this morning. For those of you who may not have access to your computers or potentially email or other things, Microsoft and cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike suffering major outages overnight. It's leaving businesses, including financial firms, airlines, emergency services, unable to access their computer systems. Microsoft said that its issue began just before 10 p.m. Eastern Time. That's last night. Now, the company determined the cause and restored service, but many users still reporting issues. We've got some ourselves. NBC has confirmed that a CrowdStrike update is also causing widespread computer disruptions. The company blaming an issue with the latest update and said that it was in the process of rolling it back globally, but how quickly all of that happens, of course, is the question.
Yeah, and this, I think, just shows the weaknesses and the points where you have a problem. We've seen this with other attacks that have happened and things that have been taken down. This is not a cyber attack, at least there seem to be no indications of this. It looks like it was a problem with CrowdStrike and a new release that they rolled out that had problems and then rolled through. But when everything's in the cloud, everything gets...
We are all interconnected.
Everything gets shut down by this. You're talking about hospitals, as you mentioned before. You've got retailers that have been shut down by this, communications companies, media companies, airlines, major banks. And you are going to wake up and probably have some issues with this if you are thinking that you've got business as usual and you're off to a place like the airport.
Well, we can only hope. It's 6 a.m. I'm hoping when people get to the office this morning, though there are obviously some people at the office already who are having the problems that we may be having. Phil LeBeau this morning is in Cardiff, Wales. I want to get over to him. Good morning.
Hey, Andrew, we've been watching this over the last several hours as it's played out. I've got a little bit of good news for you. American Airlines, about 20 minutes ago, lifted the ground stop for mainline flights for American Airlines. So that's domestic as well as transatlantic and around the world, as well as SkyWest regional flights that are operated for American Airlines. So both have lifted the ground stop. Those flights should start taking off as scheduled, but ground stops still remain in effect for a number of other airlines, Delta and United. I've reached out and talked with United several times this morning. They are working on the issue. No indication when it will be resolved. The FAA has also put out a statement within the last 15 minutes saying that it is working with a number of airlines that have requested a ground stop because of the IT issues that they're experiencing. And then over here in Europe, Ryanair is telling people, show up to the airport 3 hours early. Who knows how long it's going to take to go through ticketing to get you on the plane, for the plane to take off. If you take a look at a FlightAware map of flights over Berlin, it's basically empty. So the ripple effect is being seen in terms of global travel. But again, if there is some good news this morning, at least a little bit of good news, it's that American, the first of the major carriers that was under a ground stop, has now lifted its ground stop. Guys, back to you.
Okay, Phil, thank you for that. And we're going to be checking in on all sorts of industries this morning to try to understand how they are being affected. Thank you.
We will continue to keep you updated on this global computer outage. In the meantime, though, former President Trump speaking last night at the Republican convention, outlining his vision for a second term as president. Eamon Javers joins us right now from Milwaukee. Hi, Eamon.
Yeah, good morning, Becky. Just 5 days after an assassin's bullet came an inch from taking his life, Donald Trump accepted his party's nomination for President of the United States for the third time, delivering the longest speech in convention history at 93 minutes last night. The former president said he wants to be President of the United States for the entire country. Here's what he said.
I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation. To every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic, I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before.
On the economy, the former president had two major themes. One was on inflation. The other one was on immigration. The former president said, of course, that he will solve both of those problems. On inflation, he suggested that the key way to approach that is by increasing energy output in the United States. Here's what he said.
Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods.
Now that sets up a presidential campaign going into November between Donald Trump, who's now accepted his party's nomination, and Joe Biden, who has not yet accepted his party's nomination. Their convention not scheduled on the Democratic side until August. Real questions now about who Donald Trump will be campaigning against, given the struggles of the Biden campaign that we've seen. And there will be some questions coming out of this week in terms of uniting the Republican Party. Did they do what they needed to do to capitalize on the moment, to extend their polling lead, and to really move into a dominant position in this campaign, guys? I think you saw the Republican National Convention attendees here really energized, really excited all the way throughout the week. They'll try to take that energy into the fall. Back over to you.
Yeah, Eamon, I think those are the big questions, really what's happening with the Biden campaign and who will former President Trump actually be running against at this point. Questions that continue to rise. It looked like it was silenced for a couple of days, but that really kind of reached a crescendo yesterday.
Yeah, you see these tiered leaks on the Democratic side, right? First, they leaked that the congressional leaders had a meeting with President Biden, but they didn't say what the content was. Then you saw that the congressional leaders had a meeting and also some insight into what the content was. Last night, we saw Congressman Jamie Raskin's entire 4-page letter to President Biden urging him to do the right thing. Those kinds of leaks are being done strategically. It seems like the Democratic leadership wanted Biden out of this race. They wanted him to do it on his own, to have a moment of grace where they could rally around, applaud him for his presidency, and move on to the next chapter. Biden simply dug in his heels, did not want to do that. And that's why you see this flurry of leaks that's been increasing in tempo and severity throughout the week as Democrats get more and more concerned watching the unity here in Wisconsin at the Republican National Convention, the power of former President Donald Trump's images surviving that assassination. All of that, if you're a Democrat, is terrifying in terms of the return of Donald Trump. So what do? You got to force Joe Biden out of office, out of the campaign, and then figure out what you're going to do next. There's no real great solution, though, on the Democratic side.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you say Democratic leadership, I mean, who is that at this point? You don't even know who is pulling the strings behind all of this.
Well, we do, actually. I mean, you see the hand of Nancy Pelosi here. You see Chuck Schumer, the Democratic leader in the Senate. You also see Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the House of Representatives. There's some questions about what kind of a role Barack Obama has been playing behind the scenes. You know, that George Clooney op-ed last week, certainly devastating to Joe Biden. You know, there's a sense among Democrats that Obama could have stopped that Clooney op-ed if he'd wanted to and didn't. So a lot of these leaders in the Democratic Party have been sending very, very, very strong signals and an increasing tempo to Joe Biden that it's time to go. But they wanted to do it with grace, and there's a question about whether they'll get that or not.
Eamon, do we have any reporting or sense of what the vice president thinks of all of this? I mean, it's one of the missing pieces of the reporting, if you will, which is, does she want to run for president? Does she not want to run for president? Does she believe that she can be the only one who could be the candidate? I ask because we all speculate about what's supposed to happen next, but I also wonder what her position is.
It's a really great question, Andrew. I have not seen any direct reporting on Kamala Harris's state of mind amid all of that. My experience in 30 years of covering American politics is that every vice president wants to be president of the United States. I would assume that's the case here. But, you know, you have to look at it. Is this the race that she wants to run at the time she wants to run it? She is the heir apparent to the Biden legacy, such as it is. And so she would be the first among many candidates, you would imagine, who might take a run at this. But Andrew, as you've been pointing out all week, you know, if you're a Gretchen Whitmer, say, do you see 24 as your opportunity if the window should open, as narrow as it is, as difficult as it will be, as strong as Trump looks, or do you say, you know what, I'm going to hold off and wait till 28? In that case, Kamala Harris might be the only candidate that Democrats can run because she's the only one in position to do it and do it in just 3 months' time.
All right, Eamon, thank you very much. Eamon Javers from Milwaukee. Right now, let's get back to the global computer outage. If you were just waking up this morning, there's been a pretty massive outage related to Microsoft and CrowdStrike, which is a global cybersecurity firm. This does not look like an attack. It looks like it is a problem that is rolled out from an upgrade that CrowdStrike actually put out. We are still continuing to watch this, but it's been impacting things across the globe, everything from major banks to the airlines, media and retailers, communications outlets, all of these people, as they're coming in this morning, trying to get things up and running. We want to get over to Arjun Karpal. He joins us right now with an update on what's been happening. Hi, Arjun.
Good morning, Becky. Look, it all started late Thursday night. Microsoft first reporting issues with its Azure cloud services and some of its cloud applications as well. In the early hours of Friday morning, it said most of those have been resolved, but then there was a separate issue, and this is relating to CrowdStrike, which released an update globally, which appears to have been had issues, and as it rolled out, it caused a number of IT issues across the globe. The company now rolling back that update to try and fix these. Just over the last sort of half an hour or so, we've had a statement from CrowdStrike CEO George Kurtz, who says the company is actively working with customers affected by the defect found in a single content update for Windows hosts. So this is Windows specifically. He said Mac and Linux hosts are not impacted. It's not a cybersecurity incident, he added. The issue has been identified, isolated, and a fix has been deployed. That's the latest from the company as well. The question is how long this is going to take to roll back and get systems back online. In January, we saw something very similar from Microsoft when they tried to roll out an Azure update, which went wrong. They had to roll that back. That took a number of hours for businesses to come back online. There are experts this morning suggesting that this could take more than that, potentially, for some businesses to get back on their feet. One of the impacts that has been notable this morning is many people using Windows-based laptops or devices may see the so-called blue screen of death, the blue error screen popping up as a result of this update error. But that's the latest. A lot of businesses around the world talking to CrowdStrike, talking to Microsoft, trying to figure this out and get their organizations back up and running.
Yeah, Arjun, I'm looking at the blue screen of death myself right now with a big frowny face that's on it. But we'll see how long things take to get back up and running. There are obviously industries that are far more important when you start looking at things like the airlines or even banking. In fact, right now we want to go over to Leslie Picker. She's been tracking down how this IT outage is impacting the financial sector. And Leslie, what do you know right now?
Hey, Becky. Yeah, it appears at this point in time that it hasn't affected major banking operations, things like trying to take money out of a bank, trying to put money into a bank. And that is based on just some conversations with people who are running down the operations. But it is having an impact. At JP Morgan, for example, I've been told that some people have had some login problems this morning. These are internal employees, and that's kind of true also with other firms across the street, but all businesses there are operational. The firm declining to comment for now. There was also a Bloomberg report this morning that the bank told some buy-side clients that it was unable to process certain trades. I haven't been able to confirm that, though. There were also some disruptions at German banks, according to the regulator there. We don't know specifics of what those disruptions were. And at Barclays, the spokesperson told CNBC that, quote, all Barclays services are operating as normal at this time, other than their digital investing platform, Smart Investor, where customers are currently unable to manage their accounts in the app, online banking, or over the phone. So it is widespread. The story is still unfolding, but it appears that in terms of kind of broader operations, things are not operating as normal, but the things that matter to our viewers, seem to be unaffected, at least based on what we know at this time.
All right, Leslie, thank you. Andrew, we're dealing with some of these things here right now, too.
We are. Right? We are.
It's a little unnerving this morning. You can make it happen, but it is a reminder of how fragile some of these systems have become.
How fragile the system is.
And how quickly you can take it down.
Worth noting for folks out there who are waking up or on their computer, if you have a Windows computer, that's where the problem is.
You have a Mac?
We should note, if you are on a Mac,
no problem.
No problem, folks. And if you're on Linux or something like that, no problem. Having said that, if you're on a Mac and you have to access a Microsoft Azure, anything that's using an Azure cloud platform right now is not winning. If you are using iCloud or using a Google product, you're in a little bit better luck. But a lot of times people don't even know when they're using the Azure cloud for all sorts of things.
Behind the scenes.
Exactly. When we come back, the story continues. Much more on this global computer outage throughout the program. Up next, though, we're going to talk about GE Aerospace. And GE Aerospace CEO Larry Culp is going to be with us live in an exclusive interview, a conversation you do not want to miss. Squawk Box returns just a moment. Welcome back to Squawk Box. Want to bring in Phil LeBeau. He's got a special guest this morning amid a lot of news. Phil?
We do. Thank you, Andrew. Here with Larry Culp, Chairman and CEO of GE Aerospace. Quickly before we talk about the plant and why we're here in Cardiff, the IT outage that has hit so many industries, so many companies, any impact on GE Aerospace?
Phil, welcome to Wales. We've had a little bit of impact early this morning, but as you can see behind us, the team is fully engaged in the work of the day. So we think we're working our way through it.
With regard to this plant, there's news that you're making this morning. A $1 billion investment, not just in this facility, but your facilities around the world for servicing engines. Walk me through the importance of this.
Sure. Well, first of all, let me formally welcome you to Wales. We've got 1,300 colleagues here. We perform repair work on both our narrow body CFM56 and our wide body GE90 engines. We've often talked about how 70% of our business is actually in services. It's the work the team does here that really manifests itself in that 70% figure. They're using flight deck to drive a lot of progress here, and this is the future home of where we will do the repair work, the overhaul work on our GE9X engine, which will be the propulsion underwing for Boeing's 777X engine.
And that $1 billion, though, you need that because, let's be honest, you have a wave of customers who are saying, we know we're going to need our engines serviced at some point in the future. You just don't have enough capacity, not just you, but the industry overall. You've got to add capacity, right?
Exactly. So what we've shared publicly today, Phil, is we're going to spend $1 billion over the next 5 years across our global footprint to lay in that capacity. Capacity we need as our LEAP engine ramps in the narrow body space, right, as we continue to see progress in the wide body marketplace, and frankly, even with our military business. We're seeing real uptick in a number of our new engine platforms. We need to be in a position so we have the footprint and the capacity to support those engines for decades to come.
Let me ask you about flight deck, because at the end of the day, the key to flight deck is smarter, leaner manufacturing. How much different is this plant here than when it was when you first took over as CEO?
Well, I came here for the first time just as we were coming out of COVID. And when I was here most recently, I barely recognized the Wales facility. This team has done a phenomenal job implementing flight deck, putting those lean principles to work to improve safety, enhance quality, driving better efficiency, better use of all of the folks we have here to improve our delivery turnaround times for our customers.
And now is the next step, driving it down to suppliers. You spend a lot of time at supplier plants, working with them to say, how can we help you be even better, right?
Exactly, Phil. Our challenge today is not demand, it really is supply. And as we shared on our first quarter earnings call, over 3/4 of our challenges today are really rooted in the supply base. We're just not getting enough material in order to do our work. So we're taking flight deck to the supply base. We've talked about 15 sites with our suppliers that are critical. And in the second quarter, we saw 10 of those sites more than double their output to us. So we see flight deck helping us with our suppliers, going in, identifying, and breaking those constraints.
Quickly, I want to ask you about, because we've got Farnborough Air Show this weekend, record orders last year. The backlogs are huge for Boeing and for Airbus. You see it as well in terms of engine manufacturing orders. Where do you see the industry over the next year as it works through these backlog and these supply chain challenges?
Well, we've got the airlines flying at record levels. At the same time, the airframers are looking to ramp production. So there's tremendous demand on us. Again, it's why I say we've got a supply challenge, not a demand issue in any way, shape, or form. I think we're going to work our way out of this current situation, but it's going to take a while. Again, because in part, we're pursuing a moving target. That's a good thing. And flight deck's going to give us the tools and the principles to make sure we're at our best inside of four walls like we have here in Wales, let alone across our supply base.
Larry Culp, Chairman and CEO of GE Aerospace. That's a pretty cool plant to be in. We're going to have reports throughout the day. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Phil, thank you very much. When we come back, we've got much more on the global computer outage that's affecting everything from the airlines to hospitals and 911 services. We do have a statement from the CEO of CrowdStrike. That is the company that is behind what's been happening around the globe. This was not cybersecurity attack. We're going to talk more about what happened. This was a routine update, but we will talk about what happened and what the global impact is. That's coming up right after this.
USA.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. I want to update you now on the global computer outage. It's affecting just about everything, from airlines to hospitals. If you were just waking up this morning and you have some product or something that works with CrowdStrike and Microsoft Azure system, want to get straight over to Steve Kovac, who's going to join us now with more. Steve, where are we?
Hey there, Andrew. Yeah, let's go over what we know so far here. This is an issue with the cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike. First up, let's get this out of the way. CEO George Kurtz saying on X, this is not a hack or some kind of cyber attack. CrowdStrike pushed out an update, he said, that caused the outage, and they're rolling it back, and a fix has been deployed. Let me read the statement for you here. Quote, CrowdStrike is actively working with customers impacted by a defect found in a single content update for Windows hosts. Mac and Linux hosts are not impacted. This is not a security incident or cyber attack. The issue has been identified, isolated, and a fix has been deployed, end quote. Now, it's unclear when things are going to recover, but it caused Windows PCs managed by CrowdStrike security products to reboot and show that so-called blue screen of death. It's been taking down operations that we've been saying all morning at a slew of companies, from TV networks like ours to airlines like Delta and United to major banks. Microsoft also acknowledged the outage as well on its technical support website, putting the blame on CrowdStrike and saying it forced Windows devices to get stuck in a rebooting loop. And now we're waiting for more updates from both CrowdStrike and Microsoft about when everything will be back online. But importantly, after that, we got to find out what went wrong here, Andrew.
In terms of payments, I don't know how this works, but for those businesses that are affected, do companies like CrowdStrike or Microsoft pay out? Are there insurance programs for this type of thing in this particular moment?
Yeah, I'm not sure about insurance programs, but the contracts, you typically do have things that, talk about when an outage is happening and then it's CrowdStrike's fault and so forth. I can guarantee you, though, that's all going to be worked out since this is impacting so many companies. I mean, just the fact that so many airlines went down by this, you can just imagine how much sales are being lost and so forth by this. That's all going to get shaken out later. But yeah, those are typically written in those contracts, Andrew.
And then in terms of timing, getting back online today, do you have any sense of just what that path looks like?
Not at all. All we have to go on right now, we haven't heard specifically from Microsoft, for example, just that technical support page. No update on when the timing is. All we know so far is that CrowdStrike's saying that they've pushed out the update and they found the fix and it's rolling out now. That's all we know so far. As of timing, when things are going to come back online, that's still to be determined. We'll have more updates for you as we get them, Andrew.
And then, Steve, here's just the larger question. It's really the issue I think that Becky raised at the top of the program, which is we are now so interconnected. One of the things that the cloud does is create this interconnection. Is there a different way to do it?
That is a question I was asking myself too, and I was thinking today, like, why do all these companies use this one company as their way to maybe take a lesson from this and learn, maybe diversify the kind of systems you use or something like that? That's all going to have to be shaken out. But I'm also reminded, I know this incident is likely not a hack, but I'm reminded of what we learned about from AT&T just a couple days ago about that massive hack that they had and that exposure. And that seemed to be related to Snowflake. So many of these companies are containing so much data, and just one little break into a system or one little accident can just take down a cascading effect throughout the entire internet, as we're seeing this morning. So that's definitely true. And what the fix for that is, who knows? But perhaps it is not putting all your eggs in one cybersecurity basket.
I was just trying to figure out how you could have redundancy like that. I mean, I can't get into my computer on this. Redundancy is not going to probably be something where I've got two different cloud service computers that are running just for this. It seems like it's a pretty complex issue, unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, exactly. And this is something that so many businesses are reliant on. Mostly Microsoft for these things. So again, when Microsoft has a problem or one of their partners or vendors has a problem, it just cascades and impacts everyone. I'm looking at a blue screen of death right now on the computer next to me. And we're having our own issues right now just getting some graphics and so forth on air. I mean, this is serious. This shows you how interconnected we are and how one little issue can just totally take things down.
Although I think what's even more concerning, the reason we've talked so much about the airlines is because that's a very visible it's a situation where people are showing up at airports, in some cases being told to show up 3 hours before their flights, long lines out for all over the place. Now, I know some of these issues are coming back up and running, but to be faced with these issues in the morning, starting at like 5 a.m. when things really get busy here on the East Coast at some of those airports, to think of the lines, to think of how that shuts things down, that's just the visual ramifications, the visual picture of what's happening in all types of industries. You can just see it physically when you're looking at lines of people in the airports. As you mentioned, we don't see the people who get turned away from business, who don't get to do things, but the massive lost productivity as a result of that is something to really contemplate.
Yeah, and exactly. And when so many, people are trying to log into their corporate PCs today and they see that blue screen of death, like we are here at NBC, I mean, that's an issue. That's, like you said, that's a loss of productivity here. And again, when one company or two companies or a small number of companies have such a dominant position and market share, this is what happens. It takes it all down.
Right.
Well, at least it's a Friday in the summer. Take
Exactly, yeah. Most people are off anyway today, right? Yeah.
Well, Lena Khan may be using this as an example around consolidation. Steve Kovac, we appreciate your perspective on all of this, and I'm sure we'll be talking to you again throughout the program as we get more updates.
When we come back, much more on the global computer outage. We'll be following this throughout the morning. United Airlines just put out a statement saying that that airline is resuming some flights, but it does expect disruptions to continue throughout the day today. When you get behind in the early morning like this, it is really tough to catch up. There are going to be lots of ripple impacts from all of this. We've also got reaction to Netflix earnings. We'll talk to an analyst right after this. Netflix shares right now down by about 1%. Welcome back, everybody. Shares of Netflix are actually trading a little bit lower this morning, down by less than 1%. The streaming giant reported better than expected profits and revenue with a 34% increase in ad-supported memberships. That was far better than had been expected. Joining us right now is Jessica Reif-Ehrlich of BofA Securities. She is the senior U.S. media and entertainment analyst there. And Jessica, at first blush, the numbers all looked pretty fantastic. They looked like they blew out expectations on everything for the last quarter. It's the guidance for the current quarter and maybe what they're saying about ad sales that maybe cast a little bit of a pall initially. What did you think when you looked at everything?
That is to the T. The numbers were great. The sub numbers, the net ads essentially blew away even the most bullish estimates. They came in at well over 8 million net ads, beat our number by almost 4 million. So that was fantastic. They beat on revenue. Revenue was up 17%, but well over 20% adjusted for currency. Margins improved. Remember, this was the big issue a year ago. Margins were up 5 percentage points. Everybody was worried they wouldn't even grow, wouldn't grow margins. So the numbers, the reported numbers were fantastic, driven by content, by paid sharing, and by the lower priced advertising tier. But if you want to nitpick and talk about like what why is the stock not reacting better? It's that their outlook for subs is positive, but certainly will be down sequentially and down year over year. It's basically an impossible comparison. And then the second thing that you, Becky, of course, is advertising. It's a new business for them, and it will take some time to ramp up. And it's a tepid.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jessica.
No, and it's a tepid advertising market.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at it, and when I first started hearing the numbers, I was shocked to see the stock down because some of the things they did just by blowing expectations out of the water, you thought, I literally started to think, this company, not that they've never had mistakes or things that they've done, but over the long arc of time and through their existence, they've either been incredibly lucky or just super smart about everything they've done in terms of not making people pay for additional passwords until the market really found it, that it would sustain it, meaning that people weren't willing to give it up. It just seems like over the long arc, they've done great things. Now, you can look at where the stock has come over the last year or so. Over the last 10 years, it's up 900%, but just over the last year, it's come back very sharply to where it was back in 2021. What's your general feeling with Netflix versus all the other streaming products? Because when we talk about it most of the time, you say Netflix is the winner, and then you look for a second or third runner-up.
Well, exactly. Netflix has done a phenomenal job to date. They're what the old pay TV bundle was. This is the first thing you turn on. There's an incredible amount of choice. The growth is obvious. It may be a little bit lumpy, but the drivers will be advertising, which will ramp in 25 and even more in 26. Again, it's a new business. Live, which is something they're growing in. Sports, also growing in and approaching it very differently. And possibly games, which has been a very slow ramp. So you can still see the building blocks. Their sub base is now 270 million, roughly, or 280 million globally. It's so far ahead of everybody else, but still a very decent runway in terms of penetration. And of course, they always have a pricing lever at some point. But advertising, when it kicks in, will be a very high incremental margin for them. So again, it's not going to be a straight line up, but they are clearly executing, and nobody can argue with their content. The engagement's very high.
Then it's a valuation call at this point. What do you think about the valuation, and would you tell somebody to buy in here?
I mean, our price target is $740, so we have very decent upside, but it is very expensive relative to traditional media. Having said that, they're almost very different businesses. There is no legacy business for Netflix to lose, and everybody else is transitioning and challenged.
So what do you think about all of the traditional media stocks that you cover at this point?
Look, we have buys on several of them. We had published a note earlier this week on Warner Brothers Discovery, walking through some of what we think are their strategic options and how they can drive upside for their business. We do like Disney as well. Look, the industry has to change, and the transitions can be painful. Yeah. And so we're in the middle of that at the moment.
Jessica, I'll just ask you the question of the morning. Does your computer screen work this morning, or are you dealing with this blue screen of death as well?
No, my screen works, but obviously we're all having problems just getting notes out the door, things like that.
Okay. Jessica Ehrlich, always great to see you. We'll talk to you again soon.
Okay. Coming up, we are going to talk to pollster Frank Luntz about the former president's speech last night, former President Trump at the Republican convention, and a statement just out from the White House Security Council. A spokesman says they're aware now of the global outage incident, looking into the issues and impacts. So we're going to read more on that after this.
50% off.
The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America.
That was former President Trump speaking to the RNC last night, describing the assassination attempt on his life over the weekend and outlining his vision for his second term as president. Joining us right now is pollster and political strategist Frank Luntz. Before we get into it, just your initial reactions as you were watching the president.
Yeah, all around me, they thought this is that this is fantastic. He's low key. He's not mentioning the president. He's addressing the issues they want to hear about. He spoke about his own situation on Saturday. And the moment that he got outside the barriers, when the speech was over, I got exactly the opposite reaction from people. I believe that Paul Simon Garfunkel got it right in The Boxer. A man hears what he wants to hear and disregards the rest. It really is a tale of two speeches.
What do you mean by that?
The people who don't like Donald Trump thought he went on way, way, way too long. The people who like Donald Trump thought that he was subdued, respectful, and humble. I sent out a tweet using that word humility because it's rare, if never, people have ever used that word to describe him. And I got back so much pressure, so much blowback. I'm a pollster, and my job is to measure public opinion. And I have not seen a speech in a long time where half of the people I spoke to thought it was Trump at his best, and half of them thought that it was disorganized, meandering, and basically Trump out of control. So I don't know what to tell you this morning.
Right? Yeah, it's a Rorschach test, Frank.
And the problem is, this is a convention speech. It's supposed to be a little bit longer. He should have started earlier. He could have said the same thing in 60 minutes rather than.
Right.
He didn't have to do that. And he could have appealed to people even more. But the fact is, Trump is leading now. And he's leading in the swing states. And the last week has been very good for his campaign, even if it's been bad for his health. And the last month, Trump has found his sea legs and Joe Biden has come apart.
Right.
So we end up the end of the convention with the Republicans clearly in the lead.
Clearly, but do you look at this speech as a needle mover? I mean, I think going back to this Rorschach test that you're talking about, you know, obviously people in the room, and by the way, people at home, who I think were, you know, there were a lot of people very impressed by what the president was saying and by a lot of the things coming out of the convention. And yet I know there are people on the other side of this.
No, I was actually dreading this interview because I thought there was going to be conflict with your co-host. No, this does not move the needle. And I want to be clear about that. I do not expect Donald Trump to get a bounce from this speech. What I do expect is that the intensity of his supporters will absolutely turn them into voters in November, and that's important. And conversely, on the Democratic side, whoever's the nominee, whatever the chaos comes out over the next month, there is no intensity at all. So whatever numbers you see, you can expect Trump to do 1% to 2% better because of the turnout ratio among Republicans will be that much higher among Democrats. But Andrew, there is not a single swing voter left. We've all made up our minds. The question is, do we get out and vote?
Well, let me ask you about that then. So there's a big question as to what President Biden's going to do, whether he's going to step aside, if he is going to step aside, if he steps aside this weekend, and then what happens next. Walk me through the other names that are out there, and if there's anybody that you think on the Democratic side could give the president and the Republicans a run for the money.
And I absolutely can identify 3 people who could do it. Cory Booker, the senator from New Jersey, former mayor of Newark, brought a city that was on its knees back up to its feet, an amazing speaker, brings crowds, gets standing ovations wherever he goes. Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, who has already handled a nationwide crisis, the bridge, the striking of the bridge, and understands what it is to get things done. And then Mitch Landrieu, the former mayor of New Orleans, when the city was going through the hell that it went through, once again brought the city to its feet. All three of them, we give Trump a tremendous run for their money because all three of them are great politicians, have a great retail message,
Frank,
and the Republicans should be very careful. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, let's just throw out a couple other names. Let's say that it's Kamala Harris, and let's say you were to pair her with a McCraven, somebody like that. How does that stack up?
You would. It's going to cause her numbers are better today than they were 6 months ago. And right now, Joe would be yelling at me. So she has improved, but they're going to ask, what has she done as vice president? In fact, I can see the Trump commercial already. Can you name anything that the vice president has achieved in the 4 years that she served? And just have a blank ad for the next 60
I've already
seconds.
seen it. They say she was in charge of one thing, and that was the border.
And exactly, and when we look at immigration, by this time next month, immigration is going to be the #1 issue in this country. It's going to overtake affordability. And on both issues, she's very weak. The question is, will she debate Trump? Is she prepared? And it throws everything up in the air. I don't like to speculate. All I can say is you take away the nomination from her and you cause the Democrats to fall into utter chaos. There will be a war within the Democratic Party. But if you give the nomination to her, there are so many donors who don't want her as the nominee because of the last 4 years that I would not want to be a Democratic strategist right now because you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't.
Frank Luntz, always appreciate your perspective on all of these things. We will see how things play out. I'm sure we're going to talk to you a lot more in the coming days and weeks. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, when we come back, as we head to a break, we've got an update on the global computer outage that's affecting a range of businesses around the world today. The New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ have each put out separate statements saying that their markets are fully operational and that they expect a normal open today. We'll have much more at the top of the hour, though, about other industries that are being impacted. Squawk Box will be right back.
It is 7 a.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin along with Becky Quick. Joe is off, but we've got a major news story this morning affecting so many parts of the world. A major IT outage caused by a problem with Microsoft's cloud computing services that's linked to cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike, and folks around the world waking up to what's called the blue screen of death in many places. Airlines cutting flights back, work stoppages, financial services firms across the board. This is a real issue. Some of this now coming back online, but a lot of folks, as I mentioned, trying to make sense of what's happening as you go to your computer screen. This is happening, we should say, on Windows systems. If you have a Mac or Linux, not the case. But we want to get straight over to Steve Kovac, who's got more on the issues and the latest with these updates. What's going on?
Hey there, Andrew. Yeah, and here's what we know so far. Starting off, this is an issue with the cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike. First up, CEO George Kurtz of CrowdStrike saying on X, this is not a hack or some sort of cyber attack. What he did say is CrowdStrike pushed out an update early this morning that caused the outage. They've been rolling it back and saying a fix has been deployed. And just minutes ago, Microsoft's technical support page was updated saying some customers are able to restart and getting back into their system. Let me go back to that CrowdStrike statement from the CEO saying, quote, CrowdStrike is actively working with customers impacted by a defect found in a single content update for Windows hosts. Mac and Linux hosts not impacted. This is not a security incident or cyber attack. Issue has been identified, isolated, and a fix has been deployed, end quote. Now, it's unclear when things will totally recover. Like I said, we're seeing some things come back online now, but what did happen was it caused Windows PCs managed by CrowdStrike Security to reboot and show that so-called blue screen of death. It's been taking down operations at a slew of companies, from TV networks like ours to airlines like Delta and United, major banks, and so many more. Microsoft acknowledged the outage, like I said, on its technical support website, but it also put the blame on CrowdStrike and said it forced those Windows devices to get stuck in a reboot loop. Meantime, shares of CrowdStrike rival SentinelOne are popping in reaction in pre-market trading this morning. We're still waiting for more updates from both CrowdStrike and Microsoft about when everything is expected to be back online and working properly, and more importantly after that, just what went wrong here and why this fix was deployed in the first place, Andrew.
Okay, Steve, thank you for that. Your screen, you still have...
Still blue.
I'm still blue as well.
You're still blue.
No,
okay.
It says you can restart it. We've tried that a few times. It's still not working, but we'll keep trying it. You know, it's okay. It's
and we should say apologies to the audience if some of our charts and other things aren't working as quickly as they should.
We're still trying to get things up and running.
We've got a couple of other issues that are affecting us. So
it has been an interesting morning, but we do have news that is hitting right now too, and we want to bring that to you. Travelers just out with its quarterly results, actually coming in with earnings of $2.51 a share. That is a big beat from the Street's expectations. The Street was looking for $1.98. Now, revenue, when you're looking at net written premium basis, that grew 8% over the prior year to a record $11.12 billion. That was a little shy of expectations, I think about $60 million shy. But really, this is a pretty interesting beat. If you were looking at the weather over the last quarter, there was a record level of severe convective storms across the United States. You might have expected that that would have a big impact in terms of the profitability of what you're seeing from travelers. Not the case. Now, travelers are saying that the results were driven by a lot of different things. First of all, favorable net prior year reserve development, meaning they set aside a lot of money thinking they'd have to pay it out and didn't have to do that, pay out quite as much. They had higher investment income, too. That came from fixed investments, their fixed income portfolio, obviously higher yields leading to higher income there, but they also had higher numbers coming out of their equity portfolio, too, and that was because of higher PE returns on some of these things, too. Now, last year, also a pretty big year. Second quarter is primarily when you're going to see huge catastrophic weather issues for most of these major insurers. Unless there's a big hurricane in the third quarter, the second quarter is usually the biggest numbers for these. They did have just under $1.5 billion in catastrophic losses, but again, they were able to make up for it with a lot of the other things that they had going. So they had net written premiums being a record, up 8%. We'll continue to watch that stock. Right now, it's up by about $1.40.
Back to the global computer outage for just a moment. Airlines around the world also being impacted with some stoppages and the like, and want to get over to Phil LeBeau, who's got the latest there. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. And we're here in Cardiff, England, and we saw the impact here in Europe in terms of flights that were put on hold. And some of the airports, it looks like there's no flights at all, though we think there are some. Berlin is a good example of that. Ryanair was telling passengers, show up 3 hours early because you won't be able to check in online. If you're going to check in, you have to check in at the airport. And then with the U.S. airlines, it was about 2 or 3 in the morning when we heard from United, American, and Delta all requesting a ground stop with the FAA. About an hour ago, I want to say, American lifted its ground stop, so it's once again operating, as is its regional airline operator, its partner, SkyWest. But for Delta, the ground stop remains in effect, and for United, United says some flights are starting, but it's vague in terms of how many and how widespread. United saying that it expects flight disruptions throughout the day. So we're a ways from this being worked out. No doubt we're seeing the long lines. You saw the video, the picture from Newark Airport. We're seeing this at other airports in the United States. A lot of people very frustrated that they are showing up today expecting to take a flight somewhere. They can't even check in. They can't get anywhere close to boarding a plane because the flights just are not going right now. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Phil, thank you very much. Continue to follow this throughout the morning. In the meantime, we do have more earnings that are coming in as well. American Express reporting results this morning. They came in with a GAAP number of $4.15, but if you were looking at the adjusted number, it was $3.49. That's to account for the sale of a Certify, a company they sold. That gave them about a 66-cent gain, and if you strip that out, you get to $3.49 on that adjusted basis. That is the number that you compare to the street at $3.23. So that is a pretty significant beat, still by about 26 cents. If you're looking at the revenue line, that came in a little bit light of expectations. $16.33 billion, that did miss expectations, but Amex is now raising its earnings guidance for the full year, obviously a beat that you see in a quarter like this. They are saying, though, that they are seeing a lot of things happening. They have new card acquisitions that came in of 3.3 million. Card fee revenue was up double digits, and that's the 24th consecutive quarter that that's been happening. This is a company that's been on a tear for a while. You see, year to date, the stock is up by about 30%. You can see this morning it's pulling back by about 1.7%, but some of the things that the company is saying it's going to do is take what they have earned, some of the additional revenue that they've seen coming in, and they're going to drop that down for additional spending on marketing. They're going to increase that by about 15% this year, and that is a big number because last year they spent $5.2 billion. They're now saying that they're going to spend about $6 billion in marketing this year because it's been a phenomenal flywheel for this company. Right. Andrew, you talk about Amex all the time and what you've seen with the card. I've talked to them about what they're doing with marketing spend. Where are you spending all of that? And they said digital is basically where it's going, but not what you might be anticipating, not necessarily to the Instagrams or other big platforms, social media platforms. Some of it goes there, but the biggest part of what they have is something called member on member. Like they will reach out to you if you are a member who spends a lot of money, a pretty affluent one, and they will ask you to help them find other friends who might want to be members too.
Like an affinity group.
Like an affinity group, because if you are a wealthy person spending a lot, odds are you have other wealthy friends who might want to do the same. They will reward you with miles, member miles that come in.
They have not reached out to me for this, so
well, you're not spending enough, but they say that this is kind of where they're planning on doing that. So it's a big increase that you're going to see in marketing. We'll see what happens. Right now, that stock is off by about 1.7%.
Okay, coming up, the NASDAQ and NYSE expect markets to open normally today despite a global computer outage affecting everything from airlines and hospitals to emergency 911 call centers, much more on that story throughout the morning.
live.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. The global markets being impacted this morning by a major IT outage. If you're just waking up, I want to get straight over to Dom Chu, who's been looking at some of the banks and brokerages that may have been affected. Dom, what's going on?
All right, so these statements on the record are starting to roll in. So let's frame the discussion right now, showing you the markets, which are relatively stable given what's going on right now with regard to banks, brokerages, airlines, and everything else, with the S&P relatively unchanged, the Dow just about 70 points, and the NASDAQ down by 1. If you take a look at the stocks that are involved, of course, Microsoft and CrowdStrike are the epicenter stocks of this particular move. And then to the downside, you can kind of see those things happening to the greater degree with CrowdStrike down 12%. Apple, we're just putting this up here to show you, Apple, as of right now, doesn't seem to be affected at all by this. Linux and Mac OS-based operating systems are not being affected, so Apple, on a relative basis, certainly better than Microsoft and CrowdStrike. Now, with regard to the statements, you mentioned before the major exchanges in the U.S. We'll start with the two statements from both the NASDAQ and the NYSE first. If you take a look at the market's reaction, according to the NYSE, those markets are fully operational, and we expect a normal opening this morning. That's according to the big board, the New York Stock Exchange. Going on to the NASDAQ, a similar story there as well. The NASDAQ is basically saying the same thing. Our European markets and U.S. pre-market are operating normally. We expect our U.S. markets to open normally. So no big deal there for the NYSE and NASDAQ. With regard to one of the banks on the record so far right now, Barclays is saying that all Barclays services are operating as normal at this time, other than our digital investing platform, Smart Investor, where customers are currently unable to manage their account in the app online banking over the phone. That's the statement from Barclays, one of the banks coming out so far. We also now have a government reaction. According to a spokesperson with the National Security Council in Washington, D.C., we're aware of the incident and are looking into the issue and impacts. Those are the on-the-record statements so far, Becky. We will bring you more of those statements as we know more from the big banks and brokerages on Wall Street. But again, framing the discussion around that big move lower in CrowdStrike and Microsoft, Becky, I'll send things back over to you.
Yeah, Tom, I think CrowdStrike's biggest competitor is McAfee. Privately held at this point, went private in 2022, but big questions around that. Obviously, cybersecurity is a huge issue. Have to watch that. This was not a cyber attack. This was something that CrowdStrike has since said was a problem in an update that they put out. So catching it on those levels, but obviously cybersecurity is a huge issue. You did see CrowdStrike shares down by about 20% earlier this morning, and it has come back. Sentinel-1, I guess we're looking at as another competitor too.
No, absolutely. And just the idea here that cybersecurity is being more ingrained into the culture of technology, and rightfully so, and even more so as we push further and further and deeper into artificial intelligence. Cybersecurity becomes a huge issue at that point. More interesting for me, though, this idea that all it takes is a software update. And this wasn't cybersecurity, right? I mean, this is cybersecurity, yes, but we get those updates pushed to us on our phones and our tablets all the time. Something can just happen without us even knowing it if we have automatic updates set. So it just highlights how sensitive, I guess, we are to technology.
How connected everything is.
Absolutely.
Don, thank you.
You got it.
Let's talk a little bit more about the markets right now. The chip sector actually hitting a rough patch this week after some comments that were made by both of the presidential candidates in terms of relations with China and Taiwan. Joining us right now to recap the significance of this week's events on that sector is Ben Reitzes. He is Melius Research Head of Technology Research, I should say. Ben, let's talk a little bit about what we heard yesterday, because it was stunning. You came in, you looked at the chips, and they were really taking a hit, down 4 or 5% in some cases. The comments that came out were first the Biden administration basically saying that it's going to be putting some additional limits on what can be given to China in terms of some of the chip equipment makers. Then you heard also from President Trump, former President Trump, that he'd be looking at the question of whether Taiwan should be helping foot the bill for security if the United States steps in to help it on those levels. What did you think as a chips analyst coming into those two headlines?
Well, the market had been pretty lackadaisical about the China thing for a little while. We almost forgot about it, and then it rears its head. It is the single biggest risk existentially to chip stocks. So when they come out and say these kind of things, the market can tend to react. I think over the long term, things will work themselves out. But China and Taiwan is the epicenter of production, of ODMs, of folks that assemble servers and PCs as well. And when these kind of things are talked about, there can be an adverse reaction. I do think over the long term, though, there is a movement towards chips in terms of them being the most valuable oil of tech, and it's not stopping anytime soon. So I think this will sort itself out and we'll get back to fundamentals, but it was a rough week.
I was going to say, it must be a bizarre thing to try and figure out how to value these companies, where if everything's fine, these are the fundamentals we go on. But this other issue is more important, overriding on everything. You just have to ignore it to some extent?
Well, I think a lot of people are just hoping for the best. It is so unanalyzable, and it's everybody's nightmare that something were to happen. There's so many funds and clients and analysts just hoping that nothing ever happens. But I will say that, you know, I think Donald Trump, over his record, you know, he views the stock market and the economy in a certain way as a scorecard. And if he wants to keep his scorecard going, he's got to make sure Taiwan is stable and then systematically help move jobs to the U.S. It can't be like some kind of start-stop type of thing, and that'll be very disruptive.
Now, that's an interesting point. When you look at the chips sector overall, NVIDIA's been the one that has taken off, but you've also said what's happening with Apple is pretty important. So how would you rate these stocks? Which ones are your favorite and why?
Well, I cover 4 of the Mag 7, and I would say that typically, seasonally, you know, NVIDIA had a great run, and there's usually some digestion. This is at the same time last year, everybody was like, oh, you know, what about AMD? What about Broadcom? What about these guys? And similar things are echoing. While Apple, what I really love about Apple is this could be the biggest cycle, you know, on a percent that we've ever seen. This is the most loyal install base being told you have to upgrade to get one of these zillion features. And I thought there was something for everyone. And I think that's going to resonate. It already is. We're already seeing builds go up. But Apple could systematically grow iPhone sales through this and catalyze AI for the masses. They really can, because a lot of people are like, AI sounds great. We don't really use it day to day except for ChatGPT. And these guys are going to give you examples on how to use it for the masses. You know, Google announces stuff. People sometimes goes past people because Google's a little technical. But when Apple does it, it can go mainstream. So I like what we're seeing there.
Ben, thanks a lot. Ben writes us.
Yeah, thanks.
Appreciate it. When we come back, CFPB Director Rohit Chopra will join us on the massive IT outage that's impacting businesses around the globe. Plus, the latest from Milwaukee after the final day of the RNC. Squawk Box will be right back.
Today's Aflac trivia question. Elon Musk purchased a car featured in which Hollywood movie? The answer when Squawk Box returns. USA. And now the answer to today's Aflac trivia question. Elon Musk purchased a car featured in which Hollywood movie? The answer, The Spy Who Loved Me, 1975. Musk purchased James Bond's Lotus submarine car for $1 million.
Welcome back to Squawk. Microsoft and cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike suffering a major outage overnight. If you're just waking up, you might be seeing it on your own screen with what's called the blue screen of death. Hopefully it's getting updated as we speak, but it's leaving many businesses unable to access their computer systems, including, by the way, some of ours here at NBC. I want to get some reaction right now from Rohit Chopra. He is the Director of Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. We've got a couple other things to talk about as well. This is obviously not on our bingo card, Rohit, but what is your initial reaction to this as somebody who thinks about these issues and the financial system in particular?
Well, Andrew, as of right now, we do not have any reports yet from the banks and others we regulate that there is a major outage in terms of a critical payment system or a very large bank. That being said, I think we are just getting a taste of some of the potential effects of a real reliance by the financial sector and sectors across the economy on really a handful of cloud companies and other key systems. In the past few months, obviously, we saw some effects of cyber attacks, ransomware attacks in the healthcare arena, in auto dealers, others. This is the type of situation that can really create issues across the economy. I'm pretty hopeful that what we will see today is inconvenience more than chaos, but of course, we're just getting a taste of it. So, you know, Andrew, 2 days ago, the Treasury, myself, others, we announced some actions related to resilience of the financial system and dependence on the cloud. There are just a handful of big cloud companies where so much of the economy is now resting on. And so we're going to really need to take a hard look at this. But my priority today is making sure that consumers can access money in their bank accounts, that payments can occur. And so we're going to be watching it minute by minute and have been working on it all morning.
Just speak to that larger issue, though, because I think a lot of people do wake up on a morning like this and say to themselves, do we need more competition? Do we need different players, more players? At the same time, you say to yourself, all these systems need to be so tightly integrated to work properly. And in many ways, you'd almost want them to be singular as well, right? It's sometimes these little bottlenecks from third-party players that link in, like CrowdStrike. And so how do you think about that?
Yeah, I think sometimes what we fail to appreciate is that certain parts of the tech stack are as critical to our infrastructure of our economy than the energy grid and transportation. So we have to start confronting some of these really tough problems. And I do think that the creep of concentration does play a role in undermining our resilience. It is obviously important to have interoperability for systems to be able to talk to each other, but if you just look at how one company that may sometimes be unknown to the public can really have a domino effect. So I think as we look at concentration across the economy, especially in technology and other sectors, we're just going to need to protect the broader public and businesses across sectors from some of these types of disasters that can occur.
Raheem, meantime, while we have you here, and it was really our intention to talk about it, you have put together a proposal around paycheck advance fees, which I know you believe are way out of line, I think, with what they should be. What are you doing in this regard, and maybe you can explain it to the audience?
Well, you know, during the pandemic, we saw a big uptick in companies working with employers to help their employees get paid more quickly. So instead of paying them more frequently, they would work with a fintech or other company. And so we took a hard look at this entire industry, and our analysis showed that some of these arrangements lead to very, very high cost lending exceeding 100% APR. A lot of those workers end up getting into a series of loans where they pay lots of money in fees. So I think we wanted to make sure that the employees and the workers are able to really clearly compare their options with credit cards and other types of loans, and that we don't have a race to the bottom. But I want to make sure that big employers don't have a big financial incentive to continue to delay payment to their employees if they're also getting in the business of lending to their workers.
Reid, I have a broader question, which is just how you think about your role and the timing of your role right now as it relates to this election, given where the polls are and the way it appears to be trending towards former President Trump. Are there things you want to try to do while you're in this place today? Does it change the dynamic with which you and your colleagues think about what they're doing?
You know, not really. In the case of the regulators, we have such big items in front of us in terms of how the economy is really working. We've seen some big changes through the course of the pandemic, and really as the changes in monetary policy have filtered through the mortgage market, the credit card market. So we're pretty laser focused on that. But of course, we are in Washington, and we keep an eye on everything, but we're really fixated on how to make sure that consumers in the economy are able to navigate the current situations they face. And in many cases, they're facing some pretty high rates on their credit cards and mortgages, and we're thinking about how to make sure we can solve problems in their lives.
You may not be able to answer this, but I'll just ask it anyway. Former President Trump, I don't think, was a fan, as you know, of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. However, it appears that J.D. Vance, who may be his running mate or will be his running mate in this, seems to be more of a fan. What do you make of that dynamic?
Well, I always think that the work that agencies like the CFPB do, maybe in Washington they food fight, but in America, people realize that there needs to be some sort of watchdog to really look after and protect not just households, but also the businesses that are playing fairly. I think we've recovered tens of billions of dollars from fraudsters, bad actors, and honestly, that sometimes feels like a Washington debate rather than one that is a real issue. So I know that the markets have benefited a lot from the work of the CFPB, the mortgage market especially, so we just chug along, Andrew.
Rohit Chopra, the Director of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, we appreciate you joining us this morning, especially with this news just crossing. Thank you.
When we come back,
Becky!
President Trump speaking last
Yay!
night at the Republican convention. We've got an update on his vision for a second term. That's next. Squawk Box will be right back.
I love you. Oh, I love you. I love you, Becky. Where'd you go? I just got home and you're gone. Please come back. Okay, I'm out of here again. Whoop, what did I just do? That's not what I wanted. She'll be back. I know she will. So will I. Goodbye, Becky. I love you, Becky. Will you please keep these people entertained while I'm gone? I'm the most beautiful announcer in the world. Oh, my neck is killing me. Yes.
Made affordable. All right, let's take a look at the technicals after this week's sell-off. Joining
Good
us right now is
point,
Chris
Becky.
Barone. He's head of technical and macro research at Strategas Research Partners. And what are you seeing? It's hard to say sell-off after what we've seen. The huge
Yeah, I think it's really difficult to say sell-off when, even though the headline indices are down with some of the momentum stocks getting hit, the breadth under the surface the last 2 weeks has been absolutely spectacular.
Right.
I mean, let's talk about small caps. Last Thursday, they were 18 to 1 on the upside. This Tuesday, they were 17 to 1 on the upside. You just don't see days like that very often.
And what's the gain been for the Russell 2000? It's been more than 12 or 14%.
Yeah, actually, if you look at the 5-day gain, it's in the 99th percentile historically. When you've seen moves like that, it basically has locked in a really good next 12 months, kind of in the 20 to 30% range. So I don't think that's out of the question if you're looking a year out from here. Could this market consolidate into the conventions? I think absolutely. But what I think is more important, the spread between small and large. Only 4 or 5 times in history we've seen it at this degree, this magnitude. 87, 99, 2016, and 2020. So I think this impetus, this impulse towards small, I do believe has more durability than the consensus expects here.
Okay, I'm going to throw 2020 out.
Sure.
Because that was an aberration, obviously, with a worldwide global pandemic. What do the other 3 instances of something like this tell you? What it lead up to? 99? You think, uh-oh.
So if you look at the 99-2000 impulse, remember that bear market was exclusively a large cap bear market. Small caps went up in both absolute and relative terms for much of that period. And what you began to see in late 99 into 2000 were all these sudden surges of small versus large. And Becky, I would actually go back to 2021. I wouldn't throw it out, and I wouldn't throw it out because it actually persisted for about 15, 16 months. So from...
But under weird, massive government spending and crazy things that were happening.
Yeah, so then I would wonder today, what does the market see to really catalyze the small caps here? Maybe it sees meaningfully lower bond yields.
But if it's lower bond yields, that's one thing, and that could be the case, given what central banks are considering right now. But if it happens at the expense of the large caps, then you've got some big concerns too, given how far those stocks have run. If it's just a relative outperformance, that's one thing. If it happens while the mega caps really drop off, then that's an entirely different story.
I think that's actually right, and the way you phrase that is perfect. We don't want this exclusively occurring at the expense of the big stocks. We want them working in unison, and I suspect they will, because the breadth has gotten quite good here. And if there was nothing kind of into this July period that would that would imply major top for large caps, there are very few big top formations out there. The corrections we're seeing in the momentum names are very extended stocks that got very overbought with very aggressive flows that I think are correcting, not topping. You know, we can talk about semis, NVIDIA, Avago, Micron. They are not top formations. They are names that got very extended that are coming in here. I think ultimately those will be viable down the road.
So you would say the signs here are all looking good at this point?
Yeah, and I'm certainly aware of the reputation for a correction into August, September, particularly election year. But I think that has to be viewed in the context of what is an ongoing bull market, and we're getting support from the macro. I think dollar down, rates down, adds some fuel. I mean, look at the leadership, how it's evolved over the last several months. This move lower in rates has really catalyzed these bank stocks to a very meaningful degree here. I mean, you've had big breakouts, not just in the big ones. All these regional banks have really started to go.
Chris, thank you.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Coming up when we return, Dan Ives just putting out a note literally within minutes from just now on CrowdStrike in response to the global outage. He's going to join us on the broadcast in just a moment. Do not go anywhere as we continue to follow what is a global outage for those on Microsoft and CrowdStrike this morning. We'll come right back. Welcome back to Squawk Box. I want to get back to the global computer outage, which is affecting folks across the world right now. It just happened after CrowdStrike rolled out an update last night. Dan Ives just put out a note on CrowdStrike on how they're going to need to go into damage control mode and what comes next. Dan, thank you for joining us. What does come next, and what is this going to cost the company?
Well, this is a black eye moment for CrowdStrike, and I'd say for the cybersecurity sector. Now, the damage, look, it's going to be weeks, months, potentially years in terms of understanding the damage. The big issue is the brand damage, because CrowdStrike today becomes a household name, but not in a good way. Now, with George and the team, I don't think this changes the long-term story, but other competitors, Palo Alto and others across, they will try to take advantage of this. That'll be a big focus in the sector.
Do you think that there's a liability issue here? Meaning if you're an airline, like an American airline or whoever, where there's a ground stoppage and they're losing money as those planes are sitting on the tarmac, can they go ahead and sue CrowdStrike?
If you're a lawyer for CrowdStrike, I don't think you're going to be seeing the beach this summer, because this is going to be coming from probably all angles, right? Legally, not just airports, transportation companies. Now, look, Microsoft needs to figure it out from their angle. Now, they're more, I'd say a victim here relative to what happened on the Windows side. So I think less of an issue for Microsoft. Look, for CrowdStrike, you're talking about a company that prides itself on brand. F1, globally, anyone that's seen them at airports. And this is just, look, it's an epic disaster. It's something we've really never seen in the cybersecurity industry at this scale. So this is a bit unprecedented.
In terms of the way we were talking more broadly about what happens next and the sort of larger implications of our reliance on the cloud. Do you think this changes anything about the way systems are set up more broadly, about the third parties that are used by a Microsoft, about even the idea of consolidation in these spaces?
Yeah, and after this happens, I mean, changes will have to happen because the scale of something like this, there will be changes in terms of third-party implementation updates, not just for CrowdStrike, but across the industry, because this is unprecedented. And it's not just black eye for CrowdStrike, black eye for the cybersecurity industry.
When you say changes, self-regulated changes, or do you think the government gets involved?
I think it will be self-regulated, but the chances that CrowdStrike gets called to the Beltway for some hearing is probably pretty high.
Yeah, Dan, when you say changes that happen, you mean Microsoft and other companies aren't going to let third parties come in, third-party vendors, and do cybersecurity for them, that they will do more of this in-house?
Well, I think they're going to have to change in terms of the process on the updates, and then just take a step back. Google likely, probably acquires Wiz, and probably one of the biggest cybersecurity acquisitions is reported by the Wall Street Journal. I think this is just going to push Microsoft further and further to potentially trying to do a cybersecurity acquisition themselves. I mean, they've been around the sort of edges there, but this is something within Redmond. They don't just, go next week like nothing ever happened.
But that meaning that, how do things happen now? Was this a third-party vendor that was allowed to do the update? They sent it internally and it happened, and nobody at Microsoft realized that there was this problem or bug in it, and you think that that has to be then happening internally, which is why they would want to purchase one of these companies? And if so, who do they purchase?
I think on the Microsoft side, when third-party updates are common, that's happening on a minute-to-minute basis. In terms of Microsoft, we've talked about they're going to have to look across the industry. Cybersecurity has been something that, normally they have third parties, and they will continue to have third parties, Palo Alto, Zscaler, and others. But I do believe when something like this happens, you look at names like a Varonis, a Tenable, CyberArk. I mean, those are names that to us kind of are front and center in terms of potential acquisition candidates.
Dan, is your sense that this makes it more likely or less that regulators would allow a transaction between a Google and Wiz, for example?
So on that extent, I would see that it would actually be more likely, because I think it shows some of the dangers, in terms of what we see from some of these third-party updates. I also think obviously it depends on the regulatory environment, but this is something that actually bodes more positive for M&A between big tech and cyber rather than the opposite, because it shows here, and this will be a moment that we'll remember in tech, for decades, to make sure that something like this never happens again. From the gold standard, CrowdStrike. That's the ironic thing.
Dan, can I ask you a question? And maybe it's my naivete. For reasons that seem inexplicable to me, these things don't seem to happen to, knock on wood, to Apple devices. Why do you think that is?
It's the nature of the Mac and Apple ecosystem because of those updates, because everything is controlled within the four walls of Apple Park, and that's why they have 2.2 billion iOS devices. But also remember, Apple very rarely plays an enterprise. Microsoft does. So Apple's less exposed on the enterprise, much more obviously on the consumer side. But that's also why Apple, Cupertino are in the Mount Rushmore, along with Microsoft and others.
Hey, Dan, we do have some video of George Kurtz. He's the CEO of CrowdStrike, and he was just on the Today Show. Here's what he had to say to the Today Show.
The system was sent an update, and that update had a software bug in it and caused an issue with the Microsoft operating system. And we identified this very quickly and remediated the issue. And as systems come back online, as they're rebooted, they're coming up and they're working. And now we are working with each and every customer to make sure that we can bring them back online.
Dan, I guess working with each and every customer is going to take a while. I'm still looking at the balloon screen of death, haven't gotten a call from them just yet. I guess this is the obvious, though. This is what you were talking about, that they are going to have to look at ways to change that system. The idea that they were able to upgrade the system, it had a bug in its own software. You're right, Microsoft's going to have to get their arms around this, too.
And also, look, Kurtz is probably, in my opinion, one of the best tech CEOs in the world. So if there's one person that can navigate this, it's Kurtz and CrowdStrike. But this is going to be a Mount Everest-like uphill battle in terms of what they're dealing with here. I mean, the global nature of airports, transportation, DC subway, and others. There's a long road ahead here. We remain bullish on the sector, but now we need to see how this all plays out for CrowdStrike over the coming weeks, months.
Yeah, Kurtz actually was at McAfee before, too. You're right. He is somebody who has a very long resume and a long history of working in this industry and has a lot of respect.
Yeah, if you want one person to unfortunately be in this situation, it's Kurtz.
Dan, we want to thank you for joining us, especially late notice. And I know you've been writing your notes as quickly as you can this morning. I'm sure we'll be talking to you a lot more in the coming days as we try to make sense of where this all heads. Thank you. When we come back, we got a lot more on that story, plus Trump's tax plan. A look at the winners and losers if his ideas come to fruition in November. Squawk Box returns in just a moment.
You got this.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. We are monitoring this global outage taking place this morning, but we're going to talk right now about former President Trump's tax plan and what it would mean for the country if it comes to fruition. Former Council of Economic Advisors Chairman Jason Furman is here. He's a professor at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, and E.J. Gentoni is an economist at the Heritage Foundation. E.J., I'm going to go to you first. When you think about what you heard from the president last night, but maybe more in detail, we I think have a better understanding of what his tax plan would be from that Business Week article where he said he was going to bring the corporate rate down to 15%. What do you think it does for revenue overall, long term?
Well, in terms of overall and in the long term, we definitely see increases. You know, we have this fallacy that somehow corporations pay taxes. They don't. People pay taxes. The corporate tax rate is passed on. It's passed on to shareholders in the form of lower returns. It's passed on to customers in the form of higher prices. It's passed on to workers in the form of lower wages. And so by reducing the taxes that corporations pay, you not only increase economic growth, but you also decrease the tax burden on each of those three groups.
Jason, you there?
Yeah. I mean,
okay,
look,
so
the tax foundation.
To me, the question is not just what it does to revenue, but what it does to overall revenue, including, by the way, individual taxes, and of course, whatever total bounty is collected is going to be enough to deal with the debt and deficits and even just our day-to-day costs.
Yeah, I mean, look, this Laffer curve thing here is nonsense. The Tax Foundation is a conservative organization. They're enthusiastic about tax cuts. They've said that these corporate tax cuts would cost something like $750 billion. I don't know a single credible Republican economist who thinks these tax cuts would come close to paying for themselves. But how are they going to be paid for? They might actually be paid for. And that's the remarkable thing, by a proposal to raise tariffs on every single American consumer. So you're sitting at home, if you've bought a toy, you've bought a TV, you've bought a car, there's a good chance that some or all of what is in that came from abroad. You're going to be paying a higher price on all of that. And that's what's going to be paying for these corporate tax cuts, is tax increases on the middle class. Really, really poorly designed, growth-reducing tax increases.
EJ, you want to reply to that?
Oh, sure. You know, the exact same people who are saying this now also said that Trump's tariffs that he put in place in his first term were going to do the exact same thing, and that didn't happen at all. In fact, several analyses were done, and they found that about 80 cents on every dollar of tariffs was not passed through to American consumers, but instead was paid for by Chinese producers. And so this idea that somehow if you increase taxes on foreign producers, it's automatically going to result in a pseudo tax increase on the American middle class, the data just don't support that at all.
Jason?
In his first term, Trump raised taxes on people that bought things like washing machines. This time he's raising taxes on people that buy anything that has any component that's made abroad. That's $3 trillion. Economists have studied the incidence question. There's a lot of questions on this. Yes, a little portion of it is born abroad. But by the way, a lot of that corporate tax cut is a corporate tax cut that benefits foreigners. So I'm not quite sure why you'd want to do a corporate tax cut that gives money to foreign shareholders while telling Americans they have to pay more taxes on virtually every good that they buy.
EJ, does that make sense to you? I mean, look, as I'm hearing Jason talk about it, and then there's the second question, by the way, of if you get down to 15%, how much does that change the game? Getting down to 21% was one thing. 15 is a whole different level. Does it make the U.S. even more competitive? Yes, except it really brings you in a place where how much more investment will you actually get as a result of it?
It's a great question. And again, if we look at the record of the first Trump term, we can see that we had a lot of re-onshoring, I should say, of corporations, and that resulted in an increase in economic activity, and in the long run, that increases your revenue as well. Look, we don't have a revenue problem at this point in this country when we look at the federal budget. We have a spending problem. And what we need to do is increase not the tax rates, because that's not really going to bring in much more revenue. We need to increase growth, and we need to decrease spending. That is the only way you're ever going to be able to address this country's long-term fiscal trajectory.
That may be true, but there's no conversation about reducing spending. And so what we're just doing is, in some ways, maybe increasing revenue, but maybe not.
Well, certainly we need to have a conversation about decreasing spending, but in the current political environment where you have essentially a divided Congress and you have a White House that wants nothing but to spend more, especially on all their useless green energy projects, that's never going to happen.
Jason, final word to you, sir.
You asked me to devise a plan for economic growth. I'd say broaden the base, lower the rates. I would not say put on lots and lots of tariffs, and I would not say do tax cuts that you can't afford. I think 90% of Republican economists would agree with everything I just said. It's a shame that the president...
Real quick, when you say broaden the base, how would you do it, and what number would you bring it down to, both on personal and then separately on the corporate rate?
Look, on the personal, I think we could basically keep the tax rates we have now. If we were aggressive about broadening the base, you could do it with things like the health exclusion, the mortgage deduction, but most people, other than me and maybe a previous guest of yours, Doug Holteken, would want to do something like that. On the corporate side, I don't think there's much base broadening left, which is why no one's proposed it. So, the rate we have now is completely fine. In fact, we may not even be able to afford to stick with that rate.
It is a longer debate. Jason and EJ, I want to appreciate and say thank you for joining us this morning.
It is 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you are watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Andrew Ross Sorkin. Joe is off today. All right, folks, we are following a global technology outage that has taken down computer systems and grounded flights around the world. This is a glitch with cybersecurity company CrowdStrike. It did something where it upgraded a new system. It sent that system upgrade through Microsoft's system, and that's where the problems run in. This has been something that's been affecting airlines, which is just the most visible part of this, but it's affected ports here in the Northeast. It's affected financial systems around the globe. Things were a little dicier earlier this morning. They've gotten back under control at this point, but we have had our own technology issues here at CNBC too. We're going to bring you the latest throughout this hour, but we want to start right now with an update on what's been happening with this outage. Let's get right over to our very own Steve Kovac. He's been following this morning, and Steve, again, it looks like things are slowly shaking through. Maybe the irony of all ironies is this was launched by a cybersecurity company.
Right.
It was not a cyber attack. It was just a mistake.
Right, not even a cyber attack. And also, we're just getting word now, it sounds like Delta is starting to resume some of its operations. That just came in just moments ago. But here's what else we know so far, Becky. This is, of course, the issue with the cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike. This company pushed an update that caused the outage. CEO of CrowdStrike, George Kurtz, was on the Today Show just moments ago explaining what happened. Notably, he's saying not a hack or a cyber attack. Here's what he said on Today.
We know what the issue is. We're resolving and have resolved the issue now. It's recovering systems that are out there. And essentially, as you've talked about in the statement I put out, is the system was sent an update, and that update had a software bug in it and caused an issue with the Microsoft operating system.
So, Becky, things are improving and slowly coming back online, but unclear when everything's going to fully recover. Earlier this morning, Microsoft's technical support page saying some customers are able to restart. And the outage, basically, the way it worked was it caused Windows PCs managed by CrowdStrike Security to reboot and show that so-called blue screen of death. It's been taking down operations across corporate America and around the world for companies like TV networks like our own, airlines like Delta and United, banks, so many things, 911 services as well. Microsoft also putting the blame on CrowdStrike and saying on its technical support page that CrowdStrike update forced all those Windows devices to get stuck in a sort of restart loop. Meantime, shares of CrowdStrike rivals SentinelOne and Palo Alto Networks. They're sort of popping here in pre-market trading this morning, and you see CrowdStrike down about 11%. We're still waiting for more updates, though, from CrowdStrike and Microsoft about when everything will get back online. It's still unclear the relationship between these two companies and who really is to blame here and what exactly happened. So more importantly than anything else, after these issues get resolved, what went wrong, and how these companies are going to stop it from happening again, guys.
Yeah, Steve, this started late last night, so the first places to see it were Australia, where it was identified, kind of rolled around, not just Asia, but then through Europe, where there was even some problems with starting some of the markets this morning. They started a couple minutes later than had been. We've already heard from the NASDAQ and the NYSE that they believe their systems are up and ready to go, and it shouldn't impact the start of trading here. But you hear things like 5 hospitals in Israel that were talking about it. 911 calls, as you mentioned, on some of these things, retailers across a lot of different places, some of the banks. I think what's maybe important is you see people getting to work and trying to make things work. And it's not a situation where one major customer is out and then CrowdStrike or Microsoft is able to flip a switch and it all fixes. I will just say here, I still can't get logged into my computer.
Wow.
Joe, who's not here, his computer is up and running. I don't think Andrew's computers are running, but Andrew has a Mac laptop that he's able to make this work with. So you see people kind of finding workarounds. I've got somebody else's computer that I'm borrowing a laptop to try and log into some of these systems. This is what's happening everywhere around the globe at this point. People trying to find workarounds for the systems that they normally use.
Yeah, and these are all mostly in the corporate world. So personal laptops, typically you're not going to be a CrowdStrike customer. This is the kind of service and company big organizations like our own, like you said, we're experiencing problems, go to in order to keep the integrity and cyber attacks out of their systems. Thank goodness this was not a cyber attack. You know, when I first woke up this morning, Becky, and I saw the headlines, I was like, oh no, this could be the big one taking down everything. I was so scared. But thank goodness, at least it looks like this is just some kind of technical glitch and not, but that just speaks to the importance of these companies and how much is at stake for them. We were talking a couple hours ago, Becky, on the program, but just, you know, the AT&T hack, that was a hack that we learned about earlier this week, and just and that was more tied to a security flaw with Snowflake, it looks like. So, you know, so many of these cybersecurity companies, there's a lot on the line. It's not just one person not able to log into the computer. It's huge swaths of our economy that are being impacted by this.
Right, and we look at this and we think, oh, it's friendly fire. Thank goodness we're just idiots and we shot ourselves in the foot.
Exactly. It's the one thing that shouldn't happen is they shouldn't be doing it to themselves. They should be protecting other people from it happening and not taking down their own systems. Absolutely.
Okay. Steve, thank you very much.
Thanks, Becky.
Okay, meantime, we want to talk about airlines and what's going on. He's tracking the disruptions affecting airlines, and that is Phil LeBeau. I want to get straight over to him. Phil, where are we?
Andrew, I want to show you images of what we're seeing at airports around the United States. Frankly, you're seeing this at airports around the world. Long lines. Why? You had Delta, United, and American starting at around 2:30 in the morning, asking the FAA for a global ground stop because of the communication issues with the software outage. Around 5:30, 5:45, American had their ground stop lifted. United and Delta, within the last hour, have both said that they have resumed some flights, though they're expecting disruptions throughout the day. Needless to say, the airlines are issuing waivers. And by the way, those are not the only airlines that are impacted by this. We saw this with Frontier and Allegiant late last night. That's where a lot of the issues first showed up. We've heard from European airlines. I'm over in Cardiff, Wales, and we've heard from the different airports in Europe that they're seeing long lines, in part because they don't have flights, and people are saying, well, when do I board? Will I board? So at this point, you're seeing some resumption of flights. That's the good news, but you will see cancellations and delays mount all day, guys. We already have more than 1,000 cancellations in the U.S. today. There are, I think, 845, according to FlightAware, all of yesterday. So that number is going to continue to climb.
Phil, I want to thank you for that. We'll be back to you, I'm sure, very, very shortly. Meantime, let's take a quick look at the futures.
That's right. Right now, it looks like the futures are a little bit weaker for the Dow, down by about 55 points. We've seen some improvement, though, with the S&P and the NASDAQ both turning positive. S&P up by about 9 points right now. NASDAQ would be indicated to open up by about 43 points here. By the way, what we're watching right now, back up just a little bit, the S&P on pace for its worst week in 3 months. That's saying something because the last 3 months have been really pretty phenomenal. Our big earnings mover of the morning, though, American Express. The second quarter earnings came in on an adjusted basis, $3.49 a share. That took out a 66-cent gain for the sale of a Certify, so that's the adjusted ex-transaction gain. That compared to $3.23 a share. So it was a significant beat on the bottom line. On the top line, revenue, $16.33 billion. That did miss expectations. You can see that stock right now off by about 1.75%. Amex is raising its earnings guidance for the full year and affirming its full year revenue growth guidance. But again, that's on a big beat for this current quarter. Did speak with the CFO, Christopher Lakayak. He pointed out a lot of different things that are happening here. He said that what they've been seeing is actually some pretty strong spending, and just pointed out that they've dramatically increased the scale of the company. Since the end of 2021 with COVID, they've added about 50% more revenue, 23 million more card members, and 30 million more merchants across the globe. Of course, the obvious question is, are you adding customers who are actually going to be good credit risks when you start taking a look at this? He said so far, yes. Their delinquency rate actually went down quarter over quarter. Their write-off rate was 2.1%. That was flat quarter over quarter. And he does say that while they see a slow growth environment right now, their credit metrics are very good. Spending-wise, he said when it comes to millennials and Gen Z, they've actually been increasing their transactions on average about 25% in the United States. Says they're spending a lot more than Gen X, especially when it comes to things like dining, but that stock right now down by about 1.75%. Let's get more on the broader markets right now. For that, we want to get over to Mike Santoli, who is standing by at the NYSE. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Becky. Yeah, on a broader level, the S&P 500, you mentioned its worst week perhaps in 3 months. It's down, I think, only a little over 1% for the week. It's down about 2+% from its record intraday high. Doesn't look like much, but we know below the surface there's been a lot of churn. The NASDAQ 100 is down 5% off its high. This actually is now taking the S&P down to just its 20-day moving average, the strongest uptrends tend to try to bounce around that 20-day, the 50 days a few percent below. So you watch these technical dynamics, but it's really about where the market has been strong and weak, because it's been a lot of kind of opposing currents here. Take a look at the equal-weighted S&P. Everyone focusing on the small caps, which makes a lot of sense. But to me, the equal-weighted S&P 500 is a little more relevant. The bigger investable stocks, it shows perhaps an attempt to rebalance the market away from the big Magnificent Seven stocks. They made an all-time high earlier this week. It's been a more gentle uptrend, but here we are kind of back testing the previous high from March. Finally, a couple leadership groups, semis against home builders, swapping positions here. This is a 2-year chart of the Philly Semiconductor ETF as well as home builders. It's good when these are both in uptrends, but kind of keep an eye on the semis for a potential breakdown. That's what folks are paying attention to right now. Obviously, builders moving up on lower rates, Andrew.
Okay, Mike, thank you for that. When we come back, a lot more on the global IT outage that is affecting systems around the world. Plus, Arkansas GOP Senator Tom Cotton will be with us. We're coming right back in just a moment.
business.
Pressure is mounting on President Biden to drop out of the 2024 race for the White House. Megan Casella joins us right now with more on that. Hi, Megan.
Hey, good morning, Becky. At this point, it's a question among many Democrats of not if Biden will step aside, but when he would do that. Calls for his resignation reached a new peak yesterday. John Tester became the second senator and the 24th Democrat in Congress, asking Biden to bow out. One Democratic strategist told me late in the day yesterday that, quote, "We're done, it's over, there's no path for Biden to stay in this race." It really led to a shift yesterday toward feeling like Biden's exit was an inevitability. More Democrats began openly preparing for a new path forward, and there was new enthusiasm. One major fundraiser told me they'd been inundated with texts and calls throughout the day from donors who had frozen their support for Biden, but were saying they wanted to get back involved to help whoever might be the next candidate. It's a remarkable change, really, from where the mood has been. Wealthy donors have been withholding so much support over the past few weeks that the campaign now expects to raise only a quarter of the big donor money it had initially projected for the month of July. That's according to NBC News, and a source told me that feels on track. It's still Biden's decision alone, and the campaign is holding firm up to this point that he's staying in. I will note, we'll hear later this morning from Jen O'Malley-Dillon, his campaign manager, in quite a rare interview for her, so that will give us the latest indication of just where things stand heading into the weekend. Becky?
Yeah, Megan, that's kind of a stunning number. A quarter of the donor money that they expected to rake in for the month. I guess that sometimes that can speak more loudly than even the polls, and is maybe the type of thing that starts to catch attention within the White House, too.
It's a question of viability. Yeah, it's a question of viability at that point. Will they have the money heading into the fall? I talked to a separate strategist yesterday who had this idea that Biden wasn't going to step aside, but that he would be underfunded in the fall. At that point, it becomes a question of, are grassroots going to try to fill the void? Will some donors who are never Trump come around to the idea of sort of resigning themselves to start funding Biden again? We just don't know, but you're right. That's what catches the attention.
Okay, Megan, thank you.
Okay, meantime, on the GOP side of the equation, Donald Trump formally accepting the Republican nomination for president last night in Milwaukee. Joining us right now with his reaction to that speech and so much more is Arkansas GOP Senator Tom Cotton. Good morning to you. It was a rousing speech. It was a long speech. Curious what your initial reaction was to it, and not just what clearly the feeling was in the room, but what you think the feeling was around the country.
Well, Andrew, it was a great speech last night, especially when Donald Trump told the story of the assassination attempt on Saturday, that he survived. I agree that the hand of God was on his shoulder when he turned and dodged that assassin's bullet. Sadly, it did kill one man who Donald Trump honored last night, injured others. The whole convention, though, was the best I've been to in my now, I guess, 4 conventions since I started in politics. Our party is unified. We're energetic. We're excited, not just about this election, but about the future of the country under President Trump. By contrast, you have the Democrats who are trying to mount a coup against their nominee.
You just said that you think the Democrats are trying to mount a coup against the nominee. It may be an unfair question to ask somebody who's on the other side of the Democratic Party in this regard, but is there somebody that you think the Democrats could mount as a nominee that would be competitive with the president?
I think the American people are ready to end 4 years of Democratic misrule, whether it's Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, or anyone else. They remember that under Donald Trump, things were good. We had stable prices, we had good high-paying jobs, our border was secure, and America was respected around the world. Over the last 3.5 years, everything's gone to hell. But, Andrew, the Democrats are not worried about Joe Biden's medical condition. They're not concerned that he's unfit for office now. They're only worried about losing their grip on power. All of these leaks coming from Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and others don't talk about Joe Biden's ability to serve as president now. They're only worried about whether they can win the election this fall. This is not about Joe Biden's medical or health condition. It's about the polls. And if they put Kamala Harris in his place, she's going to have a lot of questions to answer about what she knew about Joe Biden's condition and why she was out there saying he's smart as a whip behind closed doors and totally in command. But again, Andrew, the voters are supposed to make these decisions. The Democratic voters spoke loudly and clearly Joe Biden was winning primaries just a few weeks before that debate happened. There's been no change from his condition when he was winning primaries, and people like Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer were extolling him as sharp and in command. The only thing that has changed is that they can't keep it under wraps anymore. They can't maintain their conspiracy of silence since the debate, and now they're ready to throw him overboard in a coup simply to try to save their own skins.
Senator, let me ask you a different question about taxes and tariffs. We read about President Trump's plan this week to lower the corporate tax rate to 15%, but also to put on a slew of tariffs, which could act as a tax, if you will, on the entire country, potentially being remarkably inflationary. What's your reaction to that?
Andrew, this is a very unusual campaign. For the first time in more than 100 years, we have two presidents running against each other. We don't have to speculate about what they would do. We don't have to wonder if they'll keep their pledges and promises. We just have to look at the record. When Donald Trump was president, he had tariffs, we had tax cuts, we did not have inflation. The moment Joe Biden took office and started spending trillions of dollars that we don't have, we've had record high inflation. Families cannot afford to pay the rent and pay the bills and feed their kids. Again, it is a simple contrast between two records. Things were good under Donald Trump. American families have been struggling under Joe Biden.
The question, though, on the tariff piece, though, is, at least my understanding of it, and maybe you have a different understanding, was those tariffs that the former president put in place when he was president were relatively targeted. We actually did a segment on this earlier today, around washing machines and other types of big appliances. The kind of tariffs that I think we're talking about, that the former president's talking about in a new term, would be much broader based and may very well act as a tax. That's what we're talking about. Sort of you lower the corporate tax on one side, but then in some ways you're raising the tax, if you will, on the other, and it actually is broader based. No?
Well, Andrew, the simple fact is we had tariffs. And now there are other sectors in which China cheats as well, in which tariffs are called for too. I would also note that Joe Biden, by and large, has not repealed any of those tariffs. He hasn't enforced them the same way Donald Trump did and the way Donald Trump would again. That's not what drove inflation. What drove inflation is Joe Biden and the Democrats spending trillions of dollars we didn't have, of throttling American energy production and putting a wet blanket of regulations across this economy. President Trump, like he did 4 years ago, or in his first four-year term, will reverse those policies. We'll have stable prices. We'll have a healthy, growing economy.
Let me ask you about the Secret Service situation, because you made some provocative comments about what you think should happen. At this point, what do you think should happen to the head of the Secret Service, and even more broadly in terms of the security for the former president and presidents more generally?
Well, Andrew, I'm not sure what comments you're saying are provocative. Kim Cheadle should resign. There was an obvious failure at the event last Saturday where President Trump faced an attempted assassin's bullet, and she still hasn't taken responsibility. It's one thing to have a failure on your watch when you're executive. It's another thing to start making excuses and refuse to take responsibility. She's blamed it on local law enforcement or on a sloped roof, for goodness sakes. So that the men and women who jumped up on that stage to protect President Trump and who are willing to take a bullet for him and who defend other people all day long, Joe Biden and his family deserve much better leadership than what they've gotten from Kim Cheadle. And the agency needs better leadership than it's had for some time.
Okay. Senator Cotton, it's nice to see you. We appreciate you joining us and look forward to talking again soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, still to come, we're going to bring you an update on what's been happening with the global computer outage, also on Netflix earnings. Right now, though, as we head to a break, take a look at shares of Eli Lilly. That stock is up after the company's weight loss drug was approved for use by China's medical products regulator for long-term weight management. It had already been approved there for use in diabetes, but this is for weight loss itself. And that is helping Eli Lilly shares gain about 2.1% this morning. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box, and this is CNBC.
suspiciously.
All right, we've got a lot of highlights from Netflix second quarter earnings. Julia Borston joins us right now. And Julia, the numbers for the quarter were pretty good, but it's the outlook that had some concern earlier.
That's exactly right, Becky. Netflix beating on the top and bottom line and reporting far greater subscriber growth than anticipated 8 million subscriber additions versus the 4.8 million that was estimated. But the stock initially dropped on the warning that third quarter revenue would fall short of analyst expectations, despite those additional subscribers. Now, underlying this warning that revenue would lag subscriber growth, the company is saying that advertising won't be a primary driver of revenue growth this year or next year. Take a listen.
We're on track to achieve our critical scale goals for all of our ads countries in 2025. Clearly, we expect further growth beyond that, but that represents a great threshold to get to and then to build more scale and more attractiveness from there. So that allows us to shift more of our energy now on more effectively monetizing that rapidly growing inventory.
The company is continuing to push subscribers to its ad-supported tier, announcing that it is phasing out its basic ad-free plan in the U.S. and Canada after phasing it out in the UK, phasing it in the UK and France after phasing it out in the UK and Canada. They said that that did help increase its ads member base by 34% sequentially in the second quarter. So, Andrew, now that the impact of the crackdown on password sharing is waning, the future really does seem to be all about tapping into that ad potential.
Okay. Julia Borston, thank you for that. We're going to be talking to you, I imagine, a lot more about all of this soon. When we come back, a former Atlanta Fed President Dennis Lockhart is going to join us to talk interest rates and policy as consensus grows for a September rate cut. That and the latest on the global computer outage that's affecting folks across the world this morning when Squawk Box returns. Welcome back to Squawk Box right here on CNBC. Take a look at the futures as we are contending with a global outage in some parts of the world right now around Microsoft and CrowdStrike. If you're waking up to a what they're calling the Blue Death screen, hopefully it's getting updated for a lot of folks around the world. But right now the Dow off about 107 points, the Nasdaq up about 20, the S&P 500 up a little over 3 points.
As Andrew mentioned, businesses around the world are slowly recovering from that global IT outage. Still have no computer here, at least on the screen that we're looking at. We're still trying to get things fixed up and running in different places, and the same story can be said for businesses just about everywhere. Our Bob Pisani joins us with an update on any potential impact on the trading day, and hopefully at this point, we're getting to the point where that's not going to be an issue, right, Bob?
No, fortunately, I have been on the phone for the last couple hours with various trading desks, Becky, and various individuals who run various firms, and so far it's looking pretty good. The New York Stock Exchange, I was just talking with a person I know who's a floor trader there. He's been there for a while this morning. He says all NYSE systems are up and running. He's not having any problems with his system. A spokesperson for the New York Stock Exchange said NYSE markets are fully operational and we expect a normal open this morning. I also contacted NASDAQ. They said our European markets and U.S. pre-markets are operating normally. We expect our U.S. markets to open normally as well. Finally, I got in touch with Doug Sifu. He runs Virtu, and they are the largest electronic market maker in the world, perhaps second to Citadel. They said we are good and functioning in Europe. A number of other brokers are not. We will be fine for the U.S. Open too. So, Becky, it looks like we're doing fairly well right now. And my experience, I've been there at the NYSE 27 years, is that almost invariably when this happens, it is some kind of software upgrade glitch that occurs. So at the NYSE, there is a lot of legacy software that exists, and individuals and systems have to bolt onto this that are coming in from the outside with additional information. And often small changes, like a single line of code in that bolt-on, it's electronic, it's usually done over the weekend, can result in parts of the system going down. It's not uncommon to have a Saturday and Sunday upgrade, and all of a sudden Monday morning there's some kind of small issue with executing trades of some kind. The most famous one occurred about 10 years ago when Night Trading did a software upgrade with the NYSE overnight, and the trading started spewing out all sorts of buy and sell orders that were erroneous. I mean, massive numbers, and it caused a significant amount of disruption, and it essentially was one of the factors in putting Night out of business. So sometimes these can be very trivial, sometimes very serious, but it's amazing what a single line of code potentially can do when everything's interconnected. Becky?
Sure, Bob, and for anybody who had been just waking up, maybe wasn't following along this morning, CrowdStrike has come out, the cybersecurity company, and said that it was a situation like that. This was a glitch. This is not a cyber hack. They did an update that went through the Microsoft system, and that kind of spread around the globe. It's just not easy to pull it back in. As you mentioned, what we've seen with previous situations, the good news is this was not nefarious. This was an accident, but you can see what even an accident can do in terms of taking down systems around the globe and really causing some serious snafus. I guess I shouldn't use that word, but some serious troubles, let's say. Bob Pisani, thank you. We'll see you later.
Okay.
Meantime, economic growth is in focus, and next week we're going to get set to get our first look at the second quarter GDP. Here to talk about what the latest data could mean for the Fed and its rate path, Dennis Lockhart, former president of the Atlanta Fed. He's now a professor at Georgia Tech. Good morning to you. We're all trying to gauge, handicap, or otherwise, read the tea leaves about what Jay Powell may do next and whether he, in fact, may lower interest rates come this fall, something that seemed to be off the table just a couple weeks ago that may be on the table again. What do you think?
Well, I'm listening this week, of course, to all the speakers, and they seem to be expressing openness to a rate cut in the near future. That could be September, it could be November or December, but they're certainly not disabusing the markets that could happen. So I think September is on the table, but it will depend upon how the next 2 or 3 inflation prints actually come out.
And how do you expect those inflation prints to come out?
Boy, I tell you, I start from the perspective that data comes in sort of in a sawtooth manner. Sometimes 1 month jumps up over the other, and it's hard in a short time frame to really discern exactly what the trend is. Certainly what we've been seeing in this last quarter, the second quarter, is encouraging inflation numbers that are trending downward, but still we're pretty elevated over the 2% target. So, you know, I'm hopeful that we see a consistent picture of small decreases in the pace of inflation.
Right. Two pieces of data or information that I thought were interesting. Yesterday we had John Gray, who runs Blackstone, on the broadcast, and he said that he was seeing in their portfolio, which is pretty large around the world, that he believed that inflation was coming down. I don't know, is there either a specific firm or place that you look for in terms of that data?
Well, I tried as best I can to do what I did when I was at the Fed, and that is I tried to form a synthesis from probably 10 to 15 different inflation indicators, including some of the trimmed mean and median kinds of numbers that come out of some of the reserve banks, and then pull it together and then step back and ask myself, well, what's the trend here?
Right.
The trend is clearly a let's just say a tentative resumption of disinflation. I don't think it's one number, Andrew,
Right.
and I don't think the committee members look at just simply one number.
What did you think of Jay Powell's comments where he effectively suggested, look, we got to move before we get to 2%? That if we've waited to get down to 2%, we've waited too long.
Yeah, that's been the practice in many respects, just simply because of the lags in monetary policy having an effect on the economy. It's the old where the puck is going question, and he's repeated that several times. To me, that means that if we see continuing progress, we get closer using the PCE index to 2.5% or even a little below 2.5% on an annualized basis, then they'll be ready to make their first move.
Okay, Dennis, thank you for your perspective this morning. We appreciate it. Wish you a happy weekend.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew.
All right, still to come this morning, Harvard's Arthur Brooks will join us to break down former President Trump's acceptance speech from last night at the Republican National Convention. Plus, we are still monitoring the fallout from the global IT outage. Don't miss an interview with CrowdStrike CEO George Kurtz. That's coming up on Squawk on the Street in the next hour. We will be right back.
TikTok.
The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America.
That was former President Donald Trump addressing the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee last night, formally accepting his party's 2024 nomination. Trump called for unity, but he also hit some of the divisive themes that he returns to regularly. Joining us right now to talk about it is Arthur Brooks. He is American Enterprise Institute's President Emeritus, also a Harvard professor. And what do you think about what you saw last night, Arthur? We've been talking for some time about how both parties have some issues in terms of trying to make people feel good about things. President Trump was pretty clear, former President Trump, that he was going to be shifting towards a more unified messaging after last weekend's events. What did you think of what you saw?
Hi, Becky. It's great to see you. The first 10 minutes of the speech were pretty unifying and very encouraging, and then it kind of went back to ordinary form. And the ordinary form, by the way, was not Trump form. It's normal American politics form, which is not about governing. It's about winning. The biggest problem that we have in these elections is that one side wins 51% approximately of the vote and does what they want, and the other side wins and nullifies what the other side does. What we're going back and forth in this kind of political ping pong match, that's really bad for the country. The result of that is that we need people who are focusing on not just winning, but also governing, and that's about persuading. So more of the first 10 minutes, that's what we need. And if President Trump can change his tone for the rest of the campaign and do more of that first 10 minutes, it'll be a lot better. And by the way, it'll be a much easier election, I think, for the Republicans.
Arthur, I think you're probably right just in overall terms, but this may not be a 51% win. At least that's not what the polls suggest in some situations. It's certainly not what Democratic donors think, which is why they've been fleeing and not donating. We had a report just a little bit ago that the big donor, for the Democrats, the big donor dollars probably only came in at about 25% of what had been expected for the month. That tells you a lot about where they think things stand.
Yeah, that's right. But even if it were a complete landslide in a popular vote, President Trump would win 57%. And that's not the way to unify a country. The truth of the matter is we're highly polarized. We're in tremendous disagreement, in no small part because the way that the political structure and the media has pulled us apart, profiting from that discord that we have in the country. And it's time now for responsible people in both politics and media and on social media and in business to start saying that we are fundamentally a 90% country on the things that really matter. Look, 93% of Americans literally say they hate how divided we become as a country. That's a big market opportunity. If Elon Musk saw a market for 93% that was unserved, that would be something he'd be jumping into right now. And that's what I think former President Trump has an opportunity to start doing.
When is the last time you can think of an example where there was a more unifying message in the United States? I mean, I go back to post 9/11, but maybe you can think of some other situations.
Yeah, I can think of the time coming out of 9/11, for example, where President Bush was trying to be as unifying as possible, and it was extremely successful, at least temporarily. And again, nothing is permanent in politics. Nothing works for every single person in the country. But you really can get large majorities of Americans behind you, not by watering down your policy positions. No one would ask the Republicans and the Democrats to be more conservative or liberal or somewhere in the middle, but rather to say, look, I know you're going to hear what I have to say, and you're not going to agree with everything I have to say, but you're not going to get to the end of my speech and think I don't love you and your family. That's the kind of rhetoric that can actually win, because that's what we actually need. Look, I think all of us would vote for anybody in either party that truly wanted to unite the country, because the strength of our country is in our unity, and we're going to get weaker and weaker and weaker election after election if we keep going the way that we are.
In terms of what it might look like if you have, let's say, a red wave that takes over not just the White House, but the House, maintains the House and potentially takes over the Senate. What do you look at state houses? Is that something that builds more unity or not? Or does it entirely depend on what the leader ends up saying?
No, what that is would be a temporary wave, and again, you know, I'm personally more on the conservative side, and so I welcome more conservative policies. But what I want more than the policies that I favor is a longer-term sense of a trajectory of policy that can last in this country, so we can make progress on big issues that are facing the country. And that means me not getting everything that I want. Look, if there's a big red wave because of political circumstances right now, as both houses and the White House, okay, 2 years. How much are you going to be able to do in 2 years that can't be nullified 2 years later when there's when we snap back, because it's not a big red wave anymore. And that's what's going to happen if we continue to polarize and use this polarizing rhetoric. It's kind of like these companies that go quarter to quarter to quarter, and they have suboptimal performance over a 10-year period. That's American politics. It's going 2-year cycles to 2-year cycles, and we're simply not addressing the things that this country needs to address.
Arthur, your message appeals to somebody like me, where I would love to see a more civil discourse take place. I'm sure that's the case with a lot of Americans. I know it's the case with a lot of business leaders. Does it appeal to politicians, and what have you heard back from them when they hear your message?
Yeah, a lot of politicians, well, you know, and the interesting thing about it is when I first moved to Washington, when I was the president of AEI, when I first got there, I thought, they're different than we are. You know, they're not like us. No, most politicians, most members of Congress, for example, they're just like us. And they'll tell you privately, that's what I want. That's what I want for my community. I want more unity for my family, for the future of the country. But they get into this kind of suboptimal political equilibrium where they feel like they can't get any support from their party unless they're being as extreme as possible. And that's what we need to actually start breaking out of. Now, the good news is I see all sorts of green shoots at the state and local level. I see all kinds of politicians all over the country that actually want to unify and are not trying to get 100%. Here's this weird dynamic they have in politics in Washington, which is kind of political entertainment at this point. It's like a CEO saying, when I'm negotiating with one of my subs, if I don't get 100% of this negotiation, I've completely lost. That's wrong. You don't want to get 100%. You want people to walk away from the negotiating table actually happier than when they came. Everybody gets something, and that's the kind of politics that can actually win, and in the long term, help us make progress.
Okay. Arthur, thank you for, again, extending that message. We always appreciate it. We'll see you later.
Thank you. It's great to be with you. See you later.
Okay, thanks.
Coming up inside the latest results from American Express, we're going to talk to a top analyst who's going to join us about that after this. And, of course, more on the global outage that we're seeing across the world this morning on Microsoft services as a result of CrowdStrike. Back after this. Squawk Box, the futures right now. Take a look at where we are. Dow off about 78 points, NASDAQ up about 31 points, and the S&P 500 up about 8 points. Meantime, take a look at CrowdStrike getting hit hard on this global IT outage that's affecting folks across the world, with some airlines grounding planes, other financial services being impacted. All of this getting updated in real time and hopefully getting better as we speak. But take a look right now. CrowdStrike off about 13%. Big questions about what kind of liability they might ultimately have, whether companies will ultimately sue them, how all this is going to play out. Let's also take a look at shares of Microsoft. We should mention Apple computers and Linux and others using those products not impacted by this, but Microsoft users across the board, or not, I shouldn't say across the board, but those that are plugged into CrowdStrike impacted. Microsoft off by about 1.3% right now. And then airlines, some of the most in terms of businesses that are being affected as we speak. You can see American Airlines up a little bit, everybody else down, but generally just marginally. American, we should mention, has lifted its ground stops, and United and Delta flights are also coming back online right now.
Wow, but these are still the lines that you're facing. You could be facing long lines at any point, but at airports around the globe, we've been looking at some pretty long lines as they deal with delays, trying to figure out what's happening. Some of the airlines had said be there extra early, some cases 3 hours ahead of time. When you woke up this morning, if it was early, you may not have been able to check in online for your flight. So a lot of questions, and this obviously will create some ripple impacts throughout the day. It's not just these situations that you're following, though, too. These are the most visible. We've been watching the airline lines all day, but continuing getting updates here at CNBC. Union Pacific saying that it was impacted to some extent, too, saying that their backup protocols are enabling them to communicate with their teams and dispatches. But they have had some processing delays with customer shipments. A couple of the ports have been closed here. You've heard problems with hospitals in Israel. They said 5 of the hospitals there had been impacted, although it did not impact, they say, the services that they were able to offer. But again, these are the ways that we watch people doing workarounds and trying to catch up, and it inevitably will lead to quite a few delays in lots of different areas. American Express reporting mixed second quarter results this morning. For more on the numbers, we want to bring in Erica Najarian, who is head of U.S. Banks and Consumer Finance Equity Research at UBS. Erica, American Express beating on the bottom line, but you can see the stock is off by about 1.5%. What happened here? What do investors see that they don't like?
Yeah, so the net revenue, including expenses, actually missed the streak by 2%. And what I think they don't like is, look, American Express is the JP Morgan of cards. So every time it reports, I think the investors have a pretty high bar. But what you're seeing is even American Express's high-end consumer is also slowing. If you look at U.S. consumer spend, it did slow to 7% from 8% last quarter. And we also saw that spending in travel and entertainment has moderated and goods and services pretty flat. So while we have been talking about a slowdown in the lower end consumer, it's a sign that the slowdown is also spreading upward.
Yeah, I spoke with the CFO, Christoph Lakayak, who said that it is a slow growth environment, but he said our credit metrics are very good. He said the spend levels, he wishes they were higher, but when you look at the credit of those affected, if there is a downturn in the economy, what do you think will happen? Because they've added a lot of new card members.
So I actually think that's up for debate. Look, I think at the end of the day, on a relative basis, American Express is going to be pristine relative to peers. That being said, I actually like the intonation in your question in that there are a lot of new card members and card holders since 2021. And Gen Z and millennials are now 1/3 of the spend at American Express. And so, as somebody that's been covering banks for 20 years, I sort of see that as untested through a downturn. And while American Express will be better relative to peers, I think you're right. If we do get a downturn in the economy, I think there's going to be question marks in terms of what comes in the heels of that growth.
So how do you compare them to other banks, to other card companies?
Sure. So I think that, we saw other issuers show spend that was really, really moderating. So, the lower income and middle income consumer, they have, more frequent transactions, smaller basket sizes. They're really trying to get the value for the dollar. And again, we're not seeing quite that kind of slowdown in value seeking from the American Express cardholder. And we are seeing, delinquencies stabilize at other issuers. So overall, the U.S. consumer is still relatively healthy. I think what investors are trying to think about is that rate of change that perhaps the American consumer is actually now starting to cumulatively feel the effects of inflation.
Erica, thanks a lot for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Let's take a final check on the markets on this Friday morning before we hand things off to Squawk on the Street. You're going to see right now the Dow futures are still a little bit down by about 63 points, but we have seen a positive turn for the S&P 500, indicated up by about 10 points, and the NASDAQ, which is now indicated up by just under 45 points. Also, treasuries that we've been watching through the morning, 4.2%, actually 4.24 is where the 10-year now stands. The 2 years at 4.5%. And oil prices have been this morning a little bit higher, just by about 2 cents, 82.84. The big story of the morning, obviously, what's been happening with this global computer outage. It is not a hacking situation. This was a mistake with an upgrade system and a glitch that went through that. It started with CrowdStrike, but went through the Microsoft system, and that's what we've been watching so closely. CrowdStrike was initially down by about 20%. Now it's down by less than 12%. We'll be continuing to follow this throughout the day right here on CNBC. But have a great weekend, and hey, at least it's a Friday, right?
There you go.
All right, right now it's time for Squawk on the Street.
It is being called the largest IT outage in history as this operating defect at CrowdStrike does hobble airlines, banks, mass transit, and municipal services all around the world. Good Friday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with David Faber, Sarah Eisen here at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Coming up this morning, we are going to talk to CrowdStrike's George Kurtz in just a few moments with our own Jim Cramer about the outage and the timeline for fixing it. First, though, we get to Megan Casella this morning with some breaking news. Megan.
Hey, Carl, good morning. The Biden campaign is now holding firm this morning and saying that President Biden is remaining in the race for his re-election. A long new campaign memo out this morning outlines that despite widespread concerns, the party has, quote, no plan for an alternative nominee. The campaign's Battleground States Director acknowledges the uphill battle ahead, saying they have their work cut out for them, but he shares some internal research finding that the voters that the campaign cares about the most are still planning to vote for Biden in November. I want to read you a full quote here from the memo. It says, quote, Joe Biden has made it more than clear he's in this race and he's in it to win it. Moreover, he's the presumptive nominee. There is no plan for an alternative nominee, and in a few short weeks, Joe Biden will be the official nominee. Now, this sort of internal research and reassurance about a viable path to victory, this is what Democrats have been craving from the campaign. But it's definitely not clear at this point whether this will be enough to fully put to bed all of those calls from Democrats for President Biden to step aside. Just in the last hour, a 25th member of Congress, those Representatives Sean Casten of Illinois, came out asking Biden to bow out. And as of last night, Democrats were saying there was just no path to Biden staying in the race, that we were at the end of the rope here. There was fresh excitement even among donors and strategists about starting to plot out a new path forward. Obviously, this memo now will quiet some of those calls and plans, but the question becomes by just how much and whether President Biden can continue to stay on. So we'll stay on this and see if he can make it through the next few hours, the next few days. Back to you guys.
Megan, yesterday it was Adam Schiff and Senator Tester going public with their efforts to try to get the president to bow out of the race. And there is some reporting this morning that suggests more Democrats may go public next week if the president were to change his mind.
Absolutely. This is becoming almost a fist fight here. What we're hearing is as lawmakers come back into Washington next week, that more and more of them might start to come out publicly. They'll be speaking together again. We can assume there will be more caucus meetings and that sort of thing. But it's almost as if the Biden campaign is sort of daring them to come out publicly. Many Democrats here, out of respect for the president, really wanted a lot of this to stay behind the scenes. They wanted him to get to this decision on his own, to step aside. They thought that would be the best path forward for him, for his legacy, and for the party. They're not getting that, so now it just continues after 3 weeks. We're continuing to have to watch to see if this will get even louder and if he'll ultimately get sort of pushed out of this nomination.
Well, the turmoil itself certainly not helping the re-election efforts, one would imagine, broadly speaking, for the party. Megan, you know, there were reports about former Speaker Nancy Pelosi having a conversation with the president and his key advisor, Mike Donilon, sharing her own insights from polling that she was seeing, saying there was virtually no path, and that down ballot would be a bloodbath as well. Those are my words, not hers. But what are they seeing? Do you have any sense in terms of what Biden's inner circle sees versus what, for example, the former speaker sees?
The biggest question here has been exactly what polls the Biden inner circle is looking at. This memo starts to sort of hint that they're seeing something that supports it. We'll also hear from campaign manager Jen O'Malley-Dillon this morning, and a lot of Democrats are hoping that she'll have some of those numbers to share. But the concern has been that they're sort of burying their head in the sand, that they're not looking at the polls that everyone else is looking at. Former Speaker Nancy Pelosi has, for her whole career, been very savvy, very good at this, always understanding an impact, the political impact of different events on her caucus. So for her to be warning like this, she's really saying, she's telegraphing that she's seeing something that she's worried the campaign, and especially Biden himself, is not seeing. They're trying to argue that this isn't just about you and this White House anymore. This is about the entire party and all of the policy that they've been working for.
I know Dylan's going to be on Morning Joe in a couple of moments. We'll listen for that. Certainly, as Pelosi was quoted as saying, put Donilon on the phone, meaning Mike Donilon, the president's pollster, as to whether or not these polls can be believed. Megan, we'll come back to you later today. Thank you, Megan Casella. Let's get to this massive IT outage impacting businesses all around the world. Our Steve Kovac has been all over this from the very early parts of the morning. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Carl. Yeah, here's what we know so far. This was an issue with the cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike. The company pushed an update that caused the outage. That's what it says. Company putting out a statement earlier this morning saying, quote, CrowdStrike is actively working with customers impacted by a defect found in a single content update for Windows hosts. Mac and Linux hosts not impacted. This is not a security incident or a cyber attack. The issue has been identified, isolated, and a fix has been deployed, end quote. Really important there, they are saying this is not some sort of hack or cyber attack incident, but it is still unclear when things will fully recover. But earlier this morning, Microsoft's technical support page says some customers have been able to restart their systems. We're getting reports from some airlines and other impacted companies saying they're rolling back online as well. But here's how this worked. The outage caused Windows PCs managed by CrowdStrike Security to reboot and show that so-called blue screen of death that took down operations at just a slew of companies across the world, from TV networks like our own to airlines like Delta and United to banks, 911 call centers, hospitals we've been seeing. Microsoft is also involved in this, and they're putting the blame on CrowdStrike, saying the CrowdStrike update forced those Windows devices to get stuck in a reboot loop. In the meantime, shares of CrowdStrike rival SentinelOne and Palo Alto networks are popping here in the pre-market trading this morning. We're waiting for more updates, though, from both CrowdStrike and Microsoft about when everything is expected to be fully back online. And more importantly, after everything's working again, what went wrong? There's just some big questions here for Mr. Kurtz here in a couple minutes, guys.
Yeah, thankfully we're going to be able to ask them. We'll see what kind of answers we get. Steve, we'll be back to you, I'm sure, many times. Thank you. Let's turn now to Phil LeBeau. We'll get a closer look, of course, at how this massive outage has impacted airline travel worldwide. Phil is in the UK and has the latest for us.
And David, we saw it hit early in this morning. Here in Europe, there were cancellations, long lines. Look at what we've seen over in the United States. Long lines as people have shown up at airports like in Newark, and they see, look, most of the flights are at a minimum delayed, if not canceled. FlightAware is reporting more than 1,200 cancellations so far. That number is going to skyrocket from here. So here's where we are in terms of the three large airlines that had a ground stop early this morning. At about 5:30, 5:45 this morning, American lifted its ground stop. About an hour later, we heard from both Delta and United saying that they have resumed some flights, though neither airline has told us exactly how many flights have been resumed. They both say that they expect disruptions to their schedule throughout the day. Bottom line is this, guys. You are going to see this have a ripple effect throughout the day, both in terms of delays and also cancellations. It's going to take a couple of days for the people who are at some of these airports who can't even check in because of the software issues, finally get on their flights over the next couple of days.
Phil, thank you for that. We'll talk more about why you're there and GE Aerospace in a little bit, but certainly important to have Phil give us a sense of what's happening with these ground stops. Speaking of all this, let's get to our Jim Cramer this morning with a very special guest. Hey, Jim.
Thank you, Carl. Yes, we have to speak right now to George Kurtz, the CEO of CrowdStrike, a company that has a stellar reputation, but we want to know what this will do to it. George, thank you so much for coming on Squawk on the Street.
Thank you, Jim. Thanks for having me.
All right, George, I know your company very well. Our viewers know it too. How did this happen?
Well, first, Jim, let me start with, I want to personally apologize to every organization, every group, and every person who's been impacted by this. And we understand the gravity of the situation. And let me explain a little bit more about what happened. This was not a code update. This was actually an update of content. And what that means is there's a single file that drives some additional logic on how we look for bad actors. And this logic was pushed out and caused an issue only in the Microsoft environment, specific to this bug that we had. We identified this very quickly and rolled back this particular content file. Obviously, many organizations are impacted, and many of them are beginning to recover. Many systems can be rebooted, and we've fixed the issue, so the systems are coming up and running. Some systems may not fully recover, and we're working individually with each and every customer to make sure that we can get them up and running and operational. But to be clear, it was not a cyber attack. It wasn't anything related to that. It was a content bug or update that we sent out, that we identified, and we rolled back.
Why do many different users find themselves with the blue circle of death? And how do IT people get in touch with who is down? Because will this take, are we talking hours? Are we talking days?
Well, many of the systems are quickly coming online because they're able to be rebooted, and the problem goes away and is fixed. Some systems are going to take some more time. It could be hours, it could be a bit longer, but we're working with customers that if the system doesn't fully recover, we're working with them on the specific fix for that. So essentially, we are providing guidance through our tech support, through our blogs. Everything that we know, we want to be as transparent as we can and get that out to our customers.
George, this is CrowdStrike we're talking about. Is this Falcon, which is your best program? And I need to know, why did you not phase this in? Why was this done all at once? That seems to be, to me, irresponsible.
Well, it traditionally goes out in a phased approach, and it goes through, what we do is, we've been doing this a long time, testing throughout the life cycle of any of these updates. So it initially went out, and we started to see some issues and then pulled it back. So not all of our customers are impacted. Windows and Linux are not impacted. And as soon as we saw this issue, which didn't manifest itself before we obviously sent it out, we rolled it back. And now we're dealing with the impacted systems.
I want to be sure about this. This did or did not get to Azure, which is Microsoft's cloud, because if it did, then maybe that would explain things, but maybe they're separate.
Well, Azure can run, customers run in Azure, right? And they can run our software there. So if there was a customer that was running in Azure that had our software, it could have been impacted. But that's the extent of what I know specific to the Microsoft piece.
You do not know whether this has impacted Azure or not?
Well, when you say Azure, it has impacted customers that are running in Azure. That's what I know.
All right. Now, let's talk about liability. You offered an apology. To me, an apology means that therefore you are culpable and therefore you will be sued. Maybe perhaps sued by airlines, perhaps sued by networks, perhaps sued by banks. Let's talk about the liability to CrowdStrike and what it would be.
Well, we have to sort out what that all looks like, Jim. Obviously, from our perspective, and I wanted to jump on the air because it's all about our response and getting our customers back up and running. we'll do the hot wash on how this happened and ensure it doesn't happen again. Anything past that, we'll deal with. My goal right now and my mission is to make sure that every customer is back up and running and providing the protection that they've come to rely on from CrowdStrike.
Do I believe that if the ones that have not come online yet perhaps have to be hand fixed, which would stretch every single IT department of everybody who is a client who you sent this update to?
Yeah, well, we're working on the automation. There's many times this can be automated to be fixed. It may take more automation than just simply rebooting the system. And that's what the teams are working on right now with customers. But we've been in contact with.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
We've obviously been in contact with customers working through the fixes, and many of them again are coming back online.
I'd like to turn this over to my colleagues, David and Carl. Maybe you want to ask George something?
Yeah, Jim, thank you, and George, thanks for being here. Yeah, I mean, to Jim's point, I think right here, I know on the ground here at the New York Stock Exchange, our CNBC computers are going to require somebody apparently to come and actually do some sort of an update manually. So, again, this could take some time, could it, for organizations that are going to require somebody to actually manually update code or whatever it may be to be able to successfully reboot.
Yeah, there could be some manual steps involved, and certainly we're looking at ways to be able to automate those manual steps. And depending on the system and the computer brand and the network and how it actually works, it's different in each organization. Many systems can be rebooted, and the fix can be done automatically upon a reboot that's specific to the hardware manufacturer. So we have to work through that, but there is a manual fix for it. That can be employed, and again, we're looking at ways to automate those sort of fixes so that it isn't as manual as going into the system.
You mentioned obviously some updated content, the issue with the Microsoft environment solely, but to what extent is Microsoft, or in the past, had they perhaps been able to identify something that might cause a problem? I'm just curious to understand if there's any culpability here in terms of Microsoft as a result of what's occurred.
Yeah, we're trying to sort it out on our end. Again, exactly the interactions, and as you might imagine, the operating system, and this is what we're talking about, Microsoft operating system, is robust and complex. And if you have a negative interaction based upon our content update, that caused the issue, right, or can cause the issue. So we've got to do a hot wash and figure out exactly what systems were affected. Was it a particular operating system version or a patch level on a particular system? We don't have all the details on that yet, but that's what we're going through right now.
But George, historically, because you've been on Mad Money multiple times, you have had less than complimentary things to say about Microsoft and cybersecurity. Is that at all impacting your ability to be able to work with Microsoft this morning to get this resolved?
We know what the fix is, and we've already rolled that out. So, specific to Microsoft, again, I think both us and Microsoft are focused on customers and customer health, and we want to make sure that customers get up and running.
Let's talk about reputational risk, because again, at CNBC, I have to believe that CrowdStrike has a black eye. I'm not sure exactly what that extends to. Have you already had customers who just said they're fed up and don't understand why you do this?
I think many of the customers understand that it's a complex environment, and staying one step ahead of the bad guys requires these content updates, right? And I think what we've seen before and what we see now is that customers are understanding that we are doing everything that we can to get in front of it. This is why I'm on your show, Jim.
Of course.
We want to be able to say what we're doing. We want to keep people updated. We want to be as transparent as we can and be front and center with our customers, standing shoulder to shoulder to make sure they get them up and running. Some things are out of my control. What I can control is our response.
We would appreciate you coming on and being straightforward, but again, we have to understand, I believe that best practices when you roll things out is to do things region by region, so impact is limited. It sounds like you did this all at once, all across the globe.
These are staged in terms of the actual rollout. It doesn't just roll out all to every computer that we have under the globe. It rolls out in a cascading fashion. So when we saw the issue, that's when we were able to roll this back so that the entire customer base was not impacted.
George, hi, it's Sarah. You know, what's so remarkable about this is the size and the scope. It's almost difficult, from McDonald's stores in Japan to 911 emergency services being affected to, of course, we've been talking about the airlines. It feels like we're pretty vulnerable to this sort of thing. I mean, what can we learn about what made this happen, why it's so interconnected, and how vulnerable are we going forward? I know you're supposed to protect against the bad guys, and this isn't related to cyber, but now they know how easy it is.
Well, it's an interconnected world. Our customers are still protected from the adversaries, and this is, again, what we do for customers day in and day out for, well beyond the last decade. But I think it shows the complexity of the technology environment and how interconnected the digital world is.
I have to admit, George, I am still confused. Some customers have between 10,000, 50,000 Windows machines. I have to believe it's hard to get there, and I want to know how much this needs to be done manually reset versus something you can do at your headquarters.
Well, it depends, Jim, on each customer and how their systems are configured. Some customers, it's simple as a reboot. Other customers, they can automate the reboot process and delete the file that was the offending content file. Others, it may be more manual. So it really depends on each individual system. It depends on the hardware manufacturer. It depends on how they have it configured. Each customer is bespoke in how they have their own operating system and IT configured, and we're working through the various ways to be able to bring them back online.
Okay, now, obviously, we're more concerned about first responders in 9/11. How many of them are back on, and how many do you believe are right now, I'd say, in the dark about what's happening?
Well, we're communicating to our customers through various channels, our blog and our tech support portal, and obviously we're going through the number of impacted customers. I don't have the exact details for you as we go through them, but as you might imagine, we're working through each customer through our customer support, and we're being proactive in letting them know what's going on and the potential fixes that are available to them.
George, it's David again. Just to follow on Sarah, I mean, this morning when I woke up and my app that tracks the subway trains that lets me know what time they're coming in didn't work, and then I went to a city bike and I tried to retrieve a bike to get down here, and that didn't work. I think a lot of people say, my God, if this can happen just from a simple update of content, what in the world could our real adversaries, such as the Chinese, do to us? How do you answer that?
Well, this is the challenge with cybersecurity. When you look at infrastructure and you look at keeping the bad guys out, I mean, there's incredible capabilities that the Chinese government has, and this is one of the areas, again, why we focus on being able to protect against these sort of attacks. Obviously, it was an issue that we're dealing with, but the sophistication of the adversary shows how vulnerable we are, and it's a function of the interconnected world. You like using your app, you like the speed and ability to get on the subway or call a car service or what have you. Everything is interconnected, everything is connected in the cloud, and this is why these systems need to be protected.
All right, George, I wanted to be able to try to give you your due here. I want to be saying that this could happen to anyone. This was a glitch. This was not something which says that CrowdStrike should not be counted on when it comes to cybersecurity.
That's right, Jim. Again, we've, I think, built a stellar reputation on protecting customers. I've been at this for a long time. I'm personally involved in making sure that we get every customer up and running. And from my perspective, it's how we respond to this and how we get customers up and running. There are many companies that have issues and bugs and different things that may impact the system. This is just part of the software or part of the interconnected world. I want to be here and I want to talk to you directly in the audience to let our customers know that they're protected. We're working through this issue. We've identified it very quickly. We've rolled it back, and now we're bringing our customers back to health. And that is our promise. That's my promise.
Apropos what David and Sarah are asking, I'm struggling with this automation part. If a machine is frozen, George, it will not respond to anything. Automation requires the machine to be alive.
Well, depending on the system, again, Jim, some systems can be simply rebooted because they're power cycled. Other systems can be rebooted from the network. Other systems are virtual, and once the virtual machines are all updated or rebooted, they come back online. So there is a high level of automation that can be done just by simply rebooting the system. Now, there are some systems that may not come back, which may require more manual intervention, which we're working through.
You're watching the show right now and you're saying to yourself, I can't get on my computer. What should these people do? Just give us the quick of what you can do. If you're let's say you're an airline terminal in Delta and you're someone trying to put something through. Can that person do something, or is that person just down?
That person, it's really going to be up to the IT department of the company that has the impact. So that's not something that a consumer can actually fix on their end. And we're working through this issue with the IT department to get things rebooted and deal with the offending content update that was pushed out.
Understood. George Kurtz, CrowdStrike CEO, we greatly appreciate you coming into us and telling it straight about what is happening with this massive outage. Thank you, George.
Thank you, Jim.
All right, back to Carl and Dave and Sarah.
Jim, I don't know if you have to run, Jim, but I am curious about your thoughts after what happened with AT&T the other day, the car dealers, which that impact is still ongoing. I wonder if you think this will force some would-be customers to slow down their automation plans in general. I mean, we've seen car dealers go back to pad and paper.
It's a great question, Carl. I don't have to go anywhere. What concerns me is that we have become so digitized, and all we do is get digitized, that maybe we have lost some control to the machines. I listened to George, and what concerned me, and remember, CrowdStrike and Palo Alto best here. What concerns me is that the lack of knowledge about what you can do in digital versus if it were by hand. If it were by hand, we would just walk our way through it. But Carl, it's so out of reach of everybody who has a screen that I begin to wonder, don't we lament that we have no backup by hand? It's almost as if we have turned over ourselves as humans to a machine, something David talks about a great deal, and surrendered our autonomy. Because if someone in Qantas and someone in Delta is down, that person really doesn't have a clue. And we can all say that they should just do X and just do Y. But the fact is, humans seem to be left out of the loop. I'm not sure if you guys agree with that, but that's the way I feel.
Yeah. We're glad we had you on the desk for at least for a little bit today, Jim. And we'll talk more next week about Sentinel-1 and the fallout.
Well, greatly appreciate that George called in. There is reputational risk. The competitor is Palo Alto, and I'm going to go to the garden and pick some darts again.
Let's see, Jim. Have a good weekend. Jim, thank you for bringing us Kurtz today. A lot more on tap this morning, including market reaction to names like Netflix and Amex and Travelers. Got news on Lilly. We'll talk more about this Fed speak today as the blackout window begins this weekend. Stay with us. It's Pearl Diver Credit Company celebrating its recent IPO, and at the NASDAQ, NYC Dessert Shop Glaze celebrating National Ice Cream Day. As we see markets react to the IT outage, although the picture not as dire as it was earlier today. Still some moderate losses, Sarah, in Europe today. Yields up just a touch.
Yeah, some of the airlines got hit on the
National Ice Cream Day.
Specific market implications will be of this, as we just heard from George Kurtz, the CEO of CrowdStrike. The fix is on, and
The fix is on.
Immediate in some places and could take hours or more in other places. So when you're thinking about economic impact, hopefully, potentially, it's not as severe as what could be, but obviously
Oh, shut up, Sarah.
we were trying to figure out. It's pretty widespread.
Yeah, I mean,
It is widespread.
I think, and we certainly indicated that.
Dumbass.
What our adversaries conceivably could do. Of course, it's interesting listening to Mr. Kurtz, whose company is used widely to prevent those same
Double bottom.
from causing such outages.
SPX.
It does remind you how interconnected we are, as he indicated as well. And just going about your daily life, how many things you do rely on that you may not even realize are connected in somehow to Microsoft in some fashion, for example.
Well, I mean, one stock that is being big time affected is CrowdStrike, which is opening down about 14.5%. Dan Ives published already on the name. Wedbush, he likes CrowdStrike, but obviously, and Jim used this phrase a lot, reputational risk is real here, and that is CrowdStrike becomes a household name across America and the world today, and not for the right reasons. That could open up a competitive advantage, and it is a competitive marketplace for these services. For instance, Palo Alto was up pre-market. That's a big competitor on the cybersecurity space, and we're looking at some of the others.
That could be a scalping trade.
On the day.
CrowdStrike.
Then you got PANW also took a.
Analysts who cut CrowdStrike yesterday to sell for reasons completely unrelated, largely about valuation, but it's helping out names like SentinelOne. That's up almost 9% here, as we'll start to talk about potential shifts in market share. Our senior
Watch
market
SPX right here.
is here to talk about either this or the fact that the Dow is on track for the best week since May.
It is. Definitely getting tested, I think, in general on the dip buying reflex.
Okay.
So the market has been dealing with this forced rebalancing for about a week, meaning we all knew this was a lopsided market. We all knew it was very concentrated. Everyone was begging for a broadening of the market. And now it's like, well, maybe not this way, where it was essentially massive short squeeze, massive wrong way positioning creates these
55.70.
under the surface.
55.70s.
Not very much. The S&P down 2% off its high.
Actually, the 5600s.
Is going to be an interesting kind of input to
But
all
that's
this
way out of the
because
money.
Stocks have been, the majority
I'm
of
gonna go
stocks
with
have been ramping into this
55.75s.
period, whereas the big bellwether stocks have been coming off the boil. 5% pullback in the NASDAQ 100 a month ago. People would have said, give me one of those. I want to buy it. Now the question is, do we give credit to the market for this massive breadth momentum surge? Because that sometimes buys you some time and it has some good forward implications.
No, buys you
But
some
usually
time.
We want to see that happening at the end of a cycle. Or, we keep saying this, it's not really in step with what you would normally want to expect. One final thing I'll note is that I think maybe it's giving some people comfort today is
This is a 55.75s at 390.
in this period by basically a record pace. Everything happens fast in this market. We overshoot in the short term, and it seems as if this kind of squeeze and the sort of sharp drop in some of the most crowded.
There we are right there.
at the top of the NASDAQ
Profit.
cleaned up positioning a little bit, which was getting, I think, a little excessive coming
Which
into this
means
week.
what? That
Which
it
means
rallied
maybe
again?
there's a lower vulnerability out there in terms of
It's pretty
further
stark.
forced
Like
sell-offs.
3%
Profit.
moved lower this week for the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
The Russell's up 2.3%. It was up even more than that before that kind
There
of
it is now.
yesterday. And we're still asking whether the small cap rally
480.
is the small caps are
Woo!
the place to be.
I'm
given
done.
Low rates, market very confident in a September rate cut and
Yes.
more following that. Given soft landing, the data's coming in
I'm
a little
done.
weaker, but still pretty okay. Given the Trump odds have gone up.
Off to the
and
beach.
Small caps are more insulated from tariffs, trade war. They benefit from lower rates. They benefit from lower corporate taxes. And
Yes.
these are all the reasons we've been talking about all week.
These are all the reasons, and I think they all could hit at once, and I think that explains in part the dramatic angle of this move in small caps. I worry, as I said earlier this week, about getting to a point of a little too much certainty about all those great things you mentioned, Sarah, and what it actually translates into in terms of what types of stocks ought to work. We'll have to see if earnings substantiate this. I still think that because of the extreme underperformance of the small cap indexes relative to everything else, the extreme underperformance of value versus growth, you have to sort of give room for it to just be kind of a mechanical reversion to the mean. Nobody expected this stuff to work. We weren't positioned for it, and you got forced into it. And so I do think it makes sense when you look at the historical tendencies of this type of a move in the Russell versus everything else. Yep, has good things to say about what we get in 6 months, let's say, from the Russell. But the part of it that I can't calculate, the IWM, the Russell 2000 ETF, it took like 2 days for it to basically become a meme stock, to become like top 3 on Reddit in terms of what people were buying. There's just not that much market cap there. You can't just rotate out of the Mag 7 and find a home for it in small caps. And it's like, is this the moment to bet on low quality companies, even if they are having a little bit of an earnings rebound, at least on paper, in the next couple of quarters?
Yeah, I mean, Jim has made that point in terms of low quality that you made as well, Mike. I mean, when you look through and actually see what you're owning, so to speak, it's not the greatest stuff.
It's not the greatest. It's the kind of thing where you say, well, this economy's been in trouble. It's getting rescued. The Fed's cutting. We have a cyclical rebound accelerating out of here, and these companies can ride it. That's usually what that means. Now, I don't think that same thing applies to the equal-weighted S&P, or where it's essentially big, better companies, but financials are getting relief. That makes a lot of sense on a bunch of fronts. And then a little more of the cyclically geared companies within the S&P that got a little boost.
And to Sarah's point about the election and sort of economic policy and isolationism, whatever you want to call it, you would want to stick with names that are domestically focused, right?
You would want to. That's the playbook. People are going to execute it. I still think, how many things do you have to get right in sequence for that to play out the way you think, right? You have to bet that the probabilities not only are...
So if Trump becomes president, we become isolationist? Bullshit.
Trade-off balance. You have to bet that the election happens that way, the policy prescription...
PANW at the 200.
All the way through. Sure, it works. And by the way, you got one of these in late 2016 after Trump was elected the first time. It didn't set the tone for 4 years. It was like 3 months. And you've had another one of these.
These people on CNBC are so nuts. They're nuts. They're just completely nuts. We're at 5:10 now on these calls. Nailed it. 5:40. I can only handle so much of listening to liberals talk. I mean,
of metrics. There was some concern about what demand would look like for its Da Vinci. We know its latest iteration got FDA approval recently. I think that was in June, actually, that it got FDA approval for the 5th generation of Da Vinci, which is this major robotics surgical system that helps conduct minimally invasive surgery. So it performed better than expected when you're looking at adjusted EPS, $1.78 a share. That was much better than expected. The expectation was $1.53 a share. Sales jumped 14% to more than $2 billion. Also a beat for Intuitive Surgical. And there was just concern that there may be some headwinds with some of its surgical procedures when you think about bariatric procedures, because it had seen some deceleration last year, and they said, that likely had to do with the uptick in the GLP-1 adoptions, but you're seeing in general
that their Da Vinci surgical systems are still seeing demand. There was also some concern about demand in China in general, but Intuitive Surgical just doing better than expected across a variety of metrics for the company, and the shares are jumping off of their latest report, up more than 6% at the actually up more than 9%. I just had to do a quick refresh there.
Yeah, all right, nice move. Yeah, they're moving, adding on to it as the trading day kicks off here. So pretty good number, pretty good rally. Let's go to the other side. We've got a decent sell-off in Comerica, which was just moving higher in the last week as part of that kind of regional bank, small, mid-sized bank rotation. I guess it was a little too early.
Yeah, absolutely. We had seen, a lot of the focus had been on regional banks recently because regional banks had been, since last year, they've been facing headwinds, and then some of that had cooled. But then with the expectation in terms of the direction of interest rates, there was kind of a sigh of relief and, not necessarily a halo effect, but okay, maybe things will be better for the regional banks. In terms of how Comerica performed after its quarterly earnings, it did beat expectations on EPS, which was $1.53 a share. Revenue was $824 million. That also beat expectations. Now, net interest income was $533 million. That is down from the first quarter and down from the second quarter last year. Non-interest income was $291 million. That's up from the first quarter, but down from Q2 last year. So it's got some kind of mixed things. There's been some questions about what does loan quality look like at Comerica and the other regional banks as well. So some of the concern may be coming up in terms of how you're seeing the share price getting a big hit today, down more than 10%.
Okay. Yeah, I think part of the problem of rallying this group as a monolith and as a sector, that kind of broad, highly correlated sector move that we got within regional banks doesn't quite make sense in a category where each individual company is going to have specific exposures to weak or soft points of the economy, and it seems like they've got some exposure to some of the weaker stuff because the market generally have been fine with net interest income based businesses this earnings. So to see them get hit here kind of tells us that not all these banks are the same, in case we hadn't learned that already.
Exactly, and there are clearly concerns popping up about credit quality and what does their customer base look like, and could they, how would they do if the economy decelerated? And it looks like Comerica is looked at as, in terms of its investor base, okay, we're out.
Yeah. All right. Stock getting hit double digits now, 11%. All right. Uno Mas. Let's talk ARM real quick. We got a note out, and anything in the category of semiconductors, we love it.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Look at the Spanish. One more. All right, ARM. It's getting up from Morgan Stanley this morning. This is an upgrade from equal weight to overweight. Shares responding with an uptick, nearly 3.5%. Morgan Stanley now looking at a price target of 100.
Options now are at 580.
Big increase from their previous price target. The previous price target they had on this one was 170 pieces. They see them, they see ARM as having a crucial.
They went to 831.
Rising field of edge AI in particular. They said that.
Now let's see if we gain respect.
Power efficient compute architecture and just the extensive.
Right now, we're back at the 200 SMA with 3 black crows. $470. Come on, baby, break. 460. Yabba dabba doo. Hillary is down to 180. That's easy money. That's 2 scalps now on the SPX. Fast. Yabba dabba doo. I'm done for the day. This is getting too simple. But the way this chart looks to me right now, it's fairly well behaving. It behaved the 63. It behaved the breakout, pullback, then it regained. With 3 black crows, a bounce, 3 white soldiers. So right now, I think the 200 is going to be today's pivot point until it breaks from here on out. If we don't hold the 200, then it's going to drop below. This is all on the 1 minute. Now you go to the 5 minute. I think we've been here long enough to look at the 5 minute now. So you can't judge nothing on the first. If you use a 5 minute candle, you can't really judge nothing until it starts to express itself. Right now it's consolidating into a bullish flag. And the 63 will be the resistance to break for it to become bullish. If I was trading a 5 minute. Now 3 minute, it looks more bullish to me right now than the 5 minute. Yeah, this is a beautiful flag right here on the 3 minute. If it doesn't hold this, the 1, 2, 3, it can double bottom down here. I'm going to go run an errand real fast, and I can't believe I ain't got no food in this house. Nothing. I got half of a cucumber and a carrot and a tomato. I can have another salad. Yeah, let's do that. But I don't know if I have any dressing left. I have to make some dressing up. I can do that, but I don't have no honey. Jeez, I'm in bad shape. I might be eating fast food here today. So we got Lily, took that beating yesterday. I pointed this Lily out yesterday. I said we could probably get a trade out of it. It's up a good $30 from when I mentioned it. It's just what I mean. When you have a hard sell-off on something you like, something you've been watching, like we've been watching Lily for, 2 years, every day. Then you have a sell-off like we had yesterday on it. I mean, that was huge. Three black crows on the hour. And then I was looking at CLSK, and then we had Mara. Bitcoin's kind of a little volatile here lately. At 2176. Up 2222. Okay, well, I'll be right back. If it's not working for you, don't stay in the trade. Your gut's telling you something. I could stick around and scalp this thing again. But I don't want to push my luck too much. I've done too well today too easy today to start losing it. Choose that support. Meta, new high. Amazon, and Apple. Then we've been yakking about airlines a lot. They don't understand. I understand. It's a war on energy. UAL. And then we got banks. We have Goldman Sachs. Vegas and I did a video on. We had a nice reaction on that video. Now it's pulled back to support. Feel free to help donate to my vacation. This is the last day I think it'll be up, unless I want to put it up a little longer. I mean, it'll really butter me up. I'm at the point now where if a couple more hundred will really could put me up to probably one of the nicest resorts. It's all about the food to me, and then the sun. I don't have the wow factor this time. I'll probably do this once a year if I keep doing this, instead of charging people. Never did like that. I've traded the SPX twice today. Randy. I used to tell that to people. I said, you feel froggy? Leap. Somebody get a little tough with you, I'll let you take the first blow. I mean, I'll take the first blow, but you better make sure you hit me, because the next 4 or 5 are coming right at you. I told you about the cat yesterday. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Had a hitchhiker inside the engine. I told that little girl, I said, no matter how old you get, there's always a first time for everything.
Looking at some of the net income adjustments that we might see. If we look at expectations, it's around 62 cents on earnings, about 25.13 billion.
What am I going to eat?
Analysts expect net income to be about 1.73 billion. That would be down from 2.7 last year. And then, of course, free cash flow in the first quarter went negative. The company expects that to come back to positive if some of their inventory builds reverse. Gross margins, as I said, are going to be, in.
See, look how they're bouncing up.
I think we might have just lost our man
This is
there.
the SPY on the 5 minute.
We'll try and reconnect.
Beautiful.
Tesla down today about 2%.
Scalp,
going,
in and out.
Into the earnings next week. So we'll see if that Cybertruck has really made any difference. It's not supposed to have.
That was like 80, 90 bucks right there.
Force catalyst for earnings, but it will also tell us whether or not some of the expenses and forays that the company has made into new products were worth it. Obviously, the shares have been stuck basically since Elon said that the auto robo-taxi event is going to get pushed back. To me, that's been the big story for why it rallied to begin with. So we'll see if earnings can reclaim any of the narrative on Tesla, but certainly going to be a lot of talk about what comes for the calendar on their schedule for unveiling that robo-taxi. Let's trade it. Let's look at the options. Dan Deming's joining us, managing partner at KKM Financial. All right, so we missed our Tesla setup there, but
yeah.
Look, to the point of the stock, Dan, it's like how much information do we get on earnings that could override the power that the robo event has had on the stock? Like,
Yeah.
That seems to be what's been moving this.
It does, and we did see the sell-off and the disappointment, after the announcement of the delay. But nonetheless, Oliver, if the earnings come in way outside of what the expectations are, then that's going to certainly have an impact. But overall, I think it's looking towards the future. And the transition of Tesla as well has come to be really moving out of what is electric car maker into other parts of the market, and that appears to be the driving force for the company in the years to come. And to some degree, we've been discussing this really for the last several months, that it is a move towards the AI structure as well, and some of the initiatives that have been kicked off here over the last couple of years. So I think that it's still going to benefit from the general trends in the AI space. Certainly, you want the car company to continue to show signs of growth and the ability to maintain profitability, and particularly with as you pointed out, the
I'll be back.
robotaxis, the Cybertrucks, and some of the other changes that are probably in store down the road. So I still think that overall, Oliver, there's some upside here for Tesla as we move into the fall. I wouldn't be surprised to see it give back a little bit more ground here after the big run, but not overall. I still think there's further upside. So I structured a trade example today to capture upside and also have the ability to get put into the stock at a better level should we see some weakness.
All right. So you're ready to own Tesla on a dip. It kind of seems like that's the core of the approach.
Yeah, exactly, Oliver. So yeah, this trade example today goes out to September. where you're looking at buying the 250 call, selling the 300 call, and then selling the 220 put below that, which is not quite 10% below where the market is right now, or just about. But the idea here is to capture upside, reduce the cost of exposure, and then have the option to get put in the stock at a better level should we see some weakness post-earnings or even over the next couple of months. So you can put this trade on right here around 245. I think we're slightly below that at the moment, somewhere in the $3.25 level. Again, selling that put is financing a big part of the call spread, and so your intrinsic exposure is at 253.25. And if we do see weakness, you got a little bit of a buffer zone down to that 223.25 level, where if we trade below 220, you would get put in the stock at 223.25. So you got a range here to the downside, and this allows you to get exposure to the upside at a reduced cost because you're not just paying for the call spread outright, which is, I believe, trading over $10.
Okay. So like it. It's a pretty nuanced trade to it, but ultimately, if Tesla goes up, then you're the ideal spot here. I guess it really depends. How much do you want to own the stock versus how much do you want to make money on the trade?
There you go. I mean, and so there is risk in this trade. We got to highlight that. It has open-ended risk to the downside, but you do have a cushion down to that 223.25 level right now. So that's your exposure at the end of the expiration cycle. Should we trade below 220, you're going to buy the stock at 223.25. Now that's a level I think that's a little bit more compelling than the current price level, but at the same time, the idea here is to reduce the cost of exposure to the upside should Tesla move higher post-earnings or just the general trends that are in place. And this is a way, from this trade example, to reduce the cost of the call spread. That's the idea of selling the put. Again, it opens up risk to the downside. That has to be understood. But, again, the idea there is that you're okay picking the stock up around that 220 level.
Okay. All right, $20 below here. It would be a pretty deep unwind of the big Tesla pop that we got. So you'd be in a spot where you're buying on a potential kind of comeback, trade that is maybe breaking down a little bit. But if it's about the calendar for the robo stuff and it's not about some big earnings miss, then it could be forgivable, right? Like it seems like there's very, very real power behind Tesla's AI story that it had kind of been, underappreciated for a while.
Agreed. I mean, that's the point, Oliver. You look at the reaction as, some of these other, when you saw NVIDIA, Broadcom, some of the other names that have benefited so much over the last, let's say, year, really, going since late last fall, with the AI story, Tesla was definitely underappreciated in that space. And now it's becoming more clear that they will be a player in that space moving forward. And if they are, then you got to think that there's still further upside for the stock.
Okay. All right. There it is. Overall bullish Tesla trade here at 242. Ready to own it, though, if it drops. Betting against a big downside. All right. Thank you, Dan Deming, for the trade.
All right, Oliver.
Appreciate that. All right, Tesla next week. We'll talk some more tech later on in the show. Stocks are trying to find direction, but not having a lot of clarity here this morning in the world of equities. But elsewhere, there are some conviction moves, and one of them is in Bitcoin this morning, trying to get up to about 1 month highs. BTC right now, about $2,200. So we've added on some in the last 10 minutes. And when we come back, we're going to talk about levered Bitcoin exposure. What is not to love about it? Take a high beta asset and juice it up even more.
Jimmy is going. He'll be back soon. Jimmy is going. Gonna find something to eat. He's got a coffee date with a chick that he just met. Hey, honey. Let's go have some biscuits and gravy. Booyah.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. Let's talk some ETFs. Let's talk some crypto. Joining me, Scott Sachek, the CEO at Rex Shares. Earlier this month, there were some fresh funds launched with double exposure to BTC, right? Welcome back, Scott.
Happy Friday, Oliver. Good to be here.
Okay, so 2 levered Bitcoin funds. Are these part of the T-Rex suite of funds, which are the levered funds that you guys have built? And I think also there's a partnership with Tuttle as well on those
That's
levered
right.
funds, right?
Yeah. So we're Rex Shares. He's Tuttle. T-Rex kind of works pretty nicely. It is a line of levered and inverse, historically single stock ETFs. What we're doing a little bit different here is that we're levering the Bitcoin ETFs. So our goal is to provide like a better levered spot exposure. The existing, there's a couple levered Bitcoin products out there now, but they contain futures. And if you think about futures in a Bitcoin market, it's kind of upward sloping. So you kind of have this persistent contango, and that bleed kind of flows through into the funds. And I think you're even seeing it, whether you want to compare IBIT and BitO. Since launch, IBIT is outperforming BitO by over 4%. It's only been about six months or so. And that kind of shows the power of that contango bleed.
Okay, so the ETFs are a smoother way to get exposure, an ETF of an ETF?
An ETF of a spot ETF, yeah. In the world of, largely commodities, I mean, there's a reason.
Commodities.
Funds out there. I mean, I think in a grand scheme of things, people would prefer spot over futures every single time.
You think so?
Yeah, makes sense. All right, so who's the
Randy?
audience then? 2x for Bitcoin. I mean, that's pretty juicy stuff.
Randy. Were you alive? Randy, you're alive. Good. So far, we're hanging at the shoulder line of an inverse head and shoulders on the SPY. So I'm going to call this support for today. It's a pivot point at 552.50. Do you agree? Yoko. Where's Anthony at? Oh, you get stopped out? You get stopped out? Today's the last day for Jimmy's vacation fund. And I'm almost made my decision on where I want to go, but it depends if I get a couple more hundred. And I'll be back.
We're not in control of, creating options for ourselves. So we work with our partners, and, the way the rules are, we're able to do it because these are swap-based ETFs.
Oh, okay. That's pretty interesting. That's actually, that's really kind of the big story here, frankly, is because
That is a very big story, yes.
there's not a great, because those options aren't on the spot ETFs right now, it kind of limits your maneuverability in the way you want to get exposed to it. Like, in the public markets, I won't even know a great way if I wanted to short, for example. I think particularly on the short side, it's useful. There's a lot of different ways to get long Bitcoin products, but there's not a lot of great ways to bet against it, given the lack of options. So the fact that you've got options and you've got the short fund, I mean, you could really go for it here if you wanted to.
That's the goal. I mean, there are pockets of opportunity in the trading market, and we're traders at heart. A good portion of my portfolio I trade all the time. I love these products, so we're hoping to get some fanfare here.
Okay, good stuff. All right, Scott, thanks for the update. Appreciate it.
Great seeing you, Oliver. Thanks.
Scott Sachek, Rex shares. T-Rex, Tuttle, Rex makes T-Rex. Glad that finally clicked. For the levered funds, all right, BTC, Z, and L. 2X with options on it. All right, that's pretty fun. Okay, coming up, we got some charts. We got prep for next week. We're taking a look at some big
SPY
names.
double bottom.
We're going to look at Chipotle, continuing our restaurant fast casual conversation. And we're also going to be taking a look at Alphabet, too. Obviously, some really important stuff kicks in for earnings next week. The stock's still not showing a lot of directionality, slightly red, but we've basically been going back and forth all morning. Big tech's about half up, half down. And Bitcoin is your big winner on the day. So Bitcoin and gold about 6 percentage points across in favor of Bitcoin right now, which kind of looks like a risk-on day, but it's not bleeding into stocks yet. We'll be right back.
I was born on the south side of Chicago. It's been a long road, but now I'm working for Schwab. I love to help people understand the world through their lens and invest accordingly. You can call us Christmas Eve at 4 o'clock in the morning. We're gonna always make sure that you have all of the financial tools and support to secure your financial future. That means a lot for my community and for every community.
Trading the trending names every day. It's Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go. I'm Kevin Hinks. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Ethan, how's my favorite client?
Great. I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech. Trends?
All that research sounds exhausting.
Nope, Schwab's technology does the work. So if I spot an opportunity in robotics or pets, I can buy those stocks in a few clicks.
Can't be that easy.
It is with Schwab.
Schwab investing themes. 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Download the Schwab Network app and join us to follow all the market trends. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of think or swim.
the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So, what are those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
Time to get ready for next week. We've got earnings. We're going to check out some of the key names. Rick Ducat and Jim Horn. Taking a look at Verizon. Firstly, let's start there. And then we got what, Chipotle and Alphabet?
You have to like ramp into our earnings previews of next week because Verizon, yeah, so they've surprised on average like 3% over the last 4 quarters, so that's impressive, but it's not going to be like your market mover event. I mean, and I have to say that Verizon has been disappointing. I know it actually has been able to sort of recover some of its losses, but all things considered, it's underperformed names like AT&T and T-Mobile pretty substantially now on the year. And it's been more of a recovery story. So as far as earnings expectations when they report July 22nd, we are expecting revenue of around $33 billion, EPS around $1.15 a share. And I was looking at like basically what are expected to be strong points of this quarter. And that's the fact they have deployed generative AI to their customer service. So they're trying to operate more efficiently, yes, but also it's expensive to build out generative AI. It's also expensive basically to build out 5G, and they've continued to really take on more and more operating costs that remain very high related to their 5G build. So I think that that's considerable. I feel like the 5G build and rollout has been so slow, and I feel like that narrative has been just one we've sort of accepted by some of these names, but Verizon is not the king it used to be of like the performance of these names. And I have to say T-Mobile with Sprint now is a pretty formidable competitor, and the stock is like crushing it, relatively speaking.
Yeah, that really has been the trade. Verizon shares have been okay though.
They have.
Though the growth, T-Mobile and Sprint has definitely been kind of the big story in the category, agreed. So chart-wise, I mean, pretty decent here, kind of like a grind sideways, but we are approaching that high of $43 from the last 52 weeks, Rick.
So I don't disagree with you all, but I'm afraid I have to dump a little cold water on this situation, in my opinion here, based on what is happening with the price action. So first things first, double top that we formed near 43.42. From there, we had a bit of a decline. You know, earnings, big giant red candle that kind of threw things off here. More recently, though, broadening triangle. 2 trend lines, both kind of pointed up here, but diverging apart from each other, typically regarded as one of the worst trading patterns. So we've got that for starters. Look at today now. Big old bearish engulfing candle forming here. Large red candle completely swallowing up the previous day's real body, the distance between the open and the close. Additionally, RSI, bearish divergence here. You can see that price continued to make new closing highs. RSI did not. It topped out at the same level and in fact was not able to make its way to that point at all in the future on our last leg up here. So even though RSI is still trending up, we are faltering a little bit here. Momentum is waning. So that would be kind of an interesting situation for us to keep our eye on here if we were to start moving lower. Yellow 21-day EMA first near 41.22, then a repeated low point. This green dashed line near 40.70 happens to match up very closely with our orange 63-day EMA here. So some supportive areas to be sure that are pretty close by, ultimately resistance at our double top.
Okay, so the resistance ahead, Still, though, a few bucks away. It wouldn't be the worst trade to try and bet on a bounce without having to bet on a big breakout. Seems pretty well supported. I feel like maybe selling downside also kind of works for Verizon if you can get some premium out of the options pre-earnings. It seems like there's some good areas to look at to sell under, namely that kind of $41. You might be able to get a little bit there with the spread or something, because it's a pretty solid recent chart with good support that's built up in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, for sure. And, we got to wait and see. Bear in mind, this bearish engulfing candle that's forming today, we got to wait for the close. It's still quite early in the day here. And additionally, we would need further downside follow-through on Monday then to really complete what the candle, the setup that the candle needs.
All right, okay, so not a good day for Verizon on the daily candle. All right, down 1%. Let's talk some Chipotle. Little CMG.
Chipotle apparently is really trending down with the Gen Z TikTokers, because recently their quality has been under question, and I have to say, even in not even being a part of this world, I am not on TikTok, even I have seen this flood of hatred of Chipotle.
You're still doing it?
Yes, and it's actually, I was reading an analyst note that said it's a bit of a concern into this report, because you have these major limited time events, like Carne Asada was one that did really well. It was actually mentioned on several of their earnings calls. So they were, I think, keeping their customers obviously happy. I feel like it'll be interesting to see if there is actually a financial impact of people claiming that they're getting much smaller portions than they used to. Because that really used to be, honestly, a huge.
Man.
I know, in my experience, I have noticed no quality change. I will say I still get massive bowls, and it lasts me 2 meals. So I haven't noticed that, but I think it's interesting that even the analysts are starting to see it. That overall, the burrito bowl's weights was what was mentioned by Wells Fargo, being wildly inconsistent. The heaviest burrito bowl on average they found weighed 87% more than the lightest one in the order. I know, I think this is so fascinating.
That's crazy.
I can't wait to see if it's actually.
Come on, people.
I know, it's kind of to me almost like the Bud Light phenomenon, where we talked about how dire this was, and then Bud Light is still the top selling beer.
Social media driven outrage effect on companies.
Yes.
It's boy, is it really going to change the numbers here? But also, as we talked earlier with Nick Setyan, as we were looking at the restaurant businesses, so there are some other alternatives lately where folks have been trading some of these other chains that have been doing all right.
Sweetgreen, Cava. I know these names are so much smaller, relatively speaking, and I still think that Chipotle has been the pioneer of everything. They had these ghost kitchen concepts before anyone else. They have these Chipotlanes, which they're building out. I think updates on that are encouraged, because they're still definitely one of the most innovative in all of the restaurant space. But this is the first report since their 50-for-1 stock split. So even those shares, to me, there's a massive psychological thing with Chipotle trading at $53. I can't get used to it yet.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that.
That doesn't mean though that the shares are cheap. Its valuation, it trades at 44 times forward earnings. So that right there is a concern. It's well above the restaurant industry, the consumer discretionary industry, obviously S&P.
Yeah.
Its valuation right now is that of Nvidia's.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. That is true. All right, so maybe we've got some reason as to why some air has come out of the chart here, but it's a good bit of air, Rick. Did it pop or what?
Well, I can't answer conclusively if it popped, but for sure some of the air has been let out of the balloon here. Long climb upward here, very steady with our blue trend line, culminating with our highs of 69.26 here. Then things really took a turn. We started to rapidly degrade from that point. Now we're finding ourselves down more than 22% from those highs here. Look at this area too. In one fell swoop, we crossed below our yellow 21-day EMA and our blue trend line, coming very close to our orange 63-day trend line, which was given up in the coming next couple of weeks here. Yellow 21-day EMA crossed below our orange 63-day EMA, the faster moving average crossed below the slower moving average, a sign of bearish trend change here. Now that we keep looking further, just kind of dropping off here, another gap down. It looks like we stabilized pretty close to these old lows, this little low point that we saw here near 52.30. Looking at RSI as well, longer term bearish divergence, complicated by repeated forays into the overbought area that kind of counteracted that here. So we did manage to keep pushing to the upside right until this point. We had this little tiny poke above that 70 threshold, then collapse. Now we're finding ourselves in the oversold area, which is a bearish signal here. Actually, it looks like we just edged up just above it here. So very, very close. It would take very little downside price action to to push us back down below that important threshold here.
Yeah.
Volume node here, where we are right now, pretty straightforward resistance and support. Green line, 52.30 based on the old lows, and the pre-gap low, 55.10 near the red line.
What kind of amazes me about this sell-off in Chipotle is the way we just crashed right through like $58, basically this whole area over here, which you'd think kind of would have been support. We just ripped right through it. So now when we're looking at this level that we're at as potential support, that kind of 52-ish you've got, boy, you really hope if you're bullish Chipotle that level holds, because we already have been like clearing out the chart to the downside. It's a pretty big reversal. So I don't know. It's appropriate if the burritos are smaller. I guess outrage, and don't mess with people's burritos. A lot of things that we don't tolerate around here in these parts, and that's a light burrito.
It's the size of your meal, yeah. That's so American of us.
It's also just like, like they say with the wink, right? Because that's what they were saying, like,
like you just like
give them the look. You can always pressure them to put on a little bit more. Okay, last one here, tech, Alphabet. What's the vibe? What's the talk going into this? We're going to see a big lift on Gemini and all their efforts in AI?
So yes, I think that's the hope. Obviously, I think there'd be a concern if we didn't see tons of like AI-focused commentary from this company. I mean, I think that they have to push that, but also then I think what's really interesting about a name like Alphabet, and this isn't exclusive to Alphabet, but like what the margin pressure then looks like, because while they have invested pretty substantially in AI, it's right now, frankly, requiring higher R&D. So then, like right now, the margin story I think remains a little bit pressured, and I think that that's expected to continue. I mean, overall, we have seen still obviously very healthy levels of compounded growth in Alphabet, but it's expensive to build in the substantial new ecosystem that they're trying to. Advertising revenue does still remain about 70% of their total revenue, so we have seen that growth. It was up about 8%. We did see for advertising in the first quarter cost per click in their search business, so that had been stagnant for 18 months. That's been improving. I feel like that has also been underappreciated on their earnings reactions. It's like all we care about is their cloud if they're growing at the same massive pace of like Microsoft. But actually, I always think that Alphabet, amazingly so, is relatively fair value because it trades at like 28 times. I mean, that's cheap in the AI
crazy.
world. Yeah, so I do feel like search will be huge. Also, I feel like they have these like pending acquisitions, like what's going on behind the Wiz acquisition. Are there developments on that Apple partnership with Google AI? I feel like they have a lot of questions that I need answered when they report next week.
Well, I got some answers. One is that as we talk all this Apple stuff about the refresh cycle, and people are going to buy the new iPhone because of this, and I don't know how they're going to work their AI into the actual operating system. But with a Google phone, you've already had an update where you literally just hold the button and you talk to Gemini, and it's literally like having ChatGPT in your pocket, and it'll do everything else that it does already. So
it exists already.
Totally. Yeah, it was like months ago. You just hold a button and talk to it, and it tells you whatever. So it's we get all this talk about Apple refresh, but their phones already have it. But again, it's not like a big operating system change. So where are we at, Rick? Technically.
Well, much of the price action, pretty easy to describe here. Longer term, upward sloping channel with a slight false breakout based on earnings that very rapidly push back within those boundaries here. We can see our yellow 21-day EMA frequently was supportive during our rally to the upside. This high point as well gives us this green line, which lines up with our volume node right here, which lines up with our 63-day EMA. So this area near about 175 or so could be a key support area if we do start moving much lower. Interesting candle patterns recently too. We can see right here, a little hard to see because it's covered up by some of our drawings and lines. Bearish engulfing candle, which we did get that downside follow through to be sure. And today, actually, it just kind of reversed as we've been talking here. It was looking like we were on pace for a Harami candle, which is the opposite of the engulfing candle. A small candle completely encompassed by the previous day's large candle of the opposite color. There, it's back again. You can see now we are on pace for that Harami type candle. Of course, once again, wait for the close. 21-day EMA could be resistance, red line at the highs, another key level to watch to the upside.
All right, Alphabet kind of establishing a fairly wide range up here above 174. Given the volume node, given the support there, kind of have some of your trading ranges maybe outlined here, at least going from the chart. I don't know about the implied options move that we're looking at, but basically between 175 and 191. All of that seems like a live area on the chart for this report, given that we've now got support established, maybe some old resistance. It's a pretty wide range, the fact that you could get an $8 move on either side.
One quick other thing to point out, kind of looks like maybe a head and shoulders to me right here. You can see our shoulder and then kind of a very slight shoulder here. Neckline would be roughly around here. So look if we start to break through that area.
All right, so you need to get a bounce. Alphabet needs to get a little bounce there at 175-ish, like the chart. Okay, thank you, Rick. Thank you, Jenny. Stock's still under a little bit of pressure. It came off a bit. NVIDIA is still down on the day. We're going to check out the market when we return, take a closer look at the trading action so far. Kind of a weird Friday after that hack, but maybe we're starting to get a little bit of direction here. The direction's mostly to the downside in stocks, but still within range of where we've been for most of the morning.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hicks. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome to Schwab Network.
Daily live exclusive content tailored to today's investors.
Broadcasting 24/7 from our studios in Chicago.
And from the heart of Wall Street at the New York Stock Exchange.
Up-to-the-minute market insights.
Example trades and stock-specific analysis featuring the smartest minds in the business.
No politics.
No noise.
Analysis ahead of the biggest events for the economy.
From bell to bell and beyond.
Watch live
and on demand.
24/7, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services.
Available anytime, anywhere.
On any device for free.
Schwab Network, empowering every investor and trader.
Every market day.
stocks under a little bit of pressure here. Not a whole lot has changed though, but we did kind of veer lower since the bell opened. I got Diane King Hall joining me from New York and Mr. Kevin Hinks here in Chicago. So we're under a little bit of pressure, Diane. Nothing too dramatic, but yeah, it's kind of a weird day ever since we started with that big internet outage.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it counts.
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't count whatever happens today.
No, I mean, it's a dark cloud, right? And it adds to kind of the downbeat sentiment we've seen throughout this week, and the overhang that we've had the rest of the week on the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ just continues there. I mean, it had been beneficial to the Russell 2000 today. You know, I mean, it's really just seems like a downbeat day in general.
Yeah. I was telling Ben earlier, my analogy is like when you're playing cards and the dealer accidentally flips a couple over, and you're like, all right, we'll still play the hand anyway. That's how I feel today.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that woke up this morning thinking this is going to be a corporate snow day, and it's not turning out like that, and people are like, oh, well, all my energy is kind of gone. But to get back to the markets.
So they go back to selling NVIDIA by default?
Till they get back to the markets. All this really is that same discussion you and I were having yesterday, which is, when does a rotation turn into a global sell-off? And I think one is starting to morph into the other. Now, these aren't big, scary numbers, but they're red across the board. And the dollar is a little higher, yields are a little higher, and the market's under a little bit of pressure.
We caught a little bit of a bid into bonds as stocks slid. There was a fair amount of selling pressure coming into NVIDIA and Tesla about 10 minutes ago, but Apple's still up, Meta's still up. Netflix, too, after earnings is hanging in there. I think that's reassuring, Diane, because those numbers were pretty clean. I'm glad to see that Netflix is being rewarded for the stability, reliability of their business.
Yeah, it does look like that. And I mean, I looked at a variety of the shares in the Mag 7. It looks like it's a mixed bag today. I love the way Kevin put it, like that, you know, you're kind of anticipating as a corporate snow day. And it looks like it's just kind of a continuation of some of the trends that we've seen this week. And while we're not seeing like a full-on rotation into small caps have been the winner recently. And that's not necessarily a bad thing when we think about what's been supportive of this market. It has been the Mag 7, and there's been questions about we need to see broadening out to see kind of more support, more stability within the gains that we've seen in equities. You know, it can get heavy for them to just continue to advance. And, you know, although we have seen that rotation in small caps, Russell 2000 is still lagging the advance that we are seeing in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100. S&P 500 is still up, what is it, about 16% year to date, give or take. And the NASDAQ 100 up 18% also, give or take. You compare that to the Russell, it's up, what, less than 10%, maybe around that?
Yeah. Just right after the pullback here, now about 8%, 8.3%. So the last, 2.5 days, we really got hit. And I think that's important because the whole concept of rotation, Kevin, is like a bonus, a cherry on top, because these aren't the companies that have the strong fundamentals. The reason why the market got so concentrated to begin with in the big tech is because that's where all the good fundamentals are. So it's like yesterday when you come under some general pressure overall, and then they try to go to the small caps as like the safety. It just, that don't make sense.
It's one of those things where like, all right, I'm going to sell NVIDIA, I'm going to buy...
Yeah.
What exactly?
Right.
Hold on a minute.
A bunch of regional banks. Oh, and then America gets it. You know, like there's more minds in that field.
Yeah. It's like the smart monkey, right? You let go of one branch. If you don't have a hold of another, then what happens?
I like that, and I don't really think it's sticking with that. It's not a reliable branch so much. Like this mid-cap,
I don't like this branch.
Market.
I like that branch much better.
Yeah, more likely to break. When you're trying to hold on to that as kind of your trade. There's just stuff that needs to come to fruition, either a major cut cycle or something good from the economy to really rev up all those small caps and such. Now, there's also someone been arguing like the political angle and stuff, but I feel like, Diane, this week, it kind of started that way, but now heading into the weekend, we've been more earnings focused. We've been, I think, event focused as well, but it was, peppered in with some stuff too with the Taiwan comments and all that.
Exactly. I mean, that has been kind of a little bit of an overhang, and even the potential for the Biden administration and more restrictions when it comes to, say, the chip sector and any kind of activity with China, that can certainly create an overhang, especially for the tech sector. And we know the road ahead, though, will be about earnings, especially in the week ahead. We've got Google, Alphabet, the parent company, reporting next week, so that's going to be in focus, and we'll want more visibility on what advertising looks like and what their AI growth and AI spend looks like. And then, oh, by the way, of course, we've got Tesla next week coming up on Tuesday.
Yeah. Tesla right now also getting hit a little bit. They did see a pretty big drop in their California dominance. Ross Gerber's argued that Elon's public persona is going to hurt him in California, where they were Tesla devotees but now don't like his alignments. And I don't know, you might be onto something here, Kev, because they reported that there was a 24% drop in California registrations. People are buying Rivians and stuff. Their Model Y is still the top selling model in California, but its market share dropped pretty significantly to like 53%, down from 65%.
He's also pulling SpaceX out of California and moving that to Texas.
Yeah.
So certainly the news flow on Elon Musk's relationship with California is a little bit dicey. Right now there's kind of an ugly breakup going on. So the fact that who could be the beneficiary? Rivian absolutely could be the beneficiary.
Yeah, I've been seeing them all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're popping up now in my neighborhood. Remember, they're made in downstate Illinois, in Bloomington, Illinois. So you are starting to see them. My daughter saw a powder blue Cybertruck the other day.
Nice.
Good Lord.
Nice.
Powder blue Cybertruck.
Yeah, we're getting weird. This is like the video game world.
Yeah, come on.
That's how it is. All right. What's your Cybertruck color, Diane? Real quick.
I mean, the powder blue sounds interesting, but I'm not a fan of the Cybertruck. Looks crazy to me. I've seen it out in the wild. It's just, I could not wrap my head around it.
I tell you, the black version, the all black, like metal black, it's the Batmobile. It really is the Batmobile.
Yeah. That was the correct answer.
Yes.
The black version of the
There it
Cybertruck is pretty sweet. All right, thanks, Diane Kinghall. Thank you, Kevin Hanks. Thank you for tuning in. Good luck with your internet today. We'll see you this afternoon.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Get each and every angle, the whole picture. Everything comes full circle on Trading 360. Catch us right here at the New York Stock Exchange on Trading 360, only on Schwab Network.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hicks. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
I'm Nicole Petalides, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Catch me on Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, any device, for free. Schwab Network.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once a client knew that she was heard, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Kickstart your morning with a full dose of commodities, technical analysis, economic data, and live reaction in global markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. And available on all your favorite streaming services. Futures with Ben Lichtenstein every weekday, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
A fresh take on the hottest trends in the market, from every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on Next Gen Investing. 1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab investing themes, 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Glad you made it here with us. We know everybody's battling the global outage. That will be part of our topic today. Stocks are under pressure. It's been a tough week. We've gotten in a lot of news, but we have a busy show for you. We're going to preview the Apple earnings ahead of those earnings, so we'll have a preview for you on Apple. We'll also take a look at ARM. That is our disruptor today, with an upgrade over at Morgan Stanley. And of course, a look at CrowdStrike, which was down double digits, is now down about 8.5%. CrowdStrike, of course, saying this was not a cyber attack, the global outage that has occurred from banks to airlines and businesses and transportation, and saying that the fix has been deployed, and as a result, things are getting back up and running. In the meantime, the world has been disrupted, no doubt. That being said, the S&P right now is down 0.25% at 55.33. The NASDAQ down 30 points at 19,674. And the Dow down about 0.5% right now as we take a look at the Dow. It's at 40,407. Here's a look at the other products, the futures products, oil and gold, both at the downside. 82.23 for oil, down about half a dollar, and gold, after hitting some record highs recently, 2,400 even, down $55 today. The VIX is at 1608, so that is worth noting. In the meantime, let's have on Jenny Horn, markets correspondent here on Schwab Network, taking a look at Netflix after its quarterly report after the bell yesterday. Jenny.
So Nicole, initially shares seemed like they didn't know what to make of this report, because we were initially down about 1% pre-market. Now we're up about 1% and some change here. So this would actually mark their most muted earnings reaction on the session in 5 years, because anyone that's followed Netflix, of course, can recall the massive swings it's seen historically on the back of earnings, especially back in 2022. But I do think a more muted reaction is actually maybe refreshing on a day when there's enough going on in the rest of the tech space. But all things considered, they added 8 million subscribers in the last quarter. They did say now their global subscription base is roughly 278 million. Also, because of some of their shows like the 3rd season of Bridgerton, Baby Reindeer, as well as the Roast of Tom Brady, which did command their largest live audience ever, they brought in net income of around $2.1 billion, revenue of $9.5 billion. That was a 17% increase from a year ago. Also did say they will be raising their expectations and now predicted their revenue growth to fall between around 14 and 15%. Previously had guided for roughly 13 to 14%, so a pretty big improvement there. Also, they've been investing pretty heavily in live events, including a recent 3-year deal with the NFL to stream games on Christmas Day. But their co-chief executive cautioned that Netflix is unlikely to join other streaming services in vying for rights to big chunks of these professional sports programming. As we are seeing right now, the NBA is one that's up for grabs, and several big names have tried to make attempts, obviously, to gain those very costly rights. But all things considered, they are continuing to grow in the ad space, and I think that's amazing. They're one of the fastest growing ad platforms really out there right now, with an audience growth of 5 million to 40 million in just a year. Right now, they did say that, their continued push into ad growth 40% of Netflix signups right now are opting for ads and watch over 20 hours of Netflix a month. So that's really appealing to those key advertisers, and I think sets up a really interesting dynamic for, say, like a name like Alphabet that of course reports next week, because at least ad money right now from Netflix's viewpoint, it appears strong.
Yeah, thank you for that. Trading at 649.30. It's up about 1% right now as you give this report. Thank you, Jenny Horn. Good to see you. And a winner year to date, up 33%, folks, for Netflix this year thus far. Thank you, Jenny Horn, markets correspondent. Let's get a look here and get the insights on the market. It's been obviously a choppy week, a down week. Matthew Spradlin's with us. Matthew Spradlin of Godfrey and Spradlin Private Wealth Advisory Steward Partners. Thank you for being with us. Nice to see you. Some of your thoughts on the market, big picture here.
Yeah, good morning, Nicole. Thanks for having me. Look, I think our theme since the beginning of the year, say January 1st, is really probability is on the market side. If you look at history, it shows in election years, markets are positive 75% of the time with an average gain of really just under 11%. We go with the strength begets strength philosophy. You go back to 1950, markets that reach new all-time highs, they're going to average 13% in those following 12 months, 92% of the time. As for the Fed, look, I don't think we were anywhere near the opinion of 5 more rate cuts. We did feel softening of the language. Eventual shifts in monetary policy was likely, and that would continue to fuel that market fire. But we really felt the risk to our views at the beginning of the year was going to be to the upside. And so far in this first half of the year, it's been the case. And we remain optimistic for the remaining half of the year. Gains can be held, if not expanded, as we continue to see some shifts in rotation.
All right. So with that, you were not in the camp of all those rate cuts. Everybody got a lot of euphoria. Remember when they were saying 6 or 7 rate cuts? I mean, everybody got crazy with the rate cuts. So now at this point, assuming there's 1 to 2 cuts, is that the camp you're in? And are you expecting more next year?
I would say yes. We think that 1 is certainly a possibility. Families we serve have heard me say for a long time, pay attention to what the Fed does, not to what they say. If we do see some rate cuts, we've all been hearing some of the buzz around, say, small caps in recent days. Earlier segments I watched today on your program suggest the same. But why? I don't think you have to be a technical expert to see this stark contrast in the performance, relative to their larger counterparts the last 12 months. And we've seen those fits and spurts from those small caps during that same time. As we had that expectation of falling interest rates, but then it fizzled out along with those expectations. But again, it's why do we see opportunities? And I think it's important for your viewers to understand, thinking about this not from a market standpoint, but more of a business structure. And what I mean is, think about these mega cap companies for a moment. Why did they appear immune to sort of those intended contractionary effects of higher rates? Because they have billions of dollars on the sidelines that they could use to self-finance. But if you're a small company, raising capital became infinitely more expensive in 2022, and it's yet to abate in a meaningful way. And so we've been sharing with the families that we serve that once we do see those rates truly come down in a meaningful way, the reverse in the selling pressure, we think it's going to go to buying pressure in those small caps. It'll be immense, and it's going to happen quickly, and that's why we doubled up there last week.
Right, understood. So what are some of the investment strategies here with the current environment the way it is? What's a winning bet in your opinion?
Yeah, I think I would say that while it's not perhaps exciting, but it's equally important, it's to consider locking in some of these elevated rates within fixed income before they're gone. Money markets have been what I would call a wonderfully comfortable place for the last 2 years. But just in the last 6 weeks, we've already seen a significant decline in those yields on quality paper we've been buying. And I would encourage your viewers to think about it like this. When many of us were scrambling to refinance a mortgage a few years ago, back when rates were at all-time lows, as a fixed income investor, you have to think about it like this. You're the bank in that analogy. You want to lock in higher rates for longer. And so if and when the Fed does eventually cut rates, you're still able to enjoy those yields when other fixed income, to also include money markets, have dropped considerably.
All right. So, that's like a safe bet because you can sort of strategize with that. You sort of know exactly what you're getting. And what do you think about some of the sectors when it comes to equities? Do you have actual picks of stocks or sectors that you lean towards?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about sectors, obviously tech has been an incredible, rallying point with the, with AI and such, which we've owned for a long time. You go back to 2022, and that was the last thing anyone really wanted to own at that point in time. Folks thought we were crazy when we were talking about picking up, names like Microsoft and NVIDIA and so on and so forth. And frankly, they thought I was crazy when I was talking about a surprising year for 2023. If we're on the continuation of the shift that we've seen, and we talked about small caps earlier, what I think is important to also notate is on that day that you saw small caps begin this rally that we've seen, if you looked at your ticker screen, you saw tech red, you saw communications red, and everything else was green. It was like a big giant Christmas tree. So I think you can look at, unloved sectors, utilities. One thing I've done in the 22 years in this industry, at the end of each year, I look and say, what was the worst performing sector, and then buy some going into the next year. Utilities, I think, fits that bill. That's one I would really start to consider, particularly if rates start to come down.
Yeah, understood. All right. Matthew Spradlin of Godfrey and Spradlin Private Wealth Advisory at Steward Partners. Thank you for being here with us today. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Nicole.
Coming up next here on Trading 360, it's the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 degrees. Ben Lichtenstein will take us through the technicals. Achilles Larea is here with us and will take us through the trades for Agios Pharmaceuticals, NVIDIA, and SL Green Realty. Trading 360, Schwab Network. We'll be right back. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
I think we're getting close.
Only the Schwab Network.
I do want to eat my lunch first, but I think we're setting up here. Nicole, I love you. But I'm not going to shampoo your hair every day. Okay, we're at support. So let's watch this here. SPX is at 95. Yeah, we got a double bottom on SPX too. Randy. Puts win. We just had a new low. Randy. Washboardjim. Come on. Give me 90. I insist on it. Okay. It's up to you. It's not up to me. The crowd is going wild at the sports arena. The crowd is going wild at the sports arena. The crowd is going wild at the sports arena. Hello, my name is Adrian Barbeau. I'm here to meet James Howard. Adrian Barbeau. Adrian Barbeau. I'm here to meet James Howard. James Howard. There's a woman here that wants to meet you. Her name's Adrian Barbeau. Are you familiar with this woman? Yes. Does she have big breast? That's her. Oh, that's her calling right now. Always clean. This is James Howard. Is this Adrian Barbeau? Is this Adrian Barbeau? Jenny? No, I'm waiting for a call for Adrian. Okay. Bye. Bye-bye. July 19th. We're at 1:15. Jim, how did you do that? Ladies and gentlemen, the next resistance will be 55.31.35. And right now you're up 25 cents, 25 bucks a contract. One could make a business decision, especially if you're up 35 bucks. Now you're up 30. I mean, that's $300 in less than 6 minutes. Oh boy. Ha ha, 130. Harold? Harold, would you go into the cupboard and grab me a shot of vodka and a Valium? Randy? Are you still chicken? You're not a chicken no more? Randy is not chicken no more. Randy knows that this is a place for the collection plate. The 63, right?
Hey Pete, you ready for the intro? 1, 2, 3,
Chicken? Randy, you chicken?
You know I like my chicken fried. And cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio. Well, I was raised up beneath the shade of a Georgia pine. And that's home, you know. Sweet tea, pecan pie, homemade wine. Where the peaches grow. In my house, it's not much to talk about. But it's filled with love that's grown in southern ground. And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio. See the love in my woman's eyes. Feel the touch of a precious child. And know a mother's love. It's funny how it's the little things in life that mean the most. Not where you live, what you drive, or the price tag on your clothes. There's no dollar sign on a piece of mind. This I've come to know. So if you agree, have a drink with me. Raise your glasses for toast to a little bit of chicken fried and cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio. See sunrise. See the love in my woman's eyes. Feel the touch of a precious child. And know a mother's love. And stripes, may freedom forever fly. Let it ring. Salute the ones who die, the ones that give their lives, so we don't have to sacrifice all the things we love, like our chicken fried and cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio. Touch of a precious child and know a mother's love. And cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio up. I like to see sunrise. See the love in my woman's eyes. Feel the touch of a precious child and know a mother's love.
Let's get it on.
Pay with Venmo at Pop.
That's one thing I miss doing in life is playing music. Here we go. We're going down more now. See what we can get this time. Might move them up to the 5570s, which I'm going to. Whatever you do, don't fight the trend like I do. $55.70s. You're at 90. I'm going to wait until we get out of the... So right now, I'm looking at the 55.70s. They're at 80 cents, 85. So I'm watching the Fat Cats. They've been kind of downplaying the market big time here. And they want this expansion broadening out to work. But I don't know if it's going to. But they're still counting on the interest rate cuts. Now these are at 85 to 90 cents, the 55.70s. If I was to get them right now, I'd get 10 at 85 or 80. If I could get 80, here's 80. Let's see if we can get it, snatch it up. Come on. So we're in 80. Keep a tight watch on it. This is why scalping comes in real handy. Instead of just being a one symmetrical kind of trader, or learn to become a good scalper. What the fuck? What am I doing here? Oh, there's 75 cents right there. Well. Right now I'm down 50. So there's nothing telling me that I should have took that trade yet. I just went with a gut. We just had a new low. What's Tesla doing? Tesla was at 240. God darn, I got the 18th again. Stupid idiot. You people really like me to be called that, don't you? You people really like it when Jimmy gets called a stupid idiot, don't you? Say it. Randy doesn't like it. You think it's funny, Randy? Say yes. Now this thing should be going up, not down. I could have grabbed some at 70, maybe. That really took this to a different level. Jim's in the SPX scalping at July 19th. Strike 55.70 at 80 cents. If he can get this thing to 90 to 95 and maybe a buck. Back to 55, 22.50. But right now, we are bearish. You got to have a bearish mindset. We're not bullish like we've been. We come in here and we grab them and then they run up. You got to change your tactics. And this could go on until the election or the erection. It might continue until the erection, which will happen before the election. Ain't that right, Kamala? Kamala. Oh! I mean, Nancy. The crowd's going silent here. It's Kamala. They have to, it has to be. It's all about color. And man, if she was a lesbian, it would be a home run. She might be. The crowd's waiting patiently. We broke out of the snake, but we've not really. We got snake breakout pullback, and we're going to find out real shortly if this thing's going to break out. If not, I'm going to take a small loss. My last trade was $300, so I'm pretty excited about that. This one taking a little bit longer. I'm in at 5 minutes now. Hey, Jim, are you there? I'm a little shook up on this trade that I took, that I followed you in. Don't be. It is not a real good time to be in it because it's Jim's lunchtime. So give it a few more minutes if it don't break out. Right now the RSI wants to do something. I think I'm going to go and get my nails done for the first time in my life. I let them grow out. I've never really know what they look like. A perfect, what do you call it, pedicure or manicure or... Uh-oh. We just got a new low. Jimmy might have to cut out of here. I know if I sell it, we'll bounce. Go on, do something. So I just put in a fake, FAKESELL. Oh, God. Sarah Kincaid. Hello? This is Washboard Jim. Yeah, this ain't Sarah. This is a man. Woo! Chalk a good one up to Jim. I got a Sarah Kincaid. So I answered, hello? So this ain't no chick. I think I'm going to come out green on this with my fake sell tactic. It happens every time. This is radio station KSCP out of Cincinnati, Ohio. We've just noticed and witnessed one of the magnificent calls of the day by the Washboard Jim. He was sitting here talking smack as the stock started to run down after his entry. Said he wasn't going to take this too much longer and put in a fake sell. Now, a lot of people I know we wanted to bring this to the newsroom because a fake sell is he's actually not selling the stock. He's holding on to it, but he's going to put an idea out there silently tricking the market, the market makers, by saying he's going to put in a sell when it is actually not a sell, it's a fake sell. And as he does that, the stock automatically jumps up 10 cents. Now this is coming out of a snake, out of a double bottom. All we need to do now is run this thing back up to 55.23.37 at the 63 EMA on the 1 minute time frame. So this is radio station KSCP out of Chicago, Cincinnati, Ohio. Oops. And we'll come right back at you once she breaks. Everything looks a little red. Come on now, break out. Can't take it much longer. Sarah may have a deep voice. I bet you she does. Transsexual. Hello, my name is Sarah, transsexual. I am from the federal government, and we were wanting to know if you were interested in gay sex. Not really. It's never crossed my mind. Just patiently waiting for this thing to start to move up. It might not. We're in the third stage now. One bits, 2 bits, and a freebie. So we'll know something here in a minute or two. I've been on trade 3, 9, 12 minutes, 13 minutes. $70 would be a good price right here. Oh. Okay, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go make my salad. George! George is on.
Arm, which I believe is coming out in the next couple of weeks. So looking at the chart, it's still trend positive as a stock. It's still trading above its 50-day moving average, but it could certainly retest those areas, which are right around the $145 area. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play it a little bit more conservative here, and I'm going to be selling the August 145 cash secured puts. Now you could have sold that earlier today for about $6.50 a share, or $650 a contract. So effectively, the stock does have room to the downside, and we still get to retain that max profit premium of $6.50. But by structuring this trade, you have to be willing and able to take ownership as an obligation at 145 if it does hit that level between now and expiration. But your cost basis is essentially at 138.50. So that's generally speaking right around $25 or about 16%. So if you want to take ownership at a cheaper price, but you want to be paid to do that, this is certainly a strategy you can consider.
I do, George.
All right, thank you for that. George Still, it's great to see you. Thank you for our disruptor every single day.
Oh, God, he smiled.
On Trading 360. George, thanks. So good luck there at ARM. Coming up next, our 360 round, we'll talk about CrowdStrike, which is still down about 10%. Global tech outage.
I love you.
This could, in fact, be the largest outage ever
God.
in the world. So let's see about that. And obviously, flights have been canceled and grounded, and businesses are struggling. Trading 360, our panel is ready.
Boy.
Be part of the latest commodities action on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
I was born on the south side of Chicago. It has been a long road, but now I'm working for Schwab. I love to help people understand the world through their lens and invest. You can call us Christmas Eve at 4 o'clock in the morning. We're going to always make sure that you have all of the financial tools and support to secure your financial future. That means a lot for my community and for every community.
Download the Schwab Network app and join us to follow all the market trends. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network. Ethan!
How's my favorite client? Great. I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech. Trends?
All that research sounds exhausting.
Nope. Schwab's technology does the work. So if I spot an opportunity in robotics or pets, I can buy those stocks in a few clicks. Can't be that easy. It is with Schwab.
Schwab investing themes. 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
It's time to look forward.
Find the next trend.
From every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next-gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. It's time for our 360 round. And of course, this panel is ready to talk all about CrowdStrike. The stock tanks. This is a massive global IT outage, could be the largest ever, where millions of computers and businesses have been affected, airlines canceling across the world, banks, 911, everything has been slow or affected in many ways that I just described. They implemented a fix. It was a software update. It wasn't a cybersecurity issue. John Dwyer is with us, Director of Security Research at Binary Defense, and David Trainer, CEO at New Constructs. Thank you both for being with us. I mean, thankfully, it seems that they've implemented a fix that has been put out there. It's problematic to think that one software upgrade can stop the world. David, some of your thoughts?
I think this represents how dangerous and how much systemic risk there is in terms of the global economy relying on, so much of the global economy relying on, one type of software, one company. We don't just have systemic risk with banks, we got systemic risk with reliance on Microsoft Windows and ultimately CrowdStrike. And that's just, I think potentially a self-reinforcing problem in that, these big companies, Microsoft, Google, Meta, et cetera, they make so much money because they have nearly oligopolistic power that they can spend so much money on Congress to ensure that that oligopolistic power only increases and doesn't decrease. And that's just part of a broken system I think we have in Congress, where people are more about payouts and making good decisions, and it leads to big risks like what we're experiencing today.
Yeah, this systemic risk is extremely concerning and is evident, most evident today. You hope there are good people with good ethics behind the buttons in the end, right? John, some of your thoughts.
Yeah, what is causing the most impact to me is the nature of the update and the manual effort that's going to require to recover from this. Is I think we're going to see a long tail sort of rolling impact from this. As we talk about CrowdStrike and Microsoft being in some of the largest enterprises in the world, the high impact of the event. I don't think this is going to be a quick turnaround, and we're going to feel the pain from this outage for several days.
So yeah, we saw, I think, I earlier heard 1,000 flight cancellations. I mean, here in New York City, subways, for example, were, running with some delays. You couldn't see the sign. We got so used to saying, oh, the 4-5 is coming in 3 minutes, and none of that was available. So it left everybody sort of scrambling. And then you start to wonder, are there opportunities here? What should be changed? Is it a buying opportunity of the stock? What needs to change? David, some of your thoughts.
What needs to change is people need to be a little more diligent in, what kind of updates they push out. Obviously, their QA system here was lacking. They pushed out a bad update. And so in terms of opportunity, look, Microsoft is one of the greatest companies in the world, maybe one of the greatest of all time, but it's expensive. CrowdStrike, we think, is expensive too. And I think in general, though, cybersecurity is a great place to be investing. I don't have any particular names for you. I just recommend that you be discerning and make sure you're picking the good ones, do the diligence on the fundamentals and the valuation, and don't just chase stocks because they're in a particular sector.
Yeah, and look, if you like cybersecurity, okay, but the question too is, you noted, John, it's going to take a little time to come back. And is their reputation tarnished, or is this forgotten in a couple of days? John?
I'm certainly interested to see what CrowdStrike's response to this is. I mean, they're not the first, technology company to make a mistake before, and they probably won't be the last. And I'm interested to see how they handle this in terms of reviewing their quality assurance policies and procedures going forward, if they give full transparency in terms of what had happened.
80 cents.
And then us as consumers in the industry is like, we need to reward companies that are transparent, do, talk about the mistakes that were made and how they improve them. No one isn't perfect, but we can sort of guide market trends based on assessments by companies that adhere to practices and procedures that we agree with in the most secure manner possible.
Yeah, and look, I mean, everybody.
Did anybody take SPX with Bobo?
Things that happen that are very scary. That being said, when you think about all these
Anybody take SPX with Bobo?
On any in particular, David? I mean, some of the growth potential, for example. I mean, we're showing Palo Alto, Fortinet, Zscaler, CrowdStrike, just as to name a few. Some of the agenda going forward for these names.
Coin and Mr. still going strong.
A great industry, a great place to be in. And I also agree wholeheartedly with this idea of transparency and being open with how well you do your job and what your policies and procedures are. Because if they're good, you want the world to know it. We feel the same way about our research. We think in general, if you're doing good work, it's good to be transparent about what it is you're doing because you got nothing to hide. And so we highly recommend that investors focus on companies that are more transparent about their operations, about their executive compensation, about their plans to be profitable. I know that Palo Alto Networks has been one of the better cybersecurity companies out there, but I don't have specifics right now on all these stocks. I could look them up in our system in a minute if you let me type in the tickers and tell you. I do know that they're generally pretty.
Right, no, of course, and there's an ETF, HACK, right, which also just has the basket of the names. John, we'll give you the final thought here. I will note that CEO George Kurtz is down about $30 million, give or take, on the stock drop today. I don't think he was focusing on that, but that is a fact. CrowdStrike, final thought, John.
I think this is just a good reminder of how our day-to-day lives are intertwined with this digital ecosystem, and that we are all part of this. And we need to make sure that we're holding companies accountable for what they do. We select companies that are best suited for what we need as a culture and a country and a world as we all communicate together. And this isn't probably going to be the last time as the market coalesces around certain products. And we need to be striving for more competition in the market because I think that brings out the best in everyone.
Yeah, and look, electricity was the other one, right?
There we go.
This is something you can't get to your bank or whatever. Electricity would be another. That's why you carry cash, folks.
Read a book.
David Springer, John Dwyer, thank you both. I'm Nicole Petalides. Thanks for being with me here on Trading 360.
Read a book.
Here, Fast Market is next.
Magnificent. We're at a buck, oh yeah. We're at a buck, oh yeah. We're at a buck. Oh yeah. We're at a buck.
Be part of the latest commodities action on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere.
Magnificent, would you like to give me a grade, please?
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my
Randy
mom
sees change.
has 3 children.
Kind of late for that, Randy.
And so once a client knew that she was heard,
Johnny, if you get on here again and talk about our family, you're the one that got busted and went to prison. Oh, Randy got in at the bottom with Uncle Jimmy. So you weren't chicken? Who got an awful entry? You got to be kidding me. Unbelievable. Magnificent. I want you to go to the hospital and get your blood tested. You're delusional. I got in at 80 cents, my friend. The fight's on. I also want you to go and get your eyes checked and your hearing. Then after you get done with that, go to Tokyo Massage Parlor and get a back rub. The crowd's going wild here at the sports ring. No, I did not average down. There's a fight going on between Washboardjim and the referee. The referee thinks I got in at 90 cents. And he deducted me 2 grades. This is recorded. Magnificent. I'm going to go back and I'm going to watch it. My reputation's on the line now. Okay. I got some wonderful croutons here. I think we're heading to the 200 SMA, Randy. Randy set Magnificent straight. This is proof. What? Oh, that was the other one. Okay, that was the other one. Yes, I did get it at 90. I agree. Okay. There was just a big misunderstanding between the referee and the trader. The trader did take a trade at 90 cents and sold it at 115 and 120. And the same trader got back in it when it dipped back down and bought it back at 80. So he's right. He's just yeah. Okay, I take back the argument. I wasted 10 minutes of my life. That was very good. I made something that I've never had before in my life. A half a pickle, a tomato, and some beets with some grape vinaigrette with crouton. Beets. I've ate more beets this year than I've ate in the last 2 months, and I've ate my whole entire life. I got to get down to 165 by the time I go to the beach, where the girls can see my six-pack. Come on, let's get to 1,000. Always clean. May I help you? This is Jim. Retail Traders. This is on a recorded line. Were you able to get in that call that I made there on the SPX at 80 cents? You heard it was 90? I know. Well, right now it's at 110. Yeah. You want what? 10%? Why? You want a new diamond ring? Brandon. Bye-bye. Jim's finishing up his lunch. He's noticed a bull flag here. He thinks we can go higher. I want 130 out of this. And you'll change that C minus to an A plus. SMCI. Someone in the room thinks it's getting ready to break. And it's a girl.
Worked the last few days. So if you were over levered, it's now continuing to go against you. You're not only not being paid for those positions, but you're going to have to sell them out through margin issues into worse prices. You're going to take big losses, and then maybe that's going to be the capitulation moment. So I look at this, Kevin, as an opportunity to talk about risk management. And look, we missed the opportunity. The Nasdaq's 1,000 points off its highs now, but for the last few weeks,
Hey, buddy.
the trends to the upside. Don't sell the dope.
I didn't miss it. I've been telling people for months, and we pulled back, and I've not got 1 ounce of credit for it.
One day this isn't going to work, but they've worked for so many months. Sure. This reminds me of the summer of 2015, where it was more China related, so a lot of the action would happen overnight. It felt like the S&Ps at the time were 2,100 points, let's call it. They would gap down 25, 30 points overnight, and they'd rally back. They'd gap down 25, 30 points overnight, and you look at that and say, oh, this is what happens every single time. And then one time, that gap down 25 or 30 turned into a down 50 day. The next day was down 80, and then we were limit down into the open, and we were suddenly 200, 300 points off those levels. But it was the same playbook until it wasn't. So how do you trade this? Follow your playbook, but plan for the time when that play breaks down and doesn't work.
I heard a great trader once say to me, I bought the first break, I bought the second break, I was the third break. And so there's the humbling aspect of these markets. Kev, same question to you. What is your watch list telling you today?
Well, I also look at the VIX and VIX curve here. So here's the one thing, right? And if you kind of go back to that example that Alex was talking about, at that time we were in a pretty severe backwardation, and that was really being priced in before we actually saw the realized losses to the downside in the equity market. We don't have that right now. I mean, we are in a backwardation if you're looking at spot VIX compared to front month and August contract, but outside of that, and you kind of neglect October because it has a specific situation, the market institutions right now are not gearing up for a very long-term downside move. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't have one. But I think that's kind of the first thing that I look for is, all right, we start seeing those elevated VIX contracts kind of moving to the upside there. They're all pretty much flattening out or in line, or we have this massive backwardation taking place. That's when you kind of say, okay, maybe this is going to be something. But right now, once again, and plus we're in earnings season. We have to remember that. You're in the strongest catalyst season for equities for the last 3 to 4 years. And so, yes, we have a lot of macroeconomic data. I mean, we had more news events this week, Kev, than we could fit in a whole month. And so the market's just trying to digest that. Let it cool off here a little bit. We've had a really nice run, and until something really does fundamentally change from a top line standpoint and a bottom line standpoint, or guidance adjustments moving forward from some of these mega cap names, I think it's very hard to really try to fade this. And the first indication that you could see for a fade is going to be the financials to the downside, and the economic data is just really not supporting that at this point. I think structurally we are still in a sound position. And sell-offs happen. And we've been begging for, the whole market's been begging for a 10% correction. Sure. I mean, this is the most heated rally that we've seen in a very long time. So yeah, let it cool off here a little bit. Maybe even touch the 200-day on the S&P 500. See how many buyers might be stepping in after that.
Yeah, like I said yesterday on this show, if this sell-off, if this correction, if this rotation is surprising to you, you're not watching Fast Market and you're not watching the Schwab Network, because we've been talking about the valuation of this market for a while. Now, next week, as we get out of financials, get through some airlines, get through a couple like American Express and some credit card, looking at the U.S. consumer, next week we start with large cap tech, guys, and that's when things are going to get really interesting, because a lot of these names have rallied quite a ways. We're going to take our first break and come back with the names that we're going to cover today, which is CrowdStrike, and then AMD with Folio, and then Microsoft. So everything that's hot today, everything that's moving, we're going to cover. Take a quick 2-minute break. Come back with more Fast Market. See you then, everybody.
Uh-oh. It's almost hit my resistance channels up there.
CRA.
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical insights on every changing trend in markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Rennick.
Oliver! Oliver!
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Welcome back to Fast Market, everyone. Alex Coffey, Kevin Green, back for our second segment. Let's get into it, though. Let's start trading these names because they're moving. And for that, we're going to talk about our first name of the day. That is CrowdStrike. Obviously, it's leading the headlines all over the country today, in some ways all over the world. For more on that, let's bring in Diane King Hall to the show. Diane, you've got the easy headline of the day to talk about, and that is CrowdStrike. Oh my goodness. Like I said, Diane, time and money cure most things, right? I think the money kind is probably going to be CrowdStrike.
I mean, look, CrowdStrike is, if it wasn't a household name before, it is now, and not for the right reasons. You had this major, one-of-a-kind, widespread technical outage that has affected a variety of sectors, whether we're talking about banks, other businesses, broadcasters, the airlines being grounded. And so CrowdStrike, shares of CrowdStrike getting hit hard, although it's come off the lows of the session. Right now it's down close to 9%, and so it's not quite getting hit as hard as it was earlier. You have the CEO sounding off on Twitter X about kind of the status of where things are. He tweeted earlier that they were actively working with customers who were impacted by the defect found. It talked about that it was a content update. It said that it's not a security incident or a cyber attack. Quote, the issue's been identified, isolated. They've been working on the fix. He said, quote, this is the most recent post that on Twitter X. We understand the gravity of the situation and are deeply sorry for the inconvenience and disruption, working with all impacted customers to ensure that systems are back up and they can deliver the services that their customers are counting on. But it's been a difficult
I'm
week
not
for
on mute.
CrowdStrike. Yesterday, you had a double downgrade from Redbird. They had downgraded it from a buy to a sell. They lowered their price target to $275 a share. Talk about kind of being a soothsayer there in terms of seeing some of the challenges for CrowdStrike. I mean, what CrowdStrike is lucky in some respect that it wasn't a cyber attack.
And I mean, if you're a shareholder in this name, you just had a real-time view as to how important this stock is for
Very important.
The globe, if you will. But I also see Palo Alto Networks catching a little bit of a bid here. Are you seeing any analysts really talking about maybe they could actually see some?
So Jimmy, when he called this trade out,
customer orders because of the issues
magnificent.
Maybe over the last couple of weeks. Is there something that might be in this type of rotation trade that we've seen over the long term, maybe starting?
Magnificent. I know you have a photographic memory, but Jimmy did state in overwhelming evidence that he counted to 3, a 1-em, 2 bits, and a freebie out of the snake. And what happened? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, boom. Exactly. 110 looks like a pretty good exit idea. What was my? It was off November. Oh boy. Hey, I'm going to show you guys something magnificent. You see this one up here, the 90-cent one? I bought that at 75. The 55.75. You see this one right here? I bought that at 55.70. At 80. I tricked you again. So what you got to say about that? Shocked. That's what I thought. Okay, now what we're doing. You're right. We created a Head and Shoulders. Oh my God, we did, didn't we, Jimmy? Yes, we did. Do I want to jump back in it? What are we at? We're at 80 cents. Okay. SMCI pulled back and hit 63. SPY made a Head and Shoulders. Randy. A nice little bounce on the IWM there. Interesting. The spitter's not on today.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the implied volatility right now, it's sitting at around a 57. I mean, we're at volatility levels that we would see in a run-up to earnings. So, I mean, Alex utilizing that IV to his advantage potentially is something to really note here.
See, this news,
get that ball crushed.
This news that Tesla got favors all the what do you call it? What do you call a non-believer? There's got to be some kind of name for it. I know there is. I just can't think of it right off the bat. The naysayers. I think that's what a non-believer is. A lot of naysayers will be happy because of the robo news, delay of the robo news, because that's what they're assuming the run is all about. Now, as another 10, 15 years from now, we'll be having this gig economy. The whole economy is going to change. It kind of already has. It's easy to become lazy and get paid for it. Once you get paid for being lazy, it's hard to want to go back and become, productive in life. Unless it's just instilled in you. So there'll be other ways for people to make money. I gave a guy $5, 2004, for a seashell that had a magnet glued to it. And I bet you he probably sold maybe 50 of them a day. Homeless collect seashells, go buy the magnets, glue them together, sit around on the beach, and then someone like me comes up, "Hey, you want to buy a magnet?" When I go to Jamaica, I'm going to bring an instrument with me and give it away to some kind of kid. Family. So a lot of these stocks on my watch list that we've been calling out, and the Donald's back down to 34. The President of Mexico will send a letter to former President Donald Trump about migration. See, everybody thinks he's going to be president. I wouldn't count on it. Although this assassination attempt didn't work, man, another one comes in, that'd be kind of really... Says Donald Trump is not well informed. That's what this headline says. That's not cool. The President of Mexico will send a letter to former President Donald Trump about migration and the importance of economic integration. Says Donald Trump is not well informed. Okie dokie. Okay, the crowd's going wild here at the sports arena. I'm going to look at see if I think there's going to be a reversal today. I think we will consolidate and bounce up a little bit. My guess, we close at 55.32. So I might go for a walk before the fat cats come back. Now, right now we've developed a inverse head and shoulders. Biden says he looks forward to getting back on campaign trail next week. Does he know that today is ice cream day? July 21st. Well, I thought it was today. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been tricked. I have been tricked again. I'm so sick of it. Brandy. Now, forever. Do 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 do. Okay, we're getting ready again. What do you think? Do you think we're going to do it this time? Spy? Let's get it! Gee, I'm scared. Okay, he's getting ready. The crowd doesn't know what quite to say right yet, but he's going to trade the spy. July the 22nd. The 5:52 strike. Pay attention. Brandy. I'm going to teach you something here. Spy 552 strike at 110. Oh boy, looky. Brandy. July 22nd. Oh, you stupid moron. It goes right in there at 110. Hey, Paula. Can you tell me what's going down tonight? Oh, damn, I didn't put the strike in there. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Damn. Just dropped on me. Wow. Well, that kind of... Fuck. Well, fuck. I'm gonna stay in it. There's 114, 117. Come on, baby. So far we're winning. Now, if you're a rookie, make a business decision. I want you to make 28 wins in a row. You can do it on about every trade I make. Just make them short and sweet and do it 28 times in a row. I'm not saying in one day, maybe 28 days, maybe 2 months, or maybe in 3 weeks, or maybe in a couple of weeks, 2 a day. "28 times forms a real good habit. And a lot of times that'll get you out of a trade while it's in the peak, because breakouts usually pull back some. Sometimes they just pull back a little more than they should. But that went all the way to 118. I come real close to wanting to sell it, but I just said, let me hold on here. Now I'm back to even. So I could have got out of that trade at $80, and I could have bought the dip. That's where I made my big mistake. I had my finger on the trigger. I should have done it. Then when it popped to 118, I definitely would have sold it. It was like 4 minutes, 5 minutes, make 100, 200 and some bucks. And that knife just happened. I bought it, and boom. They dropped 10, 12, 15 cents, and I'm going, fuck. What the heck? I didn't have any time to look at it. And I looked up and I said, what? 95 cents? And I had a good 30, 40 seconds think about it to buy it, to buy more. And I sat there and looked at it. I said, nah. But that's a trade by itself, you know. If it doesn't work, it's a good way out. If you've got the guts to buy the dip. I mean, 90 cents, 95. Back to 118, that'd been $280. More than that, 280, and then another 25. Okay, oh well. Man, I gotta go back to eating hamburgers for lunch. 106. Come on, Spy. We would rather see you fly. And we still got 45 minutes before the fat cats come back. I didn't think about that. Not showing much promise at all. I think the Bears are getting in control. They're persuading some. Okay, I'm going to go get my tea and I'll be right back. We want this thing to break out. CRM, I gotta watch that too. CGM, CMG. CMG down 21 cents. AMC at 504. The breakouts have been little. Here's another one flagging out. We'll know here in a minute or two again. And it's a little early, but maybe not. Not if I get a knock on the door. Hey, Jim, go ahead and get us started in this here bottom here, and we'll be in the office in about a half hour there, man. Yay. And we'll bring you back some potato salad. They liked it at $1. The 552s. Okay, the crowd's going wild at the sports arena. Average of 1.05. Now, break it. Break it. So I think I'm at the end of the flag here. We're going to find out. My average is 105. Get you. Let's do it. We can do it. I promise. Oh, I didn't. Well, I just. Very sensitive. All of a sudden, his computer got very sensitive. See? Why is it doing that? Okay, get ready. Break in some cash here. I'm showing you the squeeze. It's time to please. If you can count to 3, you can trade with me. So here's your snake, for heaven's sake. Come on. It's not it. Come on. What the fuck? Messing with this, it's very sensitive today. Come on, Jim. Okay. 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 That's it. I'm done. I retire. do this right. Just remove this. Remove it. Go up here. Go to the channel. Take a real deep breath. Go to the channel. It still didn't show up. Go to the channel. Take a deep breath. Stick it right there. Come down and connect with this second one right here. Just a tap. Oh, beautiful. 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 Oh, we're at 119. Richard. Randy. Snake. Symmetrical flag. Breakout. 118, 119. Make a business decision, please. I know the desire to stay in is there. I can understand it. And I do believe we could see 549.85. But let's pull up a resistance. Now, we did call the snake. Now, we had a 1'em, 2 bits, and a freebie. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sweet spot. Sweet spot. I'm going to write a song about it. And some of you people are going to take it dirty, and some of you are going to say, wow, this guy's very talented. Well, I hit you right in the sweet spot, and you broke out with chicken pox. Okay, never mind. I was going to show you the resistance. That's this right here. Well, you touched my sweet spot, and I've started to get hot. I said, honey, let's go take an ice bath. Okay. Now we're retesting. Should have probably sold it right there. Because I'm in at some pretty good price. The crowd's going wild at the sports arena. Yeah, I should have thought about that, but there's the snake, the breakout, the pull back into the triangle. Now we've retested. So if I was to add on, if I wasn't in the trade, I would have took it there at 108. And your 50-50 chance of breaking out. But if we bust past the 9, that blue, see, we've not really become bullish until right in here. All that time. See, no 9, no 9, no, that candle there broke the 9, but no 9 until we get that one. So we got a 50-50 chance. It's low supports right here. We busted below it, damn. Ain't cool. No. Not going right. God. I can't get the thing drawn. $5.49, new resistance. Oh well. Damn. I came in pretty strong.
It doesn't matter, it's called X, okay? It's not up to us. That's what it's called now. We don't need to say X, formerly known as Twitter, every single time we mention the platform. It's too many words. X. As far as this story, you know, this is going to be the reason. You log on any news source, Bloomberg, CNBC, Wall Street Journal, Barron's, they're going to say the market's down, CrowdStrike had an outage, that's why the market's down. Perhaps, but perhaps the market was already trending lower, and this is just the attribution. This is a big story for CrowdStrike. This shows the single point.
For tomorrow, yes. Thanks for reminding me.
But we're in a market that was moving lower and has a reason now. So, makes a big deal. We don't know what the answer is going to be. We don't know how long this is going to be. We don't know what the fallout will be. But I think it's lazy to say, hey, the NASDAQ's lower because CrowdStrike had a little bit of a weakness. The NASDAQ was down 1,000 points from its highs yesterday. So this happened today as far as I'm concerned.
And I will say that
552s.
the largest outage in U.S. history of this nature. You caused this much of an outage, and right now, like an already very competitive cybersecurity landscape, I'm surprised shares aren't down more. I mean, down 10.5%.
It's a good point. It goes to show, too, if you're a company like Microsoft, which was impacted and is really the reason the outage was so big, then you need to think about, okay, how do I prepare for these situations? Do I have to pay for two of these security companies and switch to one if I need to when the other is down or something? Look, it's not my world. I don't know. I don't know how the tech world works in that, and it's going to weigh on margins to do that. But
Jimmy don't look good.
That are out there, even if it was kind of a, you know, it was an accident. But it shows that an accident can have big
Jenny, I love you.
effects in terms of just how commerce was interacting today. Planes grounded, things not being able to do. It stopped the world in many aspects because somebody fired off the wrong update. And, you know, I don't want to dumb it down, but that's kind of how I read it and interpret it. But I want to talk about it because we're not going to choose this name. We talked a lot about this on Fast Market. It's been the subject of all the discussions throughout the shows today. I was on Fast Market. I looked at an example trade illustration. That's an archive show. Go to the schwabnetwork.com. Once that's posted, you can watch that segment. It should be about 20 minutes into the program. And I really was about as transparent to my thinking around it as I really have been in really any of these names. So I'm not saying it'll work or not work, but you get an idea of how I'm approaching or would approach this situation if I was going to. And I think the first decision is maybe you just don't. You know, maybe you just wait and let this situation play itself out and you just avoid the volatility that's sort of outside of your control.
Yeah, and I always like to get like a full scope of the story. Like I would like to see now when we get an update from CrowdStrike, like what the financial impact is of this, because as we know, I mean, there's companies, obviously very different types of companies, like Southwest had major technology failures that have lasted now, I mean, it's been on the stock for 2 years. We even have
It'd be easy to go down once they start piling on.
That has also also impacted their financials now for multiple quarters. So I need to know the financial impact here because, yeah, my personal impact is that it's been annoying to not have a computer all morning. But next name today, actually, I would say is an equal part of the story. That's Microsoft, because
Which why this is as big of a story as it is.
exactly, yeah. So Microsoft is really, I think, even why I'm even having my own outages myself. But an update to their admin center, the company did say they're continuing to see an improvement in service availability across their 365 apps and services. They're closely monitoring their
There's some
telemetry
more.
data to ensure the upward trend continues and their mitigation continues to see progress. So cloud services, they said, have been mostly restored after this outage. Obviously, though, there's still several users reporting issues coming after a result of the latest update naturally with CrowdStrike. But the initial issues did affect their Azure services and 365 suite of apps in central US. But the update at CrowdStrike does not appear to have directly impacted their Windows systems globally, with laptops showing an error screen known as the blue screen of death, which is on my computer right now. So it seems like they're at least working toward the solution. Again, Microsoft's not even down 1% on this.
Microsoft is outperforming the NASDAQ today. So again, we can attribute all we want, but this is just the reality. Microsoft's down 0.9%, which is a lot of money when you have as many shares outstanding. It's almost 8 billion shares outstanding. So you're talking, a lot of money. That being said, it's outperforming the index that it's in. So it's not the only thing really working in this market. This might be the most obvious thing that's going on in the market. Also, Microsoft, really not that hard, or really is quite hard to replace if you're one of these companies that's in. What is your alternative? I don't even know if there is one for a lot of these things. So kind of a necessary evil in many ways.
The power of Microsoft, I guess.
Let's talk about where there could be shifts, because say CrowdStrike does have issues
Oh,
in
boy.
terms of, hey, they lost some trust a little bit. Even though it wasn't a breach, it was just more of a mistake, but it goes to highlight, kind of
It
your
looked good for me.
stop shop failure. Company that is seen as potentially benefiting from this, even if it just means diverted spending away from CrowdStrike, is perhaps Palo Alto Networks.
Even if it just means, I feel like today any company like a Palo Alto Networks seems like a hero because their systems didn't fail. I mean, even if they're not involved in the story at all, which I think they're probably trying to stray away from as much as possible, they just look like a better run company today, frankly. They're up about.
And if you're Palo Alto Networks, you say nothing about that.
Right.
Because the second you say something, you're jinxing yourself. Maybe, of course, I'm
Don't say a word and you know
It's
nothing.
going to happen to a Palo Alto Networks. It happened to CrowdStrike. You just kind of, let the damage be done. But go ahead.
But so, okay, I was reading what the Wedbush analysts think of this, because I do know Dan Ives at Wedbush has been a longtime bull of this name, has had some pretty massive earnings losses, post-earnings losses, as we see, from this chart, you can see that massive slide several quarters back. But
CrowdStrike.
what it says this clearly is a major black eye for CrowdStrike, and they said that they became a household name today, but not in a good way. It'll take time to settle down, but they still
Let's see how this works out. I'll be right back.
Position of CrowdStrike and the overall sector and cybersecurity as a whole. So I thought that was kind of an interesting point.
Might
They
not
also
work.
did say that this not being a hack or cybersecurity threat is actually more worrying, because it means that there's just a fail-safe that went wrong in your company. So again, Palo Alto Networks say looks like a hero. KeyBank was another firm that did say that between that and SentinelOne, there are two of these major obvious beneficiaries of this. So it's always interesting to see the pain of CrowdStrike is their gain.
A mistake is always better than a breach when you're a crowd security company. I'm sorry, I can't agree with that.
I agree with that.
But I will say though, there were governments and stuff I was reading, in Australia and New Zealand.
I'll see it at 120 and sell it.
There could be investigations and regulators that step in on this. That's the problem. It was just such a widespread issue that there's going to be fallout. I have no idea how to quantify that fallout, but I can tell you, if you're Palo Alto Networks, you needed some good news, because that big day, we've still not made our way back from that. So on our way slowly but surely, and up in a down market is always impressive. So despite its recent underperformance, up 1.5%, you have to at least tip your hat to Palo Alto, even if it was just, hey, we're just not called CrowdStrike today. Maybe that's the best thing it's got going. Last one on our list, though, is Meta. So the stock formerly known as Facebook.
I know, I was going to say, talk about the ultimate identity crisis here. But Meta, today, getting some love at Oppenheimer. They raised their price target to $525 from $500 with an outperform rating, highlighting that since the presidential debate, Meta has underperformed the NASDAQ on the possible repeal of TikTok, as well as tariff risks from Chinese advertisers and this long-running feud with, naturally, Donald Trump. So as a result, they are less concerned with the second half of 2024, supported by some of the robust digital advertising market trends. They also increased released their third quarter estimates on the continued China advertising demand, saying U.S. import volumes and shipping prices from East Asia to U.S. are showing strong demand for Chinese products, which suggests that actually advertiser tailwinds could continue for a name like Meta Platforms. Now, Meta also, I do think, like the fact that they're up and running, I was like, I feel like on these days, like Instagram goes down, things go down, Meta's seem fine. So we're up about 0.4% today, and we do have earnings from them. I believe it's July 31st after the closing. Yeah, July 31st after the closing bell. So we get our first wave of tech earnings. Well, I guess Netflix, if you count it, we did get. But I would say like Alphabet to me really kicks things off next week, and then we hear from the rest of like the Microsofts, the Metas the week following.
And there's probably a political aspect to this. It's hard to deny that. How do you quantify that? That's going to be up to the individual. But it's had a pretty rapid repricing, a little bit of a bounce today. It's certainly stronger, green again in the red market. But it's also been one of the biggest contributing factors to this sell-off that we've had over the last week. I mean, the stock's plunged. So bouncing a little bit today. We'll see if it can hold on. It is fading intraday. That's never good when the market's getting weaker as you work your way towards unchanged. It's almost like gravity pulling you down. Still could be an underperformer, but that's getting dangerously close to unchanged.
I know I was going to say it's hanging on for dear life to this small rally on the session, but we will be looking more at Microsoft as well as Palo Alto Networks, perhaps maybe two different names performing today in the tech space. We'll dive more into the technicals and example trades coming up next.
Wrap up the trading day with me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, 3 p.m. Eastern. It's Market on Close. No place better than the Schwab Network.
I was born on the south side of Chicago. It has been a long road, but now I'm working for Schwab. I love to help people understand the world through their lens and invest accordingly. You can call us Christmas Eve at 4 o'clock in the morning. We're gonna always make sure that you have all of the financial tools and support to secure your financial future. That means a lot for my community and for every community.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It is time for our Chart Masters segment. Today we're looking at two names that are impacted from the CrowdStrike outage, of course, Microsoft as well as Palo Alto Networks, but two names benefiting, or not benefiting, just reacting very differently. Microsoft, I have to say, this to me is the most muted reaction to what has been a nightmare of a day, it seems like, for Microsoft. But the blue screens of death, hey, not still in Microsoft, still, I mean, a pretty amazing chart.
Yeah, pretty rough day for sure across everything pretty much. But for the purposes of what we're doing, we can take a look at this chart, and really not much of a material change despite today's craziness, for lack of a better word. So we can see here that since we had this last earnings event, mostly the stock has been traveling in an upward channel type shape here. Things were looking rather exciting around this point when we broke above our upward channel line, and the way we created this simply drew a conventional trend line going across the lows duplicated it, put it across the highs. It matched up pretty well, save for this breakout to the upside that ultimately was a flop. We were not able to hang on to those gains. We've retreated all the way back down to the bottom of our channel, and indeed we actually tested it to the downside. We broke out below not only the channel boundary, but these previous highs, and below our orange 63-day exponential moving average right here, this line. So now we've recovered somewhat. We are hanging on to above these indicators here, but we are, red on the day. So definitely a tough day for a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, to me, this is the most positive reaction you could have if you're Microsoft here. Is that this is pretty much nothing based on the tragedy of this day if you're trying to work using Microsoft's various platforms. But as far as momentum here, what is RSI telling you?
RSI interrupted here. We did have this upward sloping trend line. We were in the overbought area numerous times as we kind of kept grinding higher and eventually culminated with those 52-week highs, but a steep drop off in momentum here. Trend line invalidated, 50 midline invalidated too here, as we do manage to hang on to the supportive area near about 433. So definitely something to keep an eye on as we keep going. Momentum in the hands of the bears now at this point here. So a difficult situation once again.
So when we look at now some levels to keep on our radar, we do get their earnings in about a week and a half from now. So that's something to consider. Also, I will say Alphabet, I'm sure, will give market maker moves to a lot of these names, like a Microsoft. So movement ahead. So what are we watching here as far as price levels?
Well, I think that first of all, today's close will be really important to see not only if we can hang on above this area that I just mentioned, but also to see if this candle pattern shapes up. We've got a bearish engulfing candle that formed yesterday, the large red candle, the real body of which, meaning the distance between the open to the close, completely swallowing up the previous day's small green candle's real body. And indeed, even though we have a green candle today, we have the downside follow through after the bearish engulfing candle, which is a crucial part of the confirmation for this pattern. So 433.54, once again, line in the sand here. This will be a really important area to hold as we head into the end of our trading week here. If we were to move lower, we've got some old lows right around here, roughly in line with our -1 standard deviation channel, 1 standard deviation below our blue linear regression line, coming in right around.
We got 6 more minutes.
If we were to move to the upside here,
it's going to get interesting.
Our green line, which represents the old lows, near 445, and then we've got our blue linear regression line near 454.
Okay, Microsoft obviously has pulled back about 3.8, almost 4% on the week alongside the slide in big tech. But Alex, for example purposes, say you were looking at today's reaction and thinking, wow, Microsoft's actually pretty resilient in spite of terrible headline news, and maybe wanted to trade the upside, thinking that we could see some strength from this week's pullback.
Well, one of the things that bulls in the market often say, and you can understand why, is zoom out. Every buying opportunity has started with a little bit of a sell-off, and they've all been buying opportunities. Now, this could be different. Could be the one time in Microsoft's history that the stock goes down that buying it wasn't ultimately a lucrative decision. But if you believe that there's an opportunity here in this weakness, especially around a story that may be a short-lived one, perhaps you want to increase risk for the next week for a little bit of a bounce. That being said, we have earnings in 2 weeks, so it really does limit your strategy playbook here unless you want to contend with that. I elected for this example to stay ahead of it, going to the July 26th expiration and simply buying it out of the money call vertical. 440, 445. $2 debit means you're risking $200 for a chance to make $300. Your break even theoretically by the end of next week would be 442. You're really looking for this stock to bounce, even if it's short-lived, into the end of next week. So over the next week, going into earnings, about $10 from where it is now. So not a huge move needed, but certainly a move needed, Jenny, for this one to work out.
And hey, based on this week, I'm sure we will see some movement, at least maybe in either direction. But next time today, Palo Alto Networks seen as one of the major winners of CrowdStrike's mishaps. So we are seeing a nice 1.4% move to the upside today. It's given back some of that strength. So not even a huge pop. Again, every movement today I see in markets, Rick, I'm like, I think things should be moving more, whether it's to the upside or downside. But nonetheless, still good news for Palo Alto Networks. So what's this chart showing you?
Well, still a red candle today too, so we are down a good bit from where we opened up. But you're right, overall, it's one of the rare kind of upward movers today that we can look at. So looking here back at our yearly highs, 380 or so, blue trend line going downward. We had a steep drop off after earnings, kind of sideways consolidation from that point. And then starting from these lows, we could give our white dashed line here, our trend line to the upside, some consideration as we kind of look toward the recent price action. So even though the trend line's still in play, not super relevant anymore given where we are. In fact, this area, the old high, the green dashed line near 327.57, looks a little more important right now because it represents a second high point here, and we weren't, it was more of a support area in recent weeks. However, more recently, we've fallen below our yellow 21-day EMA, and we are right on the nose of that green line here. So let's see if we can hold on to it. Once again, kind of looking to the close to provide us with some clarity. Kind of a tense day to be watching all this stuff here, you know, on the end of this week.
Yeah, very, very volatile day to close out this week. I mean, I know markets aren't showing you that. It just feels like that. But momentum here, RSI, what are you seeing?
Right. So we did have some pretty sideways price action recently, right? So that's kind of reflected in our RSI, because even though we do have a green trend line that's sloping up, we've been making higher lows, we invalidated it, and we have also fallen below the 50 midline here. So crucially, price is still hanging on to the support though. So maybe we can right the ship and recover here. But you know, this kind of triangular shape in the RSI, when you couple it with our downward sloping trend line in red, speaks to lack of trend direction here. So that's kind of reflective of our sideways price action here. You always want to look for some kind of breakout when you have a triangle shape like this in price or RSI, looking like at least RSI is more pointing toward the downside today.
Yeah, so now when we look at some levels here, I don't
Red,
believe
red,
that they
red.
until the first week of August. So we don't have that as like a near-term catalyst. But all things considered, what are you watching as far as support and resistance?
I'm gonna do a video tonight.
So even mid-August, we have some time for earnings.
Sure, definitely have some time. And we can see that when we add in our volume profile study, this blue bar graph on the right side of the screen that shows areas of heavy trading activity, we can see that this kind of sideways area was indeed a volume node. That was a strong trading zone near like 340 or so, and we've given it up. We've fallen to the downside. We've also given up our blue linear regression line, our idea of fair value. It was looking like it was supportive in recent days, but we have fallen below it here. So one source of potential support has been breached that we didn't initially see on our first couple charts here. So kind of fleshing out our perspective a little more here, kind of highlighting perhaps a potential breakdown that's impending. But as I said, though, still hanging on, still pretty close to our 21-day EMA. If we can hold above the green line and we can hold above our yellow 21-day EMA, this next stop to the upside would be this series of highs near 345. To the downside, orange 63-day EMA near 317, and then we've got our trend line just below that, maybe like 310 or so based on where we are today.
Yeah, and so I think this has been a really interesting chart, especially given like the massive moves to the downside post earnings. But hey, an update is an update. We're up 1.4%. Appreciate the breakdown as always, Victor Cat, our chart master. Now we trade this name. So say you were just hoping for things to
It's
be
not as easy as it looks.
like you were not seeing any major near-term catalysts, which we're not, frankly, and you want to trade this more neutrally.
Yeah, and so looking at this name, you mentioned the 19th.
Trying to go, okay, when?
It doesn't look like either is confirmed, so there's some uncertainty around that. I avoided it altogether. I went to the August 9th expiration, Jenny, and looked at a neutral to bullish strategy. So say you're tying in what you said, which is maybe more of the same, with the potential positive catalyst of, hey, CrowdStrike tripped, and we're there to kind of catch that business that may want to divert itself away from CrowdStrike. Perhaps that leads to some near-term upside momentum in this stock. Short put vertical, selling the 315, 310 in August 9th for $1.70 credit means you can make 170 on your risk of 330. Break even would be 313.30, so quite a bit below the current share price, Jenny. But you really don't necessarily need the stock to go higher, but you really need it to kind of at least hold on to its value here. Stay above 315, but absolutely don't break that 313.30 going into expiration if this one's going to have any chance.
And obviously trading right now currently at around $328 and some change, almost $329 here on the session. But We will leave it there for our Chartmaster segment. Now coming up next, it's time for FOMO. We are talking.
Mister's had a good day.
The upside, that is Intuitive Surgical, which is having a pretty nice day, up 8%, touching new all-time highs on the back of its second quarter.
Coin.
Empower your portfolio.
She was right about
with
Coin.
the Schwab Network. Schwab Network is available anytime,
Anywhere, any place. I know. People are saying cash in. You know what's best for you. I did say it looked kind of easy today, earlier. I did. Rodney. Okay, we're getting ready. Something's happening. We're at 86 now. I need this thing to get to 95. Spy. You can do it. I promise you. I know you can do it. Ouch. Okay. One more peanut left. Almond. That's going. You've been calling out Mr. and Coin all day. You sure have. Great job. Magnificent.
handily beat those expectations. Again, the Da Vinci systems has been their key to that, and they talked about the system utilization increasing quarter over quarter and year over year. So they have continued just the strength of their, kind of the need, what Alex just talked about, the need for robotics within the healthcare space, and they've managed it well. So I haven't seen any negative commentary.
And Diane, it seems to be that they're kind of the main player in this space. No sector has no competition. But I mean, I feel like Medtronic's a stretch. There's probably some names that I'm not familiar with that are smaller, but this seems to be the best-in-class industry leader when it comes to medical use case robotics. Is that safe to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. And now I do, I don't want to say that they completely don't have anything, any challenges, because to go back to the issues that they're seeing in Asia, although they're solving for that with strength in other markets. They talked about the headwinds they're facing in Asia, and they talked about increasing headwinds from prolonged physician strikes in both Korea and in China, and just emerging domestic robotic systems. So it sounds like they'll be facing some domestic competition there.
Yeah, that's also a good point, that they're not just the only name in this space. And I will say that the whole presence of AI in the medical care world is so fascinating. Like the way that the Da Vinci system is basically this minimally invasive surgical approach. I have to imagine AI will continue to enter this space. I know it's already been used for several medical breakthroughs, but the actual Da Vinci surgical system, I just did a quick search, and it's amazing looking. So it gets me excited to think about the fail-proof, basically the lack of human error that these systems provide, which is amazing. But we'll leave it there. Great insight as always. Have a wonderful weekend. Diane King-Hall, senior markets correspondent for the network. So now we trade this name, and I do think that...
Real quick, though, I think it's important, because my understanding of this is it's not robotics and automated. It's
not.
Really it's a system where you're almost they call it Da Vinci. It's almost like you're the artist, maybe somewhere else, and you control this robot, and you're watching the screen. So it really allows for maybe rural areas to get top access to surgeries from a doctor who's not necessarily in the same place. Is sort of how I interpret it, unless I don't get it.
No, that's... I mean, there is definitely a surgeon that is utilizing this tool. Yeah, it's not like AI has taken over. It's just I've been watching so many of the ways that AI has now disrupted, but I would even say benefited the medical space. And I feel when you look at the robotic segment, that's where there's really room for AI to be implemented, which is, I think, fascinating.
And maybe we don't start with open heart surgery. Maybe it's something as simple, and maybe it's already out there of, hey, the assembly line disrupted manufacturing, right? It was hey, we could be more efficient if we just make the same thing and everybody kind of makes one part of it and we put it together. Well, maybe things like automating and robotics and AI or things like that. Easy things first, and then it gets to really complex stuff something as complex as surgery on a human being. And so we're working our way there. Maybe we're just not quite there yet.
And I mean, 60,000 surgeons have now been trained on these Da Vinci systems, more than 10 million surgical procedures done. And basically, they say that this is the most wonderful way for a surgeon to operate, because it gives the best visuals possible. I'm fascinated by this. But now, when you look at trading this name, I mean, obviously making a nice move to the upside today, and we're looking at it at the heels of its all-time high.
Yeah, and so that's the thing, obviously outperforming in a down market, if we can call we'll say the last week has been a downward pressured market. It's still obviously been a really, really strong market year thus far. And of course, 2023, very strong year as well for the overall market. ISRG, buying a call counter is the example trade we're looking at here. Looking for a test of those intraday highs that we saw just today. So the stock opened up a little bit higher. It has trended a little bit lower as the days go on.
Very interesting.
Really traded past that 56.81 all-time high. And so what I looked at here was a retest over the next 2 weeks of that level, 455 call calendar, selling the July 26th, buying the August 2nd, and doing so for around a $2 debit. That would mean you'd risk $200. But this is a strategy that potentially could, do okay, even if the stock just sort of maintained its value here, although it does best, of course, if it moves to that strike. So in this case, that's the 455. The nice thing, though, Jenny, very, very customizable. So just one way to look at it. If you have a better price target to the upside, a more bullish price target, you wouldn't look at the 455. You would look at that particular level. And of course, if you want a different time horizon, you can adjust it that way as well. So a customizable way to look at ISRG, jumping after earnings, jumping on some exciting fundamental updates. but also kind of short term here, just looking for a retest of that high that we got just this morning.
So looking for just a lot of the same in this name, and I will say that nice pop, and it's held on throughout today's session, which has been incredible. But we will leave it there for our FOMO discussion today. Now coming up next, it's time to talk Serve Robotics, and that name is up 232% on the session. Of course, it is an $8 stock, but still up $6 on the session. Not too bad after NVIDIA disclosed a 10% stake in the company.
Market not looking too good. There goes a SPY, baby, yeah. Need 92.3.5. I'm even at 92.5. Make it.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
My dad was a hard worker.
Your dad.
He used to do side jobs installing windows, charging something like $100 a window when other guys were charging $400 to $500. He just didn't want to do that. He was proud of the price he was charging. My dad instilled in me, always put the people before the money. Be proud of offering a good product at a fair price. I think he'd be extremely proud of me. Yeah.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. I'd like to now welcome in Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent.
Kevin
to discuss
Green.
Serve Robotics, which is ripping on this session here, Kevin. That's putting it lately. It's up 231% here in real time. It's up $6 today, which is a lot when you're now an $8.68 stock. But amazing news. NVIDIA disclosing obviously a 10% stake. I feel like anytime you're attached to NVIDIA, this reaction seems kind of warranted, although NVIDIA obviously not catching a bit today, down 2.6%.
Yeah, and this is a low float stock as well, so it doesn't take really much to be able to move the stock to the upside. And there's not a lot, there isn't any options on this as well. So this is kind of pure buying, pure selling, maybe some short selling taking place as well. We are seeing the shares up today, trading around 271 times its average daily volume, which is remarkable. But as you talked about, NVIDIA did disclose a 10% stake into the company here. Now they own around 3.7 million shares. Now, Serve Robotics is really in the AI space, really focusing on trying to develop technology for the last mile delivery system here. That's what they are known for. That's what they are trying to bring to market. And it's really backed by Uber Technology and NVIDIA. And it actually became an independent company around 2021. So this is once again, if you have your name tied to NVIDIA, especially when you're looking at AI, especially when you're looking at robotics, in this type of environment here, you can actually see a pretty nice significant spike to the upside here. I'm not sure how much this could actually last moving forward. Once again, there's not a lot of shares that are available, so you could have this FOMO type of scenario to the upside. But once again, this is just kind of the reaction that we've seen from some of these ancillary players that are really trying to get involved with this new technology that's really revolutionizing the world.
Yeah, so Kevin, let's go there. Let's talk a little bit about, this is one of those names that's going to pop up, I'm sure, on the message boards and things, and high volume, above regular average volume, and NVIDIA is associated. There's just so many things here that are going to draw interest to it today. But you talked about it. There's no options. It's a microcap stock. Even after this pop, you're talking about a stock that's trading in like the 300 million range. This is less than, I'm trying to think how many pennies this is of NVIDIA. is this whole company. It's small stakes. What is your message then to the viewers who maybe have that feeling? I know this isn't FOMO, but have that feeling of FOMO when they see a stock that's jumping 225% intraday and they want to be involved.
Well, I would say definitely do your due diligence, especially when it comes to the fundamentals. So going to the investor relations page, looking at the viability of the products that they're bringing to market, and then also looking at their balance sheet, making sure that they are viable when it comes to being able to operate their business. Now, it does sound, once again, that there's some external investors that are willing to put dollars to work for this name, so that can be a tailwind for them. But are they utilizing those dollars in the appropriate way in order for them to try to, once again, bring this product to market in a scalable fashion and then be able to provide a lot of profitability? So that would be the one thing that I would kind of caution on. Now, you have a big name kind of putting dollars to work here. This is not like a meme stock or anything like that. So the message boards, they're already blowing up here, Alex. But once again, we just have to, we're in new chartered territories when it comes to a lot of these smaller stocks that are getting some investment dollars. So tread lightly, but do your due diligence. I think that's going to be the number one thing for these companies that may not get a lot of exposure on the daily newswire.
1.5 pennies is basically the amount of NVIDIA that this company is worth. So it puts in perspective there just the stakes we're talking here. But what are your thoughts in general, Kev? I mean, NVIDIA is under pressure today. I don't think that this is the culprit. As we just talked about, the whole company is worth 1.5 pennies worth of NVIDIA. So for NVIDIA to be down $3.30 seems like a stretch. What do you make of some of this tech weakness generally that we're seeing over the last week?
Well, obviously, we had some commentary coming from former President Trump around Taiwan and securing Taiwan and trying to force them to put more defensive dollars to work here. So we are seeing a little bit of sell-off, especially when you're looking at Taiwan Semi. Even NVIDIA is seeing a little bit of this reaction as well. But once again, we're in a political season, and I had a conversation about this earlier. The political commentary across many sectors may actually influence stock prices in the near term. But if you have a long-term vision for a company and you do believe in the fundamentals, over time, that valuation should be reflected in the stock price, and some of the viability of the commentary around potentially giving up Taiwan or trying to lessen our defense with Taiwan, I think might be more political theater than actual action that could be taken in the first 90 days. Due to the fact that we do not have the infrastructure in place from a fabrication standpoint to be able to backfill the GPUs. And that's really what Intel has been catching a bid for. It's selling off today, but it has been catching a bid because they're the only major fabrication players that's trying to build out operations here in the United States. They keep kicking the can down the road. And so that's another reason why we're not seeing their stock really get much of a firm bid in the near term. So once again, a lot of political commentary. Keep your eye on the prize. Worry about the valuations and everything else to settle out, post-election.
So Kevin, to close out this week, it's been one where all we've talked about is the rotation out of big tech, and we're seeing it today in real time. So what are your thoughts on this, and especially as we head into next week's earnings, when we start to hear from some of these Mag 7 names?
Yeah, this is actually healthy going into an earnings announcement. I mean, the bar is set very high, not only for this particular earnings season, but also for the next one. If you're looking at Q4, I think we're supposed to be looking at 17% EPS growth, which is a very high bar. So I think if you can actually have these stocks move to the downside a little bit, it right sizes their valuations. We start to see maybe some investors that were a little bit skittish when it comes to their positioning get flushed out, and then we have the earnings to be able to provide that fundamental thesis for these companies moving forward. So this technical pullback that we're seeing, not only for the mega cap tech names, but also for the S&P 500, I think is very healthy. I think we're only down around 3% from the all-time highs. That's not that bad. With the 17 VIX, that's not that bad. So a technical correction or a technical pullback, it's not even a correction yet. Technical pullback, I think, is going to be good in the long term. And if the rotation can actually hold, that would actually allow us to provide a better foundation for advances moving forward.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good way to put it, and I think a good outlook to sort of set the stage for next week and recap this week, because it feels like people get so quick, I think, to point out like the bearish case, but like you said, we're not even in a full-blown correction yet. We're just seeing a pullback, which I oftentimes think is healthy, especially given the way some of these companies, especially NVIDIA, had run up. So great insight on this whole world, and of course, serve with the move today of the upside. I think getting some good coverage, because I do think this is a name that it's fascinating if you look into like some of the company dynamics, but we'll leave it there. Appreciate the insight as always, Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. Now, coming up next, we continue to talk all things cyber outages and the cybersecurity stocks that several analysts think could benefit from this issue. We will look at Sentinel-1 with George Tillis coming up next.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
I remember when I first started flying, and we would experience turbulence.
You sure did a lot of it.
Watch the flight attendants. If they're not nervous, then I'm not going to be nervous.
God.
Financially,
You killed me.
in that situation. The relief that comes over people once they know they've got a guide to help them through. I definitely feel privileged to be in that position.
Break it. It'd be nice if we broke this so you can get out now. Whoa.
Trading the trending names every
Well,
day.
that didn't break.
It's Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go.
It's not over yet, Jimmy.
Catch me on
Let's do
Fast
it.
Market. Weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
I just now got even finally. Finally even. Randy. I'm the happiest man in the world. Can you take me to the 200 SMA, please?
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience.
Shut up. Schwab. We're at 102 now. I'm going to make a business decision because I got not 10, not 20. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, come on. George.
Assess a lot of these different situations. You tend to have a longer term, more cool-headed approach. What do you think about a story like this when the fallout becomes almost bigger than the financial markets? It's impacting
George.
day-to-day, business activities of people who aren't even investors necessarily.
Well, that's the thing. I'm going to say this is actually very unique. I haven't seen something that's this sort of wide encompassing. I think, you look at the lost productivity that this has created, it's pretty big. I can't say what'll happen to CrowdStrike. I don't think the business is going to be challenged in general, but there will be some questions about their process. First off, this wasn't a cybersecurity breach. This was essentially a sort of a snafu in their update and integrating technologies across the private and public cloud sphere. And so that's creating problems for, not just networks, but also hardware and PCs. So this is a big challenge. And this is, again, something they have to, contend with, especially with everything moving into the cloud. I mean, you can't run a PC now at all. It's not local anymore. Everything you see on the PC, at least from the large enterprise standpoint, is not even on your computer. It's somewhere in the cloud. So with that said, I think this will start to bring forward questions about technology integration, all the productivity enhancements that cloud has brought us, but there are also going to be some challenges like this one. So I think this is kind of a black eye for CrowdStrike. This was a leader, and it still is a leader in the cybersecurity space. It's one of the more profitable names out there, even compared to companies like Palo Alto or Fortinet or even SentinelOne, which we'll talk about in a second. But nonetheless, I think this is a big challenge for their underlying business because it creates some validity issues in terms of, can this happen again? And if that is a possibility, maybe another vendor becomes more favorable for some companies who've had some serious challenges and lost productivity because of this.
I mean, lost productivity has been the theme of my day, George, and I'm like, it's the most frustrating thing of all time to be affected by the death of the blue screen. The blue screen of death is, I guess, what it's coined as. But to me, then I look at like these analyst notes that are highlighting the Sentinel ones, the Palo Alto networks were two I just saw that were specifically named. But is this actually like are we going to see these massive customers switch over? Like I always was saying to Alex earlier in the show, I'm like, I need to know the actual financial impact, because that's our job. I mean, we could say this is frustrating for us, of course, as Americans, but like the dollar and cents impact, are we actually going to see money flow into Palo Alto Networks or SentinelOne?
Well, that's a possibility over time, and I do think that going forward, at least for the next quarter, this is something that analysts alongside CrowdStrike's executive committee is going to be discussing. I think there's going to be an impact. I can't even say if there is some contingent litigation problems that CrowdStrike may face, because this may be in their contracts with all their service provisions. And the other thing is, this is not just the private sector. This is including the public sector as well. So that's another consideration to think about. And again, it's created a lot of disruption and lost productivity that may cause some vendors to actually go towards other cybersecurity providers. So I think if you look at the technologies, though, that's where you have to say where the differences are. And CrowdStrike, from what I understand, has some pretty good technologies. So I think this is really sort of an integration issue, and it might have been sort of a mishap from an engineering standpoint or a networking standpoint that actually might have been sort of a mistake versus any problems with technology. So that's something you have to keep in mind. You don't want to count CrowdStrike out. Now, SentinelOne, this company, if you look at it, it's an AI-powered cybersecurity provider. If you look at the last 2 years, it really hasn't done much in terms of performance, because out of the group, including Palo Alto, this company is still not profitable. And so this actually might cause them to adjust some earnings estimates and guidance going forward, especially if they can secure just a few of the government contracts that CrowdStrike has. But they also, as a company, have to prove that the technology is as good, if not better. So now is the time for companies that are competing with CrowdStrike to really amp up their value propositions, in my view.
Yeah, I think that's also a good point here, and I think that we'll have to see how this plays out. I'm sure there'll be some major repercussions, because anytime there's just this much people and like flights and the various impact of the day, I think that there's serious repercussions coming for a name like CrowdStrike. But we will leave it there. Great insight as always, George Chill, senior markets correspondent. And Alex, to close out this week, we're seeing a lot of the same. We're right across the board still. Dow's still down like 409 points, and things just look, I mean, I'd say again, given the week, it actually feels like we're ending maybe okay, depending on how we close out.
We're about where we were when we started the show, which in a market that's been as moving around as much as this one has been, that's a win in its own way. So we'll see. We got 2 hours to the closing bell for the week. All bets are off. Who knows where we go?
I know. Who knows what will happen? Who knows if my computer will turn on today? But that'll do it for Next Gen Investing for today and for this week. Have a wonderful weekend. Coming up next, we have the Watch List with Nicole Petalides.
Welcome to Schwab Network.
Daily live exclusive content tailored to today's investors.
Broadcasting 24/7 from our studios in Chicago.
And from the heart of Wall Street at the New York Stock Exchange.
Up to the minute market insights.
Example trades and stock-specific analysis featuring the smartest minds in the business.
No politics.
No noise.
Analysis ahead of the biggest events for the economy.
From bell to bell and beyond.
Watch live
and on demand.
24/7, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services.
Available
Always
anytime,
clean, Mr. Jim.
anywhere.
On any device for free.
Samantha?
Schwab Network, empowering
Tabitha.
every investor and trader.
Every market day.
Michelle?
I'm Nicole Petalides, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Catch me on Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, any device, for free. Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Trading the trending names every day.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was hurt, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 102.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage.
I can make a business
insights
decision.
From the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Go higher. Go higher. I'm ready to make a business decision.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We're coming to you live from the New York Stock Exchange. Selling across the board. Stocks down. Commodities down. The fear index, the VIX, moves higher. And Angelo Zeno sees further downside for tech and semis and the like. Of course, CrowdStrike front and center all day today, down about 12% right now. So let's go over what we're going to discuss on today's show.
Yeah, let's go over it.
Global tech outage could be the largest ever. The disruption it's caused to different industries as CrowdStrike is now down about 12.3%. We'll dive into those Netflix earnings, the numbers. This streaming stock reverses the early losses that it saw in the pre-market, what we need to know there. And our panel is ready to talk all about American Express. This has been under some pressure, though the affluent customer is still spending. 2 hours left in the trading day. As I noted, down hours. In fact, the Dow right now is down 364 points. The S&P is down more than 0.5%. The NASDAQ is down 159 points at 19,545. Russell also lower. Oil and gold are lower, as I noted. Gold is down $55, $24.01 there a troy ounce, coming off some recent highs. $80.42 for oil, down $2.50 almost. Ben Lichtenstein will take a look at oil later in the show. The 10-year bond right now is sitting at $4.24. For some of the big stories in the markets, I'm joined by Kevin Hinks, host of Fast Market, here on Schwab Network. And of course, we woke up this morning to the global tech outage. And what's interesting is the sell-off is there. It's affected all these industries. And I even heard some positive comments about some of the other rivals that might benefit, like Palo Alto.
Sure.
But what's the big picture here?
The big picture is this was not a failed attempt to defend a cyber attack. It was a software update gone bad. And that's the real, but the scary part is the breadth. How many different sectors of the U.S. economy and the world economy, for that matter, were affected. I saw problems with banks, hospitals, airlines, FedEx and UPS both had
Not
delays,
good.
ports, rails, anything that might have been hooked up by some type of a computer was experiencing problems today. Now, to their credit, CrowdStrike's CEO went on national television, talked to a lot of different stations, taking responsibility, understanding, and working with the problem. The stock is $30-some off the lows of the days, hovering around that $300 level. But certainly, Nicole, there's an old saying, problems like this take time and money. Those are the two things that will solve these problems. It's going to take all these businesses a little time, and it's probably going to cost CrowdStrike a little bit of money.
Yeah, no, look, it's a real tarnish to the reputation, at least for today. I know they deployed a fix for this. In the meantime, millions of businesses were affected globally. It could be the largest outage ever. You mentioned the CEO, George Kurtz, who lost probably $30 million today with the stock price. And we saw over 1,000 cancellations for airlines. I mean, it was
not good.
And really a systemic risk is now a discussion people are having. And does it benefit the rivals like Palo Alto? That's something that I think will be a conversation going forward. And I'd like to hear what these airlines say about how it hit their numbers. How about let's turn our attention over to streaming and look at Netflix. Netflix reported its quarterly numbers after the bell yesterday. Some of your thoughts there. What stood out? It's down about 1.5% today.
Yeah, Netflix, the clear leader in streaming, put up good numbers. The stock's down about 1.75%, let's call it. But the numbers were pretty good. They beat on earnings, $4.88 versus $4.70 expected. Revenues, $9.56 billion versus $9.53. Revenue growth, 16.8%. Global streaming paid 277.6 million people. That's 16.5% higher. Paid net adds, about 8.05 million. This is a company that, because of the new ad-supported tier, is still growing, Nicole. It's the clear winner in terms of streaming. However, it's down today because it's run so far into this number, bumping up that $697 range. So pausing here, partly because of their earnings, partly because of the global sell-off. So Netflix putting up good numbers, still down on the day.
All right, thank you, Kevin Hanks. Great to see you. Appreciate it. Let's take a look at the bigger picture. Christopher Muellen's with us, founder, chief investment officer at the Technical Traders. Some of your thoughts on the market as we continue to see the sell-off that has been underway. I mean, the Dow, for example, is down 381 points, 5509 on the S&P 500.
Yep.
Where do you think we're headed and why?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of pressure in the markets. It feels like the large big tech companies are getting hit pretty hard, and that is really pulling the NASDAQ down specifically, but also the S&P 500. We're seeing rotation out of this one strong sector that has been driving the markets higher for the last several months, which is not a good sign. We don't want to see the overall market getting dragged up by a bunch of big tech, and we're definitely seeing some distribution selling, heavy volume in the Magnificent Seven. We're seeing money rotate out of the big, large tech. It's been drifting over into the Russell, into small caps and micro caps over the past couple of weeks, or really the past week. I think we saw the Russell jump 11% in like 5 trading sessions. So we're definitely seeing rotation. This is a very weak sign. The overall trend is still up, though, in the market. This is just a profit taking and a bout of selling. It doesn't mean the trend has fully changed, but have to be aware of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's interesting because earlier today I spoke with Angelo Zeno over at CFRA.
Beat you, Nicole.
He said overall the declines he was expecting for semis were 15 to 20%, and for tech about 10%. And there were some names he liked and would pick at the bottom, but that you should expect volatility and expect some selling. Is that the camp you're in here?
Yeah, that's where we are. I mean, I believe we're getting closer to a major market top. The market keeps grinding higher, but we're definitely seeing money moving into defensive sectors. We've seen the gold hitting new all-time highs. Energy stocks are up near all-time highs. Industrials, these three sectors are the three different parts or assets that do very well just before we kind of go into a recession. And so that's kind of the phase we're in. We're in a sector-driven.
God, I hope not.
Sector is doing all the heavy lifting. A lot of
Okay, we're back at resistance again at 102.
Gold, things like that. So
let's break it.
overall, I do feel the market.
This is pretty tough. I got 3 things coming up here.
And there's money coming out.
So I don't know if we can break it or not. I don't think we can.
So the tech sector is getting hit when there's profit taking.
Might just get
Because
out.
it's heavy weighted. It is pulling the indexes down, and as you mentioned earlier, the VIX is up, the put-call ratio is up, so people are scared right now. And when people
I am
are
too.
panicking, which they somewhat
I'm
are
real scared.
right now, pretty much everything
I'm
goes
scared.
down. You mentioned, Nicole, we see gold down, commodities are down, stocks are down, and that's just normal. When people get nervous, they just cash out of everything.
People are scared, he said. I'm scared. Are you scared? Huh? Michelle, are you scared? Magnificent, are you scared?
The Fed was going to cut. Oh, if the Fed's going to cut, what happened to the rally? I mean, everybody just sort of gave up on it. I mean, I'm sorry. Yeah. I mean, we moved higher, and everybody was all this euphoria.
Past the scared
100%
part,
likely
okay.
to Fed cut in September,
Resistance.
November, what happened?
Yeah, I think everybody seems to be thinking the Fed is going to cut. They keep betting on it. We see people piling into the bond market, trying to front
that
load
was
the
disgusting.
Fed cutting rates. But I mean, I don't really see blood on Wall Street yet. And to me, my experience is until there's major blood, huge selling in the markets, and a lot of pressure, the Fed really doesn't do a whole lot. I mean, I know there's other things. Businesses are struggling. Interest rates are high for a lot of people, but until I don't believe there's going to be a rate cut until we see a big pullback in the equities market, and then it might spark a rally. But it's difficult because everybody's betting on a rate cut, and it doesn't happen. And I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. But we'll just have to let it unfold.
Whoa.
There's no point in trying to bet on what you think is going to happen.
Oh.
Best just to follow the price charts.
How are you liking the sound effects today?
We're going to stay up.
Yeah, what do you bet on? I mean, people were waiting on small caps. They got a nice run, the last 5 days or so.
That was a premature
great
belch.
for small caps, and then it wasn't.
Unexpected
what do you
belch.
bet on?
It
Where
just
to put
happened.
money to work?
Yeah, so I mean, right now we're really just long the SP 500 and a large portion of cash. We actually exited at a sell signal on the Nasdaq yesterday, so we have been trimming positions. The Russell 2000, as you mentioned, it's had a very strong pop. It just went vertical with huge volume. We actually saw this in 2021, just before the stock market fell off a cliff, and went into the 2022 kind of correction or bear market, whatever you want to call that. And the same spike happened back in 2008 in the very similar situation. It had a quick pop and rally and then reversed, and we went into a recession. And right now I feel like money has been piling into the tech sector. We've had record flows into the tech sector funds, and now everybody is kind of rotating out and they're piling into the aggressive small cap stocks. And typically everybody gets really aggressive just before the market tops. So we're seeing a spike in the Russell that we've seen twice in the past. Both of them led to a 20 to 50% decline afterwards. So it's interesting that all this is unfolding. We'll just have to see how that unfolds, but it's a big warning sign in my opinion.
Warning.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that you're still long the S&P 500, got out of the Nasdaq on a signal that it, looking frothy or had made a good amount up to that point. The S&P is comprised of a lot of those tech-heavy names. A lot of people are looking to the equal-weighted index and things like that. Any other specifics on that? Where do you think the S&P will go if you're still long the S&P, if it's at 55.10 now?
Yeah, I think the SP 500 doesn't have a lot of upside. I think there's about 5 to 7%, which is still a decent rally in the grand scheme of things. But you're right, the equal-weighted, you're a little more disconnected from the big tech-heavy. I like the SP 500. We kind of split our portfolio down the center. So we like to have half in the NASDAQ, half in the SP 500 if both are generating a signal. So right now we're just seeing growth stocks running out of momentum, and the SP 500 can keep on moving. It can still grind higher. It might be muted a bit from the tech if they continue to struggle, but it's holding up. It's actually performing better than the NASDAQ since our our last entry price, and I think it's going to continue to hold up and grind its way up. The NASDAQ should probably grind its way up as well if the SP 500 goes. They generally move together, but there's a lot more risk, I think, now in the tech space. People have got their they're alerted that, you know, selling could keep kicking in and drop prices. So the lower risk play, in my opinion, is the SP 500. I think there's good upside. The NASDAQ carries a lot more volatility, and we're already seeing some big selling in it, so I don't really want to be holding it when I can see big institutional, heavy volume driving the main stocks down in that sector.
Right, understood. All right, and I know you have short-term T-bills as well. Thank you.
Yes.
Chris Vermeulen, the technical trader, thank you. Coming up, Options Corner, Rick Ducat standing by. He's going to highlight unusual options activity that we're seeing on the day and how investors are looking to trade on recent news of CrowdStrike, American Airlines, Kimberly Clark. Stay with us.
With the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to the watch list. Time for Options Corner. We analyze unusual options trades, actual trades that we are seeing throughout this day. Now, Rick Ducat is with us, charted market technician, taking a look at the name of the day is CrowdStrike. In fact, I saw it down below 300. I think it went down as low as 290. I mean, you could take a look, tell me what you're seeing there. It's still down double digits in percentage terms. You actually saw an options play that was neutral to bullish. Some of your thoughts here on CrowdStrike.
Yeah, I mean, anyone who uses a computer today probably was aware something was wrong. So we're not going to rehash the whole story here. Let's just get right to the trade. Minus 3,134, September 20th. 240 strike puts at a 670 credit. So the trade in general took place right when the market opened. It was at about 8:33 a.m. Normally, I don't really care too much about, especially when this trade took place, but this was interesting because it was quite near the low of the day after CrowdStrike took such an extreme beating in the pre-market, and for this trader, that was very advantageous because these low prices made the premium on this short put more attractive here. So this trade came in at a hefty $2 million plus credit here. here. And if you look at that shaded area on our risk profile, that represents the expected move for our time horizon. So 63 days, September 20th expiration. You'll notice that the flat part is our max profit. Pretty much that's just where the shaded area is. This is a very high probability trade at this point. We would need a drop of 23.5% roughly to get to the point of our actual break even, which is 233.30. Total risk, if the stock were to go to zero, $73 million or so, and that's just, you know, just the way short puts work. That would be if we were assigned and then we went all the way down to zero here. So a pretty interesting trade here, you know, a very newsworthy trade given this very challenging situation that many people have faced today. So definitely one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and look, this may be the biggest global outage ever in history. The swing that we've seen on this stock today as well. I mean, that's another part of this story. So you said, look, the trade looks doable. So we'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, another name that you're watching here is American Airlines. Now, we know the airlines were also affected today. I think there were over 1,000 cancellations and delays and such. Wow. But this year, look, you found a straddle, so needs to move either direction. It's at 10:56 today. Some thoughts on American Airlines these days?
Sure. I mean, obviously, the CrowdStrike woes were widespread, but, you know, perhaps airline was one of the most affected sectors. I mean, what a nightmare situation that must have been for so many people here. Anyway, so this trade, as you said, Nicole, a straddle. So we're buying a long call and buying a long put at the same expiration and the same strike price. So it gives us a V shape on our risk profile that we'll see shortly here. And this is a trade, it's kind of the opposite of a neutral trade, like an iron condor or something like that. This is a trade that needs a significant move in either direction here, either upside or downside. And the other, you know, in addition to this being a quite large dollar amount, you know, they paid $1.7 million roughly to put this trade on. That would be also the max loss here. And once you can see that V shape that I'm talking about pretty obviously there. So we would need to move beyond either of those break evens, which are 749 to the downside, 1651 to the upside. So quite large, really. 28% to the downside, 57% to the upside. So, and even so, you can see that the break evens are within the expected move. So this isn't like some, you know, long shot, crazy, far, low probability trade. This could happen either way here. And, they've got plenty of time. 546 days, January 16th, 2026 is the expiration. So more than a year, for this one here. And we can see as well, we do need a large amount of movement, but we have a lot of time. But the theta works against us for both sides here. So, that's something significant to consider. Options are wasting assets, as we know. So that would be something that could really come back into play for this trade here. Plus 3,916, January 16th, 2026, 12 strike straddle at a 451 debit, Nicole.
There's a show, $1 Million Broker. You're like $1 Million Trader finding these trades.
I wish.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, do you see a lot of trades with this kind of value?
I try to look for a couple things when I'm doing this segment. I try to look for very large dollar amounts or options volume that exceeds far beyond what you might expect for a normal trading day here. And that's going to be what we talk about with our next one, unusual options volume relative to the average.
Right, and both of those show conviction, so it makes you more sure on the trade that you're showing on television. I get it. If someone has a lot of money in there, that's telling, and if there's a lot of volume in a trade, that also could be very telling. 546 days till expiration. That last one doesn't expire till January of 2026. That really also seems like an unusually long trade as well until it expires. Here on Kimberly-Clark, you have a bearish trade you found. You've seen some heavy volume. Tell us about this story.
Sure. In terms of a news hook, there was some price target changes here. A minor price target reduction from Barclays today. Cut it from 136 to 135. Whatever, big deal. JP Morgan raised the price target to 135. from 123. So a little bit of movement here in this consumer staple name, maker of Kleenex, toilet paper, diapers, sanitary products, all kinds of stuff here. But the trade I thought was quite interesting. This is an unusual type of trade. You don't really see it too often here. And we're combining kind of two things here. First, we have a long put vertical, plus 3,850, July 26, 142/136 strike put vertical, combined with the same amount minus 3,850 July 26, 150 strike calls, all put together at a 68-cent net credit here. So this kind of trade commonly is referred to as like a risk reversal, where you would buy a call and sell a put at different strike prices, or buy a put and sell a call at different strike prices. It would give you this long flat area where you would typically have either a loss or a small gain, and you can see that this trader added an additional short call here. So we have kind of a double area of the max profit, then another long flat area where we would be able to make a credit here. You can see the shaded area completely within that credit receiving area here. Break even comes in at 150.68. So once again, a nice cushion there. And we've got only 7 days for this one to play out. So this is a much shorter term options trade here. So one huge danger of this trade is that it has a naked short call. So that means although we have a high probability of success based on our current setup here, but we also have the danger. If we were to go, I checked into this, only to 153.25, so only $3.25 beyond our upside break even, that would be a loss of $1 million here. So max profit would be $2.5 million if we were to get to the upside and go all the way down to that 136 price area where we've got our short put here. So pretty interesting trade here. Basically what you would call a risk reversal.
Yeah, eye-popping.
Oh, wait, one thing I forgot to mention
Thank you.
too, sorry.
Yeah,
real quick,
I want to hear.
This trade was roughly like 90% of the market here in the total options volume here. So it was almost all of the trading in this product here.
Right, it's like the favorite horse in the race. Got it. Rick Ducat, thank you so much. Really interesting. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Look there at CrowdStrike, American Airlines, Kimberly Clark for options trades that are worth taking a look at. Coming up, we will dive deeper into the major global tech outage that we have seen today. More details. We'll be right back.
My dad was a hard worker. He used to do side jobs installing windows, charging something like $100 a window when other guys were charging $400 to $500. He just didn't want to do that. He was proud of the price he was charging. My dad instilled in me, always put the people before the money. Be proud of offering a good product at a fair price. I think he'd be extremely proud of me. Yeah.
Kickstart your morning with a full dose of commodities, technical analysis, economic data, and live reaction in global markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. And available on all your favorite streaming services.
Yep.
Futures with Ben Lichtenstein every weekday, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Schwab.
What was that?
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insight.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on on the Schwab Network.
GLU.
Welcome back to the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Look at a few movers for you right now in the market. How about Travelers? This one is down on the day after reporting a mixed second quarter, while profit beat expectations, revenue missed. Catastrophe losses climbed to over $1.5 billion because of severe storms. Its combined ratio improved to just over 100%, which is the level where it pays out more in claims than it receives. Intuitive Surgical climbing after its earnings is on pace for a record close. And several analysts did raise their price targets on this stock after it beat the estimates on the top and bottom line and reported that Da Vinci surgical procedures rose by 17%. Let's dive deeper into tech and, of course, our global tech outage that seems everybody has some sort of story from today. Next guest, Tony Zapparo's is with us, CEO at Equity Set. Thank you for being here. I mean, let's start with the story of the day. CrowdStrike, which is down 12%. Okay, we know it affected airlines, hospitals, the DMV. I just read the DMV wasn't able to process things online. You know, the subways, you don't see how much time until the trains were coming. There were delays there. Banks, just to name a few. Does this tarnish CrowdStrike's reputation? On a down day, do people go in and swoop in and buy it and think they're getting a bargain, or do you stay away from it for a while?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a little bit of just sell the news, right? Their fear. There is a chance, of course, there's a material impact that shows itself in revenue if customers are going to pull, but I really do believe a lot of its customers are going to rally behind it. The CEO going on early in the morning, right, with Kramer and otherwise, releasing statements, trying to rectify it. At the end of the day, it's a technology company providing an amazing service to a lot of enterprises and a scary amount of companies. We realized this morning that if one thing goes wrong, but they're humans, right? And it's learning from the mistakes. And so I think it may languish a little bit, right? In the hope of other companies, cybersecurity firms, maybe picking up their customers, but I do think it's a little bit of noise, a little bit of fear.
I read at least one positive thing about Palo Alto, which actually is higher by about 1.5%, but that this could tarnish all the cybersecurity companies somehow. It could be a bad thing for the whole group. So sometimes, you know, one bad thing could be good for the rivals. And in this case, it seems mixed. Like Palo Alto got a positive comment, but the rest of the group, I see Fortinet's down, Checkpoint's down, Okta's down, Zscaler's down.
Yeah, and in terms of reputation, you're exactly right. I think it brings in the human element where a lot of people, oh, it's technology, it's automation, it's the top of the top, right, in terms of cutting edge. It can't fail. And I think that it's bringing in, right, the fact that it can, and it likely will in the future. And it's kind of like with the data hacks, right, with Target and the companies, right, customer information. So I think it's a wave that, like you say, it's probably hurting everyone's reputation, because if CrowdStrike succumbed to this issue, I would say any other big cybersecurity companies like too.
I mean, the other thing is, you know, does Congress get involved? Is there a systemic risk? Does more regulation come in on this group? I mean, I feel like there are a lot of questions. And then do the other companies that were affected now say we had to take a write-off? You know, the airlines, for example. If you have 1,000 grounded airlines, you know, what kind of hit did they take from that? You know, what kind of repayment do they have to make, et cetera? When you think about tech overall, do you feel that, you know, I've had several people on today. Some took some profits yesterday. Some still see downside for tech. What do you think about tech?
I think it depends on where you believe the economy is. In my view, I think we're going into a potential mild recession, right? A little bit of a contraction. Maybe it's just one quarter, right? Maybe it's two, but if believing that, right, late stage, early stage peak, I think you rotate out of tech, right? You do take profits on the semis and the industries and the Mag 7 that have performed so well. and you start to disperse it. And we saw that in a dramatic way, right? Even just a couple days ago with the Russell and the Dow and everything really just exploding to the upside. And so I think it's going to be tough sailing going forward, and you got to be very discerning in where you put your money in tech.
So is that for the whole market? I mean, because you're talking about tech. Do you like the S&P 500? Do you like other ETFs, thematic ETFs? I mean, what is it that you're going to put your money to work in the next 6 months?
Yeah, I think you play a little bit into that rotational trade, right? So you get into names that weren't working as well, right? You maybe step into some of the athleisure. You step into the information, technology and healthcare technology stocks if you need to be in tech, right? You get a little bit more defensive, but I'm not that bullish on the S&P. I think it could definitely pause, right? Move a little bit higher, but I think you've probably seen for the next quarter or so the absolute top, and it kind of just trades in a range, right? Maybe a downward trajectory to the year end as people work out what they're doing with all their profits, right? From the main 7-10 names that bolstered it up.
Right. I mean, I don't know if there's a way to prevent future outages like this one. I mean, can this happen again on Monday? That kind of thing. Is that something you're concerned about?
I'm not. It's not, of course, good for business. I think because we rely so much on technology and kind of the epiphany that a lot of people had is technology is concentrated in so few hands, right, in terms of the ones that are using it, right, from the enterprise side. And I think you let the free market play out. I think we have to get better and we have to improve so that these things don't happen and cause not only inconvenience but risk to the system. But I think it should become an expectation that this will happen as we grow and improve the technology infrastructure.
Anything else out of the box? Housing, gold. You mentioned athleisure. That was an interesting one to buy. Any final quick thought on other things that people can do to put their money to work, Tony?
I think what you want to focus on is companies that aren't at risk of a lot of debt exposure in the next quarter or two, right? Refinancing, even if risk comes lower. You look at healthy companies with strong cash positions that haven't really participated in the rally.
All right. Good to see you. Tony Zaparo, CEO at Equity Set. Thank you for being here today. Still ahead, we will dive deeper in the markets, and we have some recommendations, some stocks for your portfolio you want to take a look at. The Dow is down 387. We'll be right back.
Oh yeah, another correction. What to do? Market's nasty. Boo-hoo. Ooh, what was that?
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical insights on every changing trend in markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Rennick.
Boom, boom. Well, 25 more minutes to power hour.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back back to the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides, coming to you live from the New York Stock Exchange. Markets are selling off. Oil and gold are lower. The VIX is at 1692. A lot of action. And next week we're going to have GDP. We'll have core PCE, some housing prints. I mean, we have a busy week ahead. So a lot to digest. Durable goods. Let's bring in Ben Lichtenstein, Senior Futures Contributor. 90 minutes left in this trading day, selling across the board. Ben?
Yeah, hey, Nicole, not the week the bulls were looking for, I guess is the best way of putting it, right? I think considering some of the chaos we saw this morning, though, things are ending on somewhat of a positive note. Although we are near the lows for the week, I wanted to just take a look at the four major indices and how this week kind of reminds me of that Sesame Street skit, right? Which one is not like the others? Let's start off first and foremost with the SPX. You can see some of the selling off the all-time high, 56.69, and how we're basically about 170 points off that historic levels we head into the end of the week, right around this 5,500 level. Again, some selling throughout the week. You can see some weakness here, top left, bottom right. Taking a look here, similar pattern playing out in the Dow, right, off again, a historic high, 41,376, coming off this week, selling off, losing momentum to the upside. And even the NASDAQ, right, it wasn't this week, but that is a historic, an all-time high up there, 20,690 in the selling that's ensued. But here's what I'm talking about. Because while these three majors were selling off,
My water.
Nicole, you can see the Russell was actually rallying. So clearly, this is the one, right, that wasn't playing along, I guess is the best way of putting it. And you can also see how we've kind of rolled over since. So, again, unable to sustain that upward momentum without the others and with yields, which have started to inch the way back up to 4.25%. I mean, that was a big part of what provided that lift to small caps earlier this week and off that level here. So inching the way back down, it looks like as we head into the end of the week below that 2,200 level again with the 10-year back to that, hanging out around 4.25.
Yeah, and you know, I'm interested here what you're going to say about this, because within the retail sales, you know, people thought that it looked lighter, it gave the go-ahead to the Fed to cut, and that brought rates down, and the rally happened. Within the retail sales, you know, it was really energy that came down, but everything else, a lot of things were still higher. As you're talking about crude today, right now I see oil at 80 bucks. You know, does that give enough fodder to the Fed to really cut? And are we going to see changes? Are we going to see changes in September?
No changes.
100% anymore. Is it going to go back to 95% or 90? Anyhow, I know you're watching crude, but that was sort of my thought process.
Yeah, that is a really good question. Now, crude has been coming off a bit recently.
She threw Mr. Frankenstein off.
A bit, but when crude was on the way up, definitely that was raising some concerns. And to your point, the ECB this week, Christine Lagarde talking about how services inflation still remains high, right? And we've seen rent and some of the housing components here in the U.S. remain high. So while energies have come off quite a bit, we'll look at the chart in just a second. I kind of see what you're saying, right? I mean, there's other factors to consider here. Taking a look here at the WTI, though, look at this move, a nice, swift move down and through the $80 level with continuation. Nicole, it's not often that we get a chart that looks like this, because usually crude in the afternoon, it kind of just stalls out around 1:30 on a Friday.
We have 20 more minutes to power hour.
Conviction of the downside.
What are we going to do, guys?
There is some supply that's hitting the market, simply put, and it's having a hard time getting absorbed. You can see, again, just looking at this recent move, it wasn't too long ago we were up around that $85 level. Now, a reminder, while we were trading up there, I was trying to point out that the high really to focus on was 87, right? Because while 85 was significant, 87 was that big threshold, that April high, and we were unable to take it out. In fact, speaking of, here it is. There's that April high, so you can see how when we inched our way up to April 85, that
Better go grab me a piece of candy. That was good.
Over off that area of resistance and still kind of range bound and contained. Taking a look here, though, price activity, again, I think the fact that we're sort of in this range, Nicole, helps with that bullish undertone in that broader market rally that we've seen. We were looking at that short-term move off those all-time highs, but that longer-term trend in stock still seems like it is intact. And I think this just comes from some of the comments recently from President Trump. He was talking about drill, baby, drill, right? We've seen the U.S. dollar, which has been on the rise as well, so all of that is going to weigh on crude prices. And even to your point, questions about the economy, retail sales data, We saw that a little bit this week with the jobless numbers inching their way up. So I think that's going to weigh on crude prices as well, right? Less people working, less people filling up their tanks.
But so many, for the other side, I'll say, so many of the guests have come on and they're predicting sell-offs and mild recession, which gives the go-ahead to the Fed. All right, I'm gonna just scratch my head all weekend until Monday. Thank you so much, Ben Lichtenstein. Great to see you. Thanks. So for more on some stocks to watch, the markets, even some picks for your portfolio, joining me right now, Andrew Ahrens is with us, founder, partner, Synergy Advisory Management Group. Andrew, great to see you. How are you feeling about the market? Where do you think it's headed?
Well, I definitely think we're still in an upward trend here. Let's not forget, we were just hitting all-time highs the other day. And, this is a volatile time of the year in the market, typically like trading summertime here. So,
He thinks.
I think that, we may get a little pause here in some of these tech stocks, but I would suspect that, by the end of maybe August when NVIDIA starts to report again, I think that we may start to see some of these tech stocks at all-time highs.
NVIDIA is below 120 today, again. Went up to 140. And it came back down. When you see a name like NVIDIA under 120, do you buy it? Are you waiting for it to go to 110? Or under 100 even?
Yeah, look, we typically try to, buy a little here and there because we don't know when the bottom's going to be. But, I think if we look a couple of years out, NVIDIA is going to be quite a bit higher here. So, we have a little bit of a sell-off here. Probably a good time if you don't own it to maybe own some shares. I think these stocks are far from over.
Tell me where you think the Fed is headed with the cuts. You have the 10-year today at 4.24 or something like that, 4.23. You think the Fed's cutting in September?
Yeah, I do. I think the Fed will be cutting rates in September. And I think that will be good for the market. I kind of like to look out 6 months in the market. And if you look at today being July 19th, we're looking at Inauguration Day, right? 6 months from now. So we'll see where things are at then, right? It's very interesting. We heard Donald Trump speak last night, and there are a lot of trades that may be placed if he becomes president again. We'll see what happens with that. But in the meantime, I think, up to the election here, the market's going to hang in there. I do think the market's going to retest all-time highs. I highlighted a defensive play and a growth play, obviously. The market right now likes dividend stocks, for some safety here. And with rates coming down and, there are some stocks here that sold off that are great, should be great additions to people's portfolios. Seeing some of the tech sectors sell off.
Yeah. Well, let's get to the names that you talked about, defense and dividends, and you have Pfizer and Amazon here. Give us a sentence on each.
Yeah, these have been.
There's a little big candle right there.
I've talked about it in the past. But, Pfizer with a 5.7 dividend here, low PE, very encouraging data on future cancer drugs, could propel the stock. They're working on a new weight loss drug. It's a very cheap valuation, in my opinion. The S&P is trading at a 24 PE, and we're seeing, Pfizer trading at, a 12 PE. So, I think that's a very attractive play in the market right now. And, Amazon is one of my favorite stocks on the growth side. And when we see, what happened with Prime Day and, their, all-time sales on that and 180 million members, and they had great earnings last quarter. I know they made some cost cutting, in the past year.
Pfizer?
And, I think that these stocks, I think Amazon is really cheap also still right in here. So I think these are great additions to people's portfolios as we wait and see what happens as we go towards the election.
Yeah, and look, Amazon's up 20% this year. Pfizer's up about 3.5% this year, give or take. So these are the names that you think might be good stock picks. Is there anything you would stay away from? I'm just not interested in touching it right now. Is it a sector? Is it a particular name?
You know, I'm not really focused too much on, you know, certain stocks that are out there that have underperformed. I mean, a lot of these household names, and you know, I don't know, like Procter and Gamble really hasn't really done much per se, maybe, and you know, some of these companies like Clorox. These are stocks that, you know, even though they've done okay, they were pumped up a little, in my opinion, during COVID. So these are some stocks that maybe, you know, I would stay away from at this point.
Yeah, and we'll be hearing of the likes from Apple in the next couple of weeks. I mean, that's one people like to watch. All right, Andrew Aarons, thank you, founder and partner, Synergy Advisory Management Group. Thank you. Still ahead, a focus on American Express. So the company comes out, did have some nice profits. People are spending, particularly the affluent customers. Let's find out more. We'll be right back.
I remember when I first started flying and we would experience turbulence, I would watch the flight attendants. If they're not nervous, then I'm not going to be nervous. Financially, I'm the flight attendant in that situation. The relief that comes over people once they know they've got a guide to help them through, I definitely feel privileged to be in that position.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest coverage, insights from the
Are we going to break out of the snake? We got the 21 here.
Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern.
This looks like it wants to break out. There we go.
On any device.
Spy.
Only on the Schwab Network.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab.
550 strikes. Or the 551s.
Made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to the watch list. I want to break down those American Express earnings. It's come up off the lows of the day. At one point, it was about to be the worst day of the year for American Express when it was down about 4%. Right now, down about 2.8%. Missed on revenue, raised the full year guidance. You know, people are, some spenders, the affluent ones are still spending. The others are being a little tighter. Kevin Kennedy, equity analyst at Third Bridge. Melissa Armo, founder, owner of the Stock Swoosh. Great to see you both. There is no question that people have been hit with inflation, high housing, all of that, and they're being more particular about where they spend. Melissa, what did you make of the quarter, and do you think American Express stock is a buy?
She broke out.
I think it's a buy right now today. It's down on earnings. The whole market's down today.
130 to 148.
The way the market's been selling off. But American Express is definitely strong despite the fact that it's down today. It actually tried to turn green at one point here, getting into the...
Jimmy just called the breakout of the SPY right here. Now you're at the 50 SMA. You could get to the 200. That's at 249.31, or you get out right here. Make a business decision. make a business decision. Did you hear me? Jesse? Say yes. Say yes. Please. Oh, you were listening. Very good. Very good. Oh, you think we could? Oh well. When we get halted here, Schwab. Ouch.
From a growth standpoint, fundamental basis, I just think it's still a great company.
I think you're also doing a lot of data points concerning the age groups, the different brackets of the U.S. consumers. There is a premium card that's probably close to $700 a year, where you get a lot of, nice perks for Uber and Equinox and airline tickets, things like that. Can you break down? I'm just curious, Kevin, any of the demographics interesting to you right now?
Yeah, specifically what our experts have encouraged us to focus on is the proportion of the U.S. built business that's attributable to the millennial and Gen Z cohort. Excuse me. If you think about how credit cards work as a business model and how they become profitable over time, in the premium space, you don't get the interest revenue that you would get in a non-premium card. So that means you have to encourage your cardholders to continue spending to increase your card's share of the total wallet. American Express has done a really interesting and dynamic approach to rewards, both in the form of like pure rewards that they benefit from the owned network, and then the strategic partnerships they have with select brands that are appealing to the younger demographics. And then that all ties in with the Resi acquisition, now the Talk and Roam acquisition. Also, if you think about it from the younger customer's perspective, the payback period or the time to profitability for these credit cards is much longer than subprime. So capturing them earlier, graduating them to higher fee cards, and getting them to spend over time increases long-term profitability at the cardholder basis.
Yeah. I mean, you explained why it's important to have millennials and Gen Z. Not sure you actually told me if there are a lot of millennial and Gen Z using it, but let me give Melissa a chance to give some other thoughts. Look, the credit card companies, there are those who have those high balances at 30%. When you think about the other names in the group, what's your takeaway on what the consumer is doing, how the economy is headed, Melissa? Because you said you wouldn't buy anything today.
No, I wouldn't buy anything today because there's a strong possibility. I'm not saying 100% conviction, but I'm saying there's a possibility that the market has set the high for the year, and that's it. We're not going to make another new high this year. That actually could be a real possibility. We've got, we're going into election season. I'm not on the bandwagon that the Fed is going to lower rates this year, and quite frankly, even if they do, it will be one time, and that's already banked into the market. So it's interesting because, again, people are still spending money. That's true. But the expectation is out there that eventually rates are going to go down. Eventually housing prices are going to go down, and people have been spending a lot. And if all of those things come together and they don't really happen in the next 6 months or even by the beginning of 2025, then I think consumers may have a different take for things. But right now, people are still spending. Obviously, wealthy people are spending money with American Express, but you have other people that are still paying the interest rates that they're charging on the credit cards. Visa, though, was down, and MasterCard were down in their earnings too. They flipped this week, but again, they were all down. Again, eventually, if rates don't go down, you could see people defaulting on some of these higher interest rates.
A lot of fear talk.
And so far, so good, though, for the banks. Maybe they have already figured it out that, they've already counted for the fact that there's going to be a certain percentage of defaults. But it's a wait and see right now, really, on the Fed for me. And again, if the market is done rallying this year, that's going to be a brutal hit for a lot of people that are so bullish on the market and keep wanting to go long and buy every day.
Melissa and Kevin, thank you both. It's great to see you. And Kevin, I understood what you were saying. I mean, American Express is in a good place. They have Resi, all right? They acquired Resi. They have an affluent customer. Great to see you both. Kevin Kennedy, Melissa Armo. Market on Close is next.
My dad was a hard worker.
Oh,
he used
God.
to do side jobs, installing windows, charging something like $100 a window when other guys were charging $400 to $500. He just didn't want to do that. He was proud of the price he was charging. My dad instilled in me, always put the people before the money. Be proud of offering a good product at a fair price. I think.
Oh, God. Okie dokie. Tell me when he's done. Nice bounce back up. There it is, 63. 158. What'd you say, Randy? Randy? That's what I thought you said. Woot. Let me explain something on this chart, people. When you're scalping, you're day trading or whatever you're doing, this here is called the 200 SMA. So I'm just saying, as we approach that, that is called a resistance, because last time we failed that resistance level. So the same thing could easily happen right here. You could hit that 200, and you can do that on your time frames. Let's say you were working on the, oh man, how far is this? 166. Ugh. See, the 200 was an example as a pivot point. Then the 9 became a resistance level. So if we broke the 9, we might want to see if we could take it to the 21, because it's consistent. But that 60, see where we hit the 63, the 50 and the 63 right there. So this could easily come back up and find resistance at the 50. But find where that price is, where that price uses a moving average as a resistance or a support level, and that's usually will come back to it or go to it, one or the other. Oh no, very smart man, and Jim's hired. You're very, very smart. You want to go out with my mother? She would really love you, James Howard. So 9.925. I could have got out of these. Oh, God. Don't look. Randy, don't look. Don't look. This is, oh, don't look. Did you look? Man, Jim, that's not looking too good, man. I can't believe you did that. Oliver. Oh my gosh, don't look. Did you see that? Can you imagine just having the to hold? All you gotta do is hold. When you see a bottom, okay, 1, 2, 3. A double bottom, high or low. It's time to sit down and smoke a bowl. As the snake starts to run and the 21 breaks the 9 breaks the 21. Oh my gosh. We're 185, Randy. 187. Okay. I'm annoyed. Who wants to donate to my vacation fund? We got 9 hours left. 9 hours. I'm serious. Nine hours. Oh gosh, 204. Do I want any bit more? Oh my. You did it again, Jimmy. 100%. The crowd's going wild. Hey, Jim, I wanted to come over and congratulate you on what you did for me today. I'm able to go down to the grocery store and buy my little baby some diapers now. I made 100% on my very first trade by listening to you when you were talking about the snake when the 9 crosses over the 21 to watch out and see if we could run into the 200 SMA. Well, I sold some there, and I was listening to you the other day when you were in a trade and you said you were going to hold a couple. I held a couple, and I went from 75 cents all the way up to $2.01. So I want to come over and give a French kiss to you. And after I give you a French kiss, I'm going to donate 10% to your vacation fund. Thank you, Jimmy. For that brief auto commercial, we'll move on to our next trade. The 550s. Was it the 550s? Which one was it? I got two of them up here. Oh, I got two of them going. I moved them up to the 550s. So it wasn't the same one as these right here. The 550s. I was in the 552s. The 550. So the new resistance I have now is, yes, 38, right around 28. Huh, that's funny. I'm sitting here calling out, I was in the 52s and I moved them up to the 50s. We got it at 130 on them. Woo! The 550s, I mean. And I definitely said the wrong thing when I said the 9250. I was in them too, but I'm saying when I called it out, I said all the way up to that number. That's not right. So you're not. You're not confused. I confused you. No, I'm confused. Okay. I'm so confused, I'm going to go get some water. Oh. Well, NVIDIA's been picked on a lot. I think it's still very, I think, I don't know, I love NVIDIA right now. But all of a sudden, since the split, they all became very negative on it.
That point where the economy really starts to go south, you have to not only move out of small caps, but stay out of big caps as well.
What will you be looking for to know if something like that is developing?
So I think the big catalyst is going to be the jobs market, right? So we see consumer spending slowing, but then we got a good retail sales number earlier this week.
That's
But
when I
really, once
shine.
those jobs start turning negative, where every month on that final, that first day of the next Friday of the next month, we get that non-farm payrolls number. Once those flip negative, I think it's a very slippery slope. You already see, again, the consumer struggling, U.S. debt, again, continuing to spiral out of control. It's all things that really will hurt the economy. And the Fed rate cuts, if we remember, it's the market actually starts to turn down when the Fed officially starts cutting rates. It's all the expectation of rate cuts that have kept things going up. So there's a couple things, but that jobs number is going to be the key.
Okay. And you're pointing out something important, which is that you're operating by a kind of bad will be bad framework for stocks. And I think that's a very crucial reminder that here in the last couple weeks, that has kind of been the case. When you rotate into stuff that depends on the economy, you can't really do the good, bad, inverse thing anymore.
That's right. That's right. And I think that's why people have to be very careful in the small and mid cap trade, is that it's great to get in when we're in this kind of zone of like, okay, we're starting to see the flip to bad news is bad news, but people are still holding out hope the Federal Reserve can kind of engineer that perfect landing. But once that narrative goes away, and once we see the economy starting to head towards recession, really small caps will underperform because, again, they're reliant on that consumer just like the large caps. And that's where money will rotate fully out of the market. Right now, we're just seeing it rotate from big caps into small caps and vice versa, but eventually it will. When fear comes in, and we're seeing the VIX spike today a little bit, but not enough yet. But once that fear comes in, that's where the money does start to actually leave the market.
All right. Let's talk some trades that you're watching. NVIDIA, firstly, going into earnings. Did we hold or did we break this week? I can't decide. We keep flirting with like 119, and that's been one of the lines in the sand for me. You've got a little bit of a different line you're looking at.
Yeah. So for me, the breakdown has begun here. And again, we've seen a break in trend, at least the trend from that last earnings report. So I do think that, again, this is now the beginning of something bigger. It doesn't mean we're not going to see necessarily a little bit of a bounce here and there. I think the hype is still out there. The AI narrative will reemerge. But really, we're seeing this thing start to, ASML was a big turning point for this market. Taiwan Semi, I think we have to make sure that we recognize that Taiwan Semi was a great report. And the mere fact that the market and the AI stocks did not rally on that is very telling for what we're heading into going forward. So I do look for further downside. I think eventually by the next 2 to 3 months, we're down to about $95 to $100 on NVIDIA.
Wow.
Oh, God.
But then we find some appetite down there?
Yeah, I do think so. I mean, NVIDIA is still going to print money, essentially. It's just that their margins probably are going to start to contract a little bit, so that has to be discounted into the stock price. But ultimately, it's still the best of breed, and there will be buyers. I mean, think about how many people were rushing in when it was at 140. Now you can get it at 95 or 100. It sounds like a steal of a deal.
Right. Love it. Fun trade, but could cause some damage in the market. You're looking for something similar in Tesla, who does report next week, so we might get an answer more quickly on that one.
Yeah, and Tesla's a really interesting one. So it has started to break down a little bit, but in all fairness, I think it was up almost 100% from peak to trough, right? So it's had a monstrous run. I think we have to look for just a little bit of a give back as investors that have bought up here. They're getting a little nervous, right? I mean, the markets are making people a little uneasy with this correction right now. And I do think that that causes a general decline in stock price. But I think there's a base floor underneath Tesla for a couple reasons. Number one, the robo-taxi, right? The robo-taxi situation. And number two, really Elon Musk is cozying up to Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump is looking like he's going to be the president, the next president, well, then that does give people this incentive to say, oh, maybe Tesla will be favored in the new administration from this effort by Elon Musk. And so I do think a pullback it makes sense with Tesla. I think you're looking at a pullback maybe down to that kind of 200, 205 level. But once we get there, I think you find some buyers there going into the election.
Okay.
Then today, though, there's this report out that Trump said in a rally he's gonna kill the EV tax break and mandates like day one. So who knows? But,
So I think, and if I could just interject here, I actually think Elon Musk wants that. And I know that sounds crazy, but Elon Musk said he doesn't care. He thinks the government should get away from these tax breaks. And his angle is very simple. Tax breaks are the best for companies that are emerging, new startups, right? They need that help. But Tesla wants that competition squashed. And so really, he's almost going for that. He's gunning for that hope that gets rid of it. And Tesla is now such an established company with robo-taxis coming that they've already gotten past that phase. And I think that's why he's saying it's okay.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Good point. I guess it wouldn't hurt Tesla as much as it would a Rivian, something like that, right? Get them squashed and under pressure, and maybe that works for you. I hear that, okay. Can't play with fire, but it might work. It's just so crazy it might work. Gareth.
Elon plays with fire.
That's right. Hey, let's talk Palantir for a sec. Why this one? It's a pretty interesting trade given that it's been in a mostly consistent channel and strong. How are you reading this?
Yeah, so you're right. It's been in a great channel right now. It's been trending up, but ultimately what we're finding is that on a technical basis, it's now into this $30 level, which was the high pivot going back to 2021. And just in general, it's getting a little overbought, a little ahead of its skis here. And so based on that technical analysis, I would expect a check back to the low end of the channel, which is somewhere in that $22 to $20 range. So again, look for just a check back here, and then really it's going to have to put up or shut up. It's either got to come through with some of this AI stuff, some really exciting new things and revenue growth, or if it breaks that channel, watch out below. But right now you look to buy the channel until it's broken.
Okay. All right, like that. So one to kind of watch a little bit less obvious directionally for the moment, but maybe a short-term kind of trade there. While I got you, Gareth, thoughts on some of the stuff around the edges? Today we got gold given back after recent gains. Bitcoin kind of way out, doing its own thing today. Does that catch your attention at all?
Yeah, so Bitcoin's very interesting because you could take the CrowdStrike issue today from one side or the other, meaning that, today was a great day where you could say, hey, listen, if the grid goes down, gold is my friend, right? Holding some physical gold makes a lot of sense, especially in a cashless society, which is the direction we're moving. But then on the other side, you say, okay, well, if the fiat stuff and all these systems go down, Bitcoin and that blockchain is something that is there forever, right? It's supposedly unhackable. So I can understand why there's getting some kind of buying pressure there in Bitcoin. Gold is another story. I mean, gold is coming down. The dollar is strengthening a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit of a surprising pullback in gold today. I will say that
I'm
even on silver just a little bit down in this range.
Okay. All right. So buy a little dip there on the precious metals. I guess I could see the Bitcoin justification through the systems going down. Maybe. All right. Okay. Get on board for a little Friday narrative with that. Garrett, thanks for your time.
Thank you so much, buddy. Take care.
Yeah, appreciate the charts, appreciate the analysis. Gareth Soloway, Chief Market Strategist, Verified Investing. All right, looking for continued fades in NVIDIA and Tesla, really important. All right, when we come back, let's talk Apple. It's hanging out positive today, and it's got a lot of expectations getting built in. Is there a super cycle on the way? Are we going to get that many refreshes to the hardware for the new AI tech? We'll talk about it next.
Did hit the resistance level, Randy. On that trend line, overhead trend line.
Latest market trends, anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Please.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Be part of the latest commodities action on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Accelerate your market knowledge.
And shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
I'm Nicole Pedalides, host of Trading 360 and The Watch List, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, where we bring you breaking news, experts, CEOs, influencers, and analysts. It's all available on Schwab Network.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was heard, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Welcome back to Market on Close. Let's talk some tech. Let's talk some earnings with Apple's expectations now very high for a big refresh. Could it be as big as a super cycle? Joining us from Mar Vista Investment Partners, portfolio manager and CEO Silas Myers. Silas, thanks for being here on the Schwab Network with us this afternoon. Tell me about Apple.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Going into earnings, how big of the expectations now are there for them to give us some real quantitative outlook on a refresh cycle?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you think about Apple, it's really about the installed base size and the average age of the devices. Ultimately, you're going to see a new product cycle with Apple Intelligence, which is the generative AI capability that they're going to add to iOS 17 and 18. And we believe that that's going to create a big bolus of potential upgrades for people who own iPhones, particularly in the United States for this year and next, because it's only going to be English-speaking countries, U.S. English-speaking countries that can do the iPhone upgrade. But it's probably going to be bigger than people expect because of the average age of the phone is 4.8 years, which is the longest it's ever been. And you've got about 1.3 billion or so phones that could be upgraded. So we believe that that's a huge opportunity, as well as the opportunity for new monetization in the App Store, as well as advertising. So we believe the expectations for Apple are too low, and you could start to see what we first saw when we first bought the stock over 14 years ago of the beat and raise cycle start to come back into play.
Now, how can we know or gauge how many people are going to want to get the new phone for these abilities if we haven't really seen what the abilities are just yet? Are we just kind of trust falling on Apple that this AI implementation is going to really change the experience from a hardware perspective, from a software perspective, the whole reason to buy a phone?
I mean, I think a couple reasons are, one is with the new iOS, you won't really be able to use any of these generative AI capabilities with the older hardware. I think only 4% of phones have that capability today. So if there's any interest at all in that, you're going to have to upgrade because the software needs and the hardware needs are much too great for some of the older phones. So we think that will drive some of the upgrade cycle, as well as Apple having a 99% consumer rating. It's probably the highest rated consumer product on the planet. And ultimately, that installed base likes to have newer phones. And with these new technologies that are out there, it'll, I think, drive demand for installed base to upgrade. So that's what we're thinking will help get people over the hump and eventually see over time a real upgrade cycle that starts in the fall of this year and goes through 2026 pretty easily.
So it sounds a little bit like a trust fall, right? Apple's got a good relationship with its customers. They generally have known what they want, even though we don't really know what the utility is going to, be with the new AI stuff. We kind of trust that they're going to go for it. I will say the Google phone's already downloaded like their Gemini. I use it, and it's basically like having a chat GPT. I hold the button, I ask it whatever I want, and it spits something pretty amazing back to me. So I don't. But would I buy a whole new phone for it? I don't know, Silas. But
Well, I mean,
go ahead.
If you have an older phone, I think you will. I think that, and I mean, I'm an example of it. I've been holding off. I've got an iPhone 12 Pro. I've been holding off to wait for the new features. You need the new hardware to do that. And I think there are many, many other people that are doing that. That's why the average age is it's the oldest it's ever been.
That's a good stat, I will say. 4.85 years. That's pretty long.
Long time.
So the idea, people just kind of ready to upgrade, basically.
At some level, yes.
Yeah.
And then you've got these plans on the different carriers that help people get the expense of it, make sense for them. So I think it's going to be something that really happens.
Price point wise, I mean, there's a lot of stories right now about people pricing down, going to discounters, trying to save here and there. Do we view phones as sort of an essential big ticket item? Will people be able to shell out $1,000?
I think people will definitely do that. They'd be willing to forego other expenses to have a better phone. I mean, the phone does everything for you at this point. It's become part of our lives. It's not going to change anytime soon. If anything, it's going to be more integrated into our lives.
That's right.
You have these capabilities in your back pocket.
I agree.
That, quite frankly, we haven't even seen the real impact of what this could do for productivity and so forth for our lives. I believe that it's something that people will be willing to spend money on and have been, certainly since the iPhone was first launched in 2007. And with these new features, a better camera, you're going to actually see, I think, people willing to spend the money.
Okay. Hey, for this quarter, then, when they report, if you're looking for this cycle to begin third quarter into fourth, then I guess they should be giving us some real kind of outlook lift or details on product expectations, you think?
I think they'll give some of it. They typically are a little bit closer to the vest, so it'll be more on the come. But ultimately, between management's guidance and giving guidance on calls, and then sell side expectations kind of starting to creep up, that's when we'll start to really get a sense of what we're going to see with the new upgrade cycle. Apple's had plenty of periods where they've had extraordinary growth and been more under promise and over deliver. I think that's what we're going to start to see with this potential upgrade cycle as well.
All right, well argued. Silas, thanks for the take. An important one for us. I think one of the big important stories for this earnings and for the rest of the year. Appreciate your thoughts.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Like that stat on the age of the phone. I haven't heard that one yet. Almost 5 years, 4.85. That's a pretty long time to have a phone. Silas Meyer, CEO, Portfolio Manager at Mar Vista Investment Partners. When we come back, let's talk levels to look at. Mr. Kevin Green back on duty, looking at some of the market maker pressure points as we head into the bell and the expiry for the week.
No politics, no noise. From bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
My dad was a hard worker. He used to do side jobs, installing windows, charging something like $100 a window when other guys were charging $400 to $500. He just didn't want to do that. He was proud of the price he was charging.
Always clean as Jim. May I help you? Yeah, how'd you get my number? How'd you get my number?
the amount of risk a dealer may have, and this is an assumption, a dealer may have if the S&P 500 moves below that level, especially moving more than 5 points to 8 points below that level. So we did see some buyers stepping in, but just for some context here, there's around $26 billion, $26 to $28 billion worth of gamma risk there for every tick that the S&P moves down to the downside below 5,500 on a theoretical basis. Let's equate that to around 46,000 contracts that dealers would need to actually sell in order to hedge themselves to the downside. And as we got farther and farther away, or as we get farther and farther away for right now, they would actually have to increase that. So we did see some buyers actually stepping in here. That's the right move to make, especially if you are looking at this market right now. And we're really actually close to a really technical level too. We're sitting at around 54.80. So you kind of have a little bit more wiggle room. We are in negative gamma territory, unfortunately. We are in a situation where dealers are offsides. They're selling with institutional traders. And we can see that on that chart too. That blue line basically showing everybody that's all of those strikes that we have on that histogram today, we're in negative gamma territory. And we can actually see it also with this chart here where buyers did actually step in. But we're not out of the clear yet. We had a nice little bounce to the upside. If you're kind of looking at it, 55.20 to 55.30 could be that sweet spot for the close here today. But we could also have pen risk at 5,500. So we're not out of the woods yet. And it does appear, even since we actually just started this segment about 3 minutes ago, that we fell around 6 or 7 points. So 5,500 still is on the board going into the close. That would be kind of your meltdown scenario. Melt up scenario from these levels would be around 55.30. That would kind of give you at least a sense that the market was able to recover instead of seeing this constant selling throughout the day.
Kind of seems like then we should be looking for probably further action to the close than of at least 10 points in one direction or another. Fair enough then, right?
Yeah. Correct. Yeah. And so when you're kind of looking at it going into the close here, we can actually talk about the volume side because that's also going to be very interesting. Now, just to highlight, the volume that we are seeing today, when you're kind of looking at the histograms and things of that nature, is going to be a little bit distorted because we are in such aggressive negative territory. But the volume side, 5,500 puts were printing literally all day. Since the market opened up, around 20 minutes into the market space, we actually did see some institutional buying happening at that level. So it's not a coincidence that we did see this market kind of gravitate towards that level.
Looks like we're coming back down again.
Kind of a bounce to the upside, a balance area, that area of neutrality, if you will, at least on a volume basis, is sitting at around
nothing's really holding, so puts are coming in handy.
Kind of that range that I was telling you there, and then positive gamma 55.35 at this point in time. So we're kind of not, once again, not out of the woods yet here.
I mean, we can come all the way down here to the bottom, or we see a two-headed, three-headed snake.
If we can actually do that one more time, that
right
might
there.
actually shake out these short sellers, and hopefully that could create this gamma squeeze to the upside going into the close.
Okay, and it's pretty unlikely that we would crack through 5,500.
Randy?
I mean, anything's possible.
I'm waiting.
So, but given that's where all the exposure is, they're going to really defend
This could be it here, but
it would be a hard task.
I'm waiting.
So now, this morning, 54.75s were also printing.
It's 237.
But I haven't seen those flows.
One more big red candle,
4 hours. So we
then
can
buy it.
negate that fact for now. But it would be a fairly hard task. Now, once again, you got about 5.
Okay, we're getting ready to scalp. Watch the SPY here. Jimmy's moving over to the chart, to the thingamajigger. And I just traded the 550s. Get 5, just in case. We're waiting patiently. Get ready, Randy. It's now 238. Things are a little bit too negative to be taking too many big chances. Come on. One more red candle before it's too late. If I don't get another big red candle, I ain't doing it. Period. Jim Howard sounds real serious. There we go. Oh gosh, I don't even want to look anymore. It's up 10 cents. Dude, 133. Randy. I'm not feeling too good. It's at 2:40 right now. We got 20 minutes. See, just ugh. A 1, 2, 3 would have been a lot prettier. The right Oliver.
volatility.
Yeah, it does kind of change the game a little bit, right? And not as easy as pressing the index buy button with big tech carrying you no matter what.
Yeah, that CrowdStrike and Microsoft news overnight, that really put kind of a damper on any kind of recovery that we were seeing. We saw CrowdStrike go down. It seemed like the CEO kind of fumbled that, that recovery interview here halfway through the session. So we're not really seeing much of a bid here at the moment. I think people are going to kind of throw in the towel at the end of the day. One moment, NASDAQ was almost down about 100 points, and then within, that last interview you were on, I mean, we saw it fall like 75 points. S&P fell 10. I'm like, holy cow, I need a 5-point harness on this chair.
Right. Do you need the backup stuff for all the internet outages down there? Or you just hit the beach? How's that work in Florida?
Yeah, no, it's working pretty well. The problem is...
You guys have the same system down there?
yeah.
Okay.
Some of the trading platforms and
Boy,
things like
you
that,
come real close to hitting it.
Impacted by it, and there were some things that we had to get through. But
I had my head turned.
Plans for every single thing that's out
Shoot.
there. So I mean, it's not as archaic as calling down a trading pit and get my floor right onto the floor. I wish we were back at that level.
Yeah, that's going backwards. We got to keep going forwards. Phil, does Bitcoin take any message from? Is this why Bitcoin's up today? Are people going like, oh, I need something that's like, in a different world?
Yeah, the conversation we had last week, we were kind of stuck between 55,000 and 59,000, and we were consolidating at 57. It seemed like after the events surrounding Trump and the rally and everything, Bitcoin had gapped higher, and a lot of people were texting and calling saying they wanted to buy Bitcoin Sunday night. We saw that big gap wards up on price. We consolidated Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Today we broke out over the 50-day moving average. We're closing on the highs right now. I wouldn't be surprised to see another massive ETF inflow, people buying physical Bitcoin. And then you look at the news flow from last week, it was so bad. And that's oftentimes when you get the turn in the markets.
Okay. All right, so the move here, you think kind of it sounds like technical overdue maybe that could actually carry us? It's not like a one-time flip?
I think so. I mean, we gapped higher, we consolidated, we broke out to the upside.
Yeah, fair enough.
We're on the highs of the day. That's a chart pattern you want to look for. It doesn't matter if it's corn, live cattle, whatever market it is, that's what you want to be participating in if you're a technician. I think part of the weakness in U.S. equities right now, people are really... they're cashing in the chips there. There's a little bit of panic in the air. There's a little bit of panic over new policies that Trump could implement if he does take office. So you're seeing like the China factor, the Europe factor, Mexico with EV sales, things like that. Really, people are just getting a little bit nervous, and Bitcoin seems to be that safe haven asset people are looking for at the moment.
Okay, all right. Like it. So it's a pretty good technical take with stocks. Under pressure too. Bitcoin now going the other way because it had been underperforming while stocks were doing well. So it's kind of interesting. I'm with you there. It's getting interesting again. Gold breaking down, but crude breaking down even more. I feel like we should talk WTI, Phil. I mean, looked like it was trying to get up above 85 again. Total rejection there. And then we break through $80 to the downside. What's going on?
I know it's sitting on the 50-day moving average right now. It did break a critical level of support, taking out the last 2-3 days lows. It could target the 200-day moving average. A lot of people thinking again on Trump policies, energy independence, things like that. The problem is it takes almost 12 months for any of these things to really gain any kind of traction with any kind of new administration. So I don't think that we automatically go to $60 crude oil. I think that there's a fight back and forth from here. But again, this is just kind of a sour attitude towards the economy right now, kind of a slowdown, kind of a changeover. People are nervous, and feelings are playing a role at the moment.
I think you nailed that because the whole commodity complex basically coming with it too.
I know. In the gold futures making a record high this week. Now they're down. Gold's down $50. Silver really went to a free fall. I got to wear my "Make Silver Great Again" hat all week. We got to get that thing back up $35, $40. Make all the little guys rich.
One thing I was gonna, speaking of red hats, one thing I was gonna say with WTI is if there is like a Trump play, a drill, I think that's like the most laughable thing because we're already drilling tons like setting world records, but let's just say that that's gonna like go up even more, then I guess you could have crude down energy stocks up, which I feel like might be that kind of regime.
On Blue Line Capital on our wealth management side, we'll tend to own some of those like midstream energy companies, some of the pipelines that aren't really impacted by the price of it going up or down. They just want to see increased demand and more flow through, you know. So those might be the products that people want to look at. They pay generally a healthy dividend. The price, I don't want to shy away from there's risk involved, but the price seems to be a little bit more stable, a little bit less volatile out there than say some tech company or a small cap.
Okay, got it. Like it. Good analysis. Phil, have a great weekend, sir. Appreciate the market walkthrough there. We hit a lot.
You too. Take care, man.
Always helpful. Phil Striebel, Chief Market Strategist at Blue Line Futures. Yeah, the 5-point harness. I like that because market is swinging. We're at the lows of the day. Equities are under pressure. Let's talk about something else. Maybe the rest of the world when we come back. We're going to catch up with Michelle Gibley as we keep ourselves honest with an international eye. Talk about what to look for next week internationally and what we learned this week from the rest of the world.
I was watching that flag break out.
From other places too. Also, updated central bank calendars from those that had already begun.
That was nice.
Cut. So a lot to discuss on this subject as we go into the bell next.
Boom, boom, boom.
Trading the trending names every day. It's Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go. I'm Kevin Hinks. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I'm Nicole Petalides, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Catch me on Schwab Network anytime, anywhere, on any device.
Whoa.
Free. Schwab Network.
She's serious.
I remember when I first started flying and we would experience turbulence, I would watch the flight attendants. If they're not nervous, then I'm not going to be nervous. Financially, I'm the flight attendant in that situation. The relief that comes over people once they know they've got a guide to help them through, I definitely feel privileged to be in that position.
Welcome back to Market on Close. Let's talk about the rest of the world. Joining me for the big picture discussion, Michelle Gibley, Director of International Research at Charles Schwab. Great to have you here this afternoon, Michelle. Let's talk what we learned this week, rest of the world. And I feel like maybe China's a good place to start because we just had a conversation about commodities under some pressure. Any of that coming from disappointment in China's trajectory? What's the latest?
I think, GDP growth came in weaker than expected earlier this week for the second quarter for China. We had kind of an interesting surprise in the long-term third plenum planning session this week. It typically looks at long-term issues. And they said that they could actually increase support for local governments to fund purchases of durable goods. So that could help boost GDP growth this year. But yeah, things are a little bit slow in China. And of course, we have the potential for trade tensions, which is more of a longer-term factor for China.
Yeah, the Chinese index is slipping to lower lows, most of them relative to the last month. Is there a political kind of pain point from here to November for Chinese companies?
Yeah, trade protectionism is really something increasingly on people's minds ahead of the U.S. election. And just, globally, we're seeing this more of a trend toward nationalism. And, a global economy with more trade restrictions is likely bad for growth and inflation, likely bad for corporate earnings and stocks. Now, there's still uncertainty over how things are going to evolve. To the extent that campaign talking points end up being enacted as policies. And we also don't know what kind of response we'll get in terms of demand and countervailing tariffs. But, I think, trade tensions are likely to continue to create volatility. We saw that this week. Tough on China policy is really, it has bipartisan support, and the U.S. and China is really likely to be the focus of the most aggressive measures. So Chinese stocks, and by extension EM stocks as a whole, since China's 30% of the index, could struggle to post consistent gains this year. China is likely to intensify their own efforts to champion domestic innovation and support high technology industries. That's more of a longer term factor, though.
I'm glad that you mentioned emerging markets, because emerging markets have done better here over the last couple weeks. I mean, they're hanging in. The trend's still up for the year. The chart just looks a little bit more certain if you kind of take an emerging market look than a Chinese one. Where does that difference come from? A dollar down, I guess, helps a little bit?
Yeah, dollar down helps. And also, and this is kind of a good news, bad news, tech is a big part of the EM index. It's about 25% weight. It's not, just commodities like it was in the past. And AI is a big part. There's about 16% weight in companies that are geared toward AI, like TSMC or Hanhai, which is also called Foxconn. And we have some Korean companies such as Samsung and SK Hynix. These companies all benefit from the AI trend.
Okay, good stuff. Tech getting mixed in places to help out always is nice. Let's talk central banks, the other place where folks are looking for some help. What did we learn this week about the potential path for European central banks, and what do you look for next, Michelle, for further clues on their cut cycle, or lack thereof?
Well, so the ECB kept rates unchanged this month, but they did start cutting last month. But they said for their next meeting, which is not till September, that meeting is wide open. And the reason is that sticky inflation on the services side is really due to the impact of wage negotiation cycles that tend to be every 2 to 3 years. And so the ECB believes that wage growth will peak this year, and they maintain confidence in progress toward the 2% target. Next week, we'll get the Bank of Canada in reports this week, CPI weekend, and unemployment rose, so they could cut rates a second time next week. Yet to start cutting is the Bank of England. The data this week was really a whipsaw of, again, sticky services inflation, but yet we saw wage growth moderating and weak retail sales. The Bank of England doesn't meet
Here we go again, back to
August 1st.
support.
It's unclear whether or not they'll start a cutting cycle then.
Okay, so we
It's just too late. 2 more minutes left.
Be consecutive. We might still have a good deal of data dependency. The rest of the world.
I'd do it, though,
That's what
if I
we're
had-
striving for, to be truly data dependent.
Yeah, they're just taking a cautious approach because inflation hasn't really evolved as they expected. We have a near-term little bit of a bump up in Europe, for instance. We have some fun events that are kind of insensitive to prices, such as the Olympics, the Euro Football Championship, and Taylor Swift's
Taylor Swift.
Tour, where inflation could, bump up a little bit in the next couple months. And all of this, of course, is important for the dollar. The dollar decline since the start of this quarter has added 200 basis points to international stock performance. We'll see if that can continue. We could get some uncertainty about monetary policy and fiscal policy, create some support for the dollar. But the dollar going down would benefit international stock performance.
All right. It seems like it's trying to hold on to the lows, but it certainly got dinged quite a bit here in the last couple of weeks. Michelle, thanks for the Thanks for the talk. Thanks for the prep for what lies ahead from central banks, and look back at this week. Very helpful for us on the international front. Michelle Gibley. All right, you got 90 seconds to finish your trading. Good luck. See you on the other side.
Less than a minute. Oh, there it goes.
Young lady who was mid-30s.
Oh, shit, I got it.
Recently went through a divorce.
I think I could have got out of that.
Questions when she came in. I watched my
Not
mother
now, bam, I'm out.
being a single mom.
Paper trade.
At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself.
122
So
to
once
140.
she was hurt, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care.
God, I can't stand your commercials. 156. Oh my. 160. And I forgot we could trade after hours. Oh. Randy. $400 I left on the table. $122 to 164. Okie dokie. Well, that's it. YouTubers, I really appreciate it. Donate to my vacation fund if you haven't, or if you want to donate more, do it. And that'll be it. Might do a seminar this weekend. Just an all in all, what I do when I come in, the platforms I turn on, what I look for, my strategies. It's pretty simple. So that's it. We'll catch you all later. Thanks a lot.